Tickets in the air, big smiles, big numbers, love everywhere. Hear that roar outside, hear that engine wake. We came here to give, we came here to play. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Raise it up high, let the whole place know. VETMotorsports, that's the heart of the show. Kids buy the trophies, leaning on the rails. Dads telling stories, spinning victory tales. A sign hood gleaming under the tent. Every bit of blessing, every dollar well spent. Hear that roar outside, hear that engine wake. We came here to give, we came here to play. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Raise it up high, let the whole place know. VETMotorsports, that's the heart of the show. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Hands in the air for the ones who serve, for the ones who drive, for the ones who work. One more cheer, one more round, put that good back in the ground. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Raise it up high, let the whole place know. VETMotorsports, that's the heart of the show. PHG All-Star and Charity
Racing is a metaphor for veteran recovery. A lot of veterans tend to look back, they don't look in front of them, they don't look at what's ahead of them, all the positives. They tend to really focus on their experiences that they've been through. And what we're trying to do is provide them where you're at right now in your life and how can we propel you forward. It's no different than racing a motorcycle. What's in front of you, you can acknowledge and be aware of what's behind you, but you're going to focus forward, and that's what we're really trying to emphasize through this program.
Yeah, in racing, you've always got to look ahead to the next corner, to the next straightaway. And you're working with these combat wounded veterans in VETMotorsports. What I see in them is they're looking forward to their life after military service.
I think it's a very special program just because of the eyes and the things I've seen in those people's eyes when they come out to a program that they're able to put hands on a racing motorcycle, be part of a team that has a mission to do over a weekend or even a day period.
We treat these combat wounded veterans as members of our crew. So, depending on their mechanical ability, they could be, elbow deep in the motorcycle, helping with setup and with changing oil and doing things, or
even if it's something as simple as, hey, I need a 9/16 wrench, and you can get the wrench. Even something as simple as that allows the mechanic or the crew chief to continue to work and not have to stop what he's doing to go. So anything that you can bring to the table will absolutely help a team, especially when they're used to only one guy working on the bike.
VETMotorsports and the events that we've been part of, especially for my husband, has made him almost feel like he's belonged to something again, and made him come alive almost. And I don't know, it's like I have my husband back when he does these events, so it's pretty cool.
They fall in with us as teammates, and they feel the camaraderie.
Core memory. My uncle used to have a 64.5 convertible Mustang, baby blue, that I've seen pictures of.
Something that has to be done that day, and having someone on the other side, the rider, who's actually counting on them to do their job that day so they can get their mission complete.
Specifically when I was down here looking, that's why he's got this safety wire here. So if this tries to turn, at least if this one's staying. They're not going to ask you what your injuries are. They're not going to ask you where you fought and what you did, because that's not the focus. Pete and VETMotorsports' entire goal is to get you constructive and moving beyond the stuff that's happened in the past. As a Marine with PTSD, it's allowed me to use my mind and my brain in a constructive way. Not only that, but having some hands-on things with being able to work with the bikes, work on the bikes, has been very beneficial.
After being in combat, you don't find anything that matches the adrenaline rush, and also being part of a team again and being around other veterans.
Yeah, we get to ride out that stress and actually put it to work instead of sitting there and having to just ride it out and not having anywhere to put that energy. So we can turn that negative into a positive.
My experience with this event was awesome. More than I thought it would ever be. I felt like I was part of a team today.
I was able to be around fellow veterans, so it made the safety barrier go down.
There were stressful times, but nothing that was bad. It was actually more,
instant bursts of adrenaline and just a huge rush of excitement.
I felt alive again, felt back like I was back in the military again.
And in my mind, as a guy who led a lot of combat missions, that adrenaline rush is very similar to what I would get when I was preparing my Marines to go out for a mission.
It pushes your comfort zone, the limits on your comfort zone, but it's fun.
I'm happy. I mean, I'm relieved that I was able to come here not knowing what I was doing, and I got through. And
when you got an entire team that's counting on you, and not only that, but you have the life of a rider that is essentially resting in your hands. It is a big responsibility, but at the same time, it helps keep you focused on the task at hand. And I think that's really beneficial for those of us that kind of deal with the different issues that we have coming out of the military.
VETMotorsports, altogether, the way they've treated me, it's been an awesome experience, one that I never thought I would be able to do.
I feel accomplished. We did something, that beforehand I wouldn't have believed that we would have been able to do and pull off.
Every time I interact with veterans and see the feedback and see the reaction at the end of the event, as opposed to what's in the front of the event or when the event started, that makes it all worthwhile. And it really pushes you forward and say, you know what, we are on to something here. It's working. When veterans come to us a year after participating and saying how much it transformed them, that right there and alone says a lot about how positive the outreach was.
Americans are very motorsports minded in one way or another. This is just one of the venues where you can come out and take part, be a much more integral part of what actually happens there while sharing with a veteran, while taking care of things that we would like to give back to our wounded veteran population right now. The things that this program can use right now, obviously it requires money to be able to put people into programs, but by and large, this is a very low budget program. And every bit of the funding that goes in there is all directly related to what we're doing for the veterans when they show up. The other part of that is just volunteers. We know how many people there are out there that really want to be a part of a program like this to help veterans directly. And I recommend that anyone that even thinks about it, go to the website, check it out, look at the testimonials, and then express your interest and we'll talk to you about it.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to Papa's House of Game, our charity event benefiting VETMotorsports today. I am honored to be here. I'm honored for the crew we have also assembled to bring you through this entire event. We're looking at 7 to 8 hours today, so wrap in. We've got on the mic with you today, we've got Mr. Salamander. We have Mr. Mustang Chuck. We have C-Dubs. Start off with a special guest here in just a minute. Peter Klein with VETMotorsports interview. But you guys, how are you doing today?
I'm doing just fine, Pops. I'm really looking forward to spending the whole day behind the mic here with you guys, supporting the charity that I know all of us really take to heart, especially us veterans. We've got a lot of veterans in the community, and I think this is going to be a really good charity to give back.
Yeah, I totally. And for the donations during this event, you guys, you see a QR code right here on the screen. Scan that, take you right to the donation on Tiltify, or we've also posted the link that you can click on there in the chat or in the description. And I see we've already got a couple of them, so thank you, guys. It'll shout it out as we go along, and you watch that little red bar. Trying to get to the top of that thing. Let's fill that thing. Sal, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Really looking forward to what we got going on, learning a little bit more about VETMotorsports. Excited to hear what they've all got going on from Peter, and just to raise money for a good cause, watch some great racing. I'm also excited for the livery competitions. That kind of hits close to home. So yeah, this is gonna be a fun day.
And Mr. C Dubs, how are you?
What is up? Hey, Papa. Hey, guys. Glad to be here. Yeah, looking forward to it. Vet myself. Peter's got an awesome organization. Chuck did a great job finding these guys and hooking up, and they do great things for veterans. So, yeah, looking forward to this. It's going to be a fun day. We got a fun group here. So, yeah, we're going to have a good time.
Absolutely. Well, before we get going and start looking at our first couple of races is our All-Star event, which if you guys have been following with the PHG World Series, this will be our top drivers from the one class and our top drivers from the they're going to go head to head in two different races. So it's going to be in the races themselves that, as you got most of you know, Shaggy has put together our mad scientist when it comes to these things, but they are not even close to one another, so it's going to be some pretty intense racing, I think. But I guess now, I really, Chuck, if you'd like to introduce, let's see how we can do here today.
Absolutely. So once again, as we spoke earlier about, we are joined by Mr. Peter Klein. He is the founder and CEO of VETMotorsports. Peter, how are you doing today, sir?
Hey guys, I'm doing great. I want to thank everybody for coming on today to spend 7 hours of racing on Papa's Playhouse, and appreciate everybody's interest and donations today. that help support our nonprofit. We are an all-volunteer organization that places active duty, Guard, Reserve, and Gold Star parents into motorsports as a non-clinical program. So again, we appreciate the support and the donations, and even just spreading the word out to those that could qualify to participate, because mental health is important, right? Sense of community is important. Lowering the suicide rate is important. And events like this provide a sense of community too, right? So again, we're super appreciative of being recognized, and love to talk a little bit about more what we do.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, can you give us some specifics about ways you have given back to the veterans who qualify? You know, like specific events that you participate in, or specific things you've been able to do for veterans regarding embedding in pit crews, or actually getting them on the track, modifying the vehicle to accommodate for any disabilities they might have.
Yeah, so that's a great question. We've been around since 2013, and I was talking to my wife a couple days ago about how we've impacted people, and you really don't think about how you impact people with programming. And this is whether it's our programs or others. What we've done is we've allowed people to get full-time work in IMSA, by introducing them to teams, and they volunteered their time, and they went from volunteering to getting paid, and then moved into IMSA to work within some crews that way. Same people went out and established a lane speed record. They were given an opportunity to drive a car in Bonneville, and they established a lane speed record. Another one of our participants came to us. He was in a pretty dark place, and we were able to get him behind the wheel in some autocross events locally. And he's now going to be the commander of the American Legion for the state of Ohio. And so, he was I saw him this past week. He was super appreciative of the time that we've spent. So motorsports as a non-clinical therapy isn't for everybody, right? Let's be fair that, getting people out on the track or into a pit crew, or providing adaptive control opportunities to get their race license isn't for everybody, but for the right person, it's the right social scene or the right venue for them to be in, right? But someone to come out and take a chance socially to integrate with civilians and experience it, they may say, hey, this isn't for me, but at least we got them out of the house, we got them socially integrated, and they can go and discover maybe something else, whether it's painting or equestrian therapy or whatever the case may be, right? So our successes are measured in small amounts as long as we're keeping the suicide rate down. We certainly have impacted the people that have come out to us, and they've been super appreciative of that.
Yeah, it's awesome. You know, that's definitely been a thing. Everybody probably saw um, the statistics about, especially post 9/11 veterans, um, unfortunately taking their own lives. And it's great to see that you and a variety of other organizations are doing things to help combat that. I know that, speaking from my experience being a veteran, and regarding motorsports in general, is it fulfills that need for excitement, and that want to compete. And we definitely, um, a lot of us really lean into motorsports because you get all of that in motorsport.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think people in general, whether you're playing Gran Turismo or at the track in person or whatever the case may be, it's a sense of community. And I think for those that have not been in the military, and to be upfront, I never served, right? I raced motorcycles before I started the nonprofit. Um, Being at the track, being in these type of events, either online or in person, people are looking for a sense of community, and what the military provides is that sense of community to those members, right, in the respective branches that they serve. You are released from service, retire, or you're injured and they medically retire you, you're missing it. It kind of creates this void. You have this void of, who do I hang out with? Because, if you joined when you were super young, that service really is your identity. And now it's not necessarily taken away, but now you've got to reinvent yourself, right? So you've got to find that your, for lack of a better term, but it's an accurate term, your tribe to hang with,
Hmm.
to have that identity, to rebuild yourself a little bit. And so, yeah, I think social integration, social events are critical for people's mental health, and they're critical for people to that really identified as one thing, but they have to kind of reinvent themselves. And I think that's hugely important.
Right, I agree, and that's one of the reasons why I'm blessed to have this community of PHG that I got wrapped up in. Because when I got out of the military, and we'll talk about it later on down the stream, I didn't want to get out. I wasn't. It wasn't for anything behavior or anything like that, but it's like that's all I wanted to do. I wanted to make it a career, and I get home and I'm like, okay, what am I? Who am I? And I struggled with it for years until finally I picked up sim racing and ran into Papa. I always joke, quite literally. I believe it was at Fuji in turn one while he was streaming, and I saw live on YouTube at Papa's House of Game, and I went into the stream and said, "Hey, my bad. I just overcooked it coming into the corner. I didn't mean to give you that shot." And I don't remember exactly when that was, but I've been around since, and that's one of the reasons why I stick around is I get to help out doing things like this and get some tips and some encouragement from my fellow teammates when it comes to actual race time.
Were you racing a Mustang when you hit him? Because I mean,
Yes, I was. I'm
was
pretty
there a
sure I
crowd?
was.
Was there a crowd in the corner, and you just got magnetically drawn to the crowd and ran
Yes,
into him?
that
Is
is
that how that worked?
that's exactly how it worked, Mr. Klein.
Great
That's
Right.
exactly how it worked.
Tracks.
Um, so I mean, I think I'm not sure how long we have to talk before we stick around for the judging portion.
Yeah.
But if people had questions in the chat on YouTube, we can certainly answer them. Um, I've been fortunate and blessed to be able to lead and run the nonprofit since its inception. We worked with Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. We worked with Triumph North America for quite some time. We worked with the Sports Car Club of America for quite some time. Um, for those that are out, veterans that are out in the California area, we're going to be doing something with Grid Life at Laguna Seca. And if you want to reach out to us about possibly attending that event, we're working with some corporate sponsors. So if you want to reach out to us and you're living in the SoCal or even NorCal area, uh, we have a list serve of all of our events. We don't provide vehicles. We used to, but we don't provide vehicles anymore for our events. I may or may not have been tired of returning them to the airport when we were done with them. Let's put it that way. So, but if people want to check out vetmotorsports.org to learn more about what we do, obviously there's a donation that they can make to us. All money that's raised every year goes directly to programming. There's no administrative overhead. We have very little administrative overhead. Let's put it that way. We pay our taxes, we pay our accountant, we pay our web fee, and that's really about it. Everything else goes directly to services provided to the population that we serve.
And I
We
did
do have
see that, Peter, that
yeah.
like 80% of every dollar goes to
Yeah, it goes directly to paying for our
yeah,
programming, right?
that's
So we've
amazing.
actually lowered our costs. That's probably a higher percentage now. That
Cool.
was back when we had a little more higher administrative fees. But me as an executive director and founder and the board of directors, nobody gets paid. We're all volunteers, right? But that. You get to hang. There's days when I get to hang out at the racetrack. I was at Mid Ohio today with IMSA with 3 veterans working within Austin Martin team. Uh, you know, and got to reconnect with some vets that I'd known for quite some time, and got to meet 3 new vets and who wanted to get involved in the motorsports, right? So that it's not a job, it's a passion, right? It's great. You get to hang out in that paddock and be around people and around all the noise and the gas and all that stuff. It's an amazing experience. How much time do we have before we kick off on the
Got about
before
5
is it
minutes before start.
All right, I've got a. Can I tell a Laguna Seca story?
Of course.
Yeah. So we were I use like I'm a third person, like we. So the Vet Motorsports went out. Nobody's laughing. So Vet Motorsports was was doing some stuff with it's called Moto America now, but we were doing some stuff out in California with a motorcycle race series, and we were working with some liaisons with the Wounded Warrior Regiment within the U.S. Marine Corps. And so what we did is we got a Durango and picked up all these Marines, right? Put them in this Durango, drove down to Laguna Seca. We got there a day early, right? So it's like Thursday. We roll into the track. We're in this silver Durango. All these guys have like crew cuts and are wearing like aviators, right? I'm wearing my aviators, and the track gate is open. And the gunny sergeant looks at me and goes, "Man, you need to get this thing out on the track with all of us in it." I'm like, "I can't." He goes, "Get your out on the track with us." So we get on the track with this Durango. We turn on the hazards. And so for those of you that have raced Laguna Seca, either online or have seen it in person, right? You go through the start finish, and you are charging up the hill for the keyhole, right? So we're driving, and we're not really going that fast. I think we're maybe going 50 miles an hour, maybe less. But when we get to the top of the keyhole and get ready to go down, the pace car is parked at the bottom of the keyhole, and we nearly pack the front of the Durango into the pace car with a bunch of Marines in it, and there was people doing a track walk. So we kind of just, because it was like an FIM thing, or there's officials out there, we waved like we were officials and just kept on driving, because when we had the crew cuts and stuff and the aviators, and it quickly exited the course before we got into trouble. So all I can tell you is that if you can look the part and like you play the part, you could probably get away with it. So I think we definitely did not get in trouble. We definitely did not stick around after we exited the track at the start finish line. So
it sounds like a fake until you make it moment.
Right.
Yeah, that was.
I definitely had a few of those moments. I haven't talked to him in a couple of years. He's retired from the Marine Corps, but he was the big brother I never had. And without going into any too many details, we did have our own fair share of adventures out there. So I can definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, it was that was one of those things. I mean, we've done stuff at Pikes Peak with Ducati. That was amazing. Yeah, I've just had some really great experiences with some really great people, right? And I think just that's the added bonus of being part of the nonprofit. But again, for those racing today or or just even viewing and wanting to learn more about, Vet Motorsports, you can visit us at vetmotorsports.org. Again, I don't know if there's any questions in the chat on the YouTube channel, but you can always send us a message directly from our. We're on Instagram at Vet Motorsports, Facebook at Vet Motorsports. You can always send us a message there directly. So
that's awesome.
Sorry, I missed that part.
All right, you want me to run through this, Papa?
Yes, if you would.
All right, so we're
warming
getting
up.
ready to kick off race 1 here, which is going to be part of our All-Star event. We're going to be at the Daytona International Speedway in these Mazda touring cars. The drivers are going to be doing 10 laps. They're going to be using sport soft tires. Tires and fuel are just at 1X, so not much strategy there. It's just going to be a straight-on sprint race using the Mazda Roadster touring car. So looks like we've got drivers out on the track already.
Yeah, they're just warming up. Got them out there getting ready.
Awesome. Peter, are you going to hang out with us while we do these first couple races, or you got a bolt?
No, I'm hanging out, and I'm wondering why that Miata looks like it belongs in Death Race 2000 with the big teeth. By the way, I'm referring to the original Death Race 2000 that had Machine Gun Kelly. Remember that?
I do.
Rocky Balboa, Rocky. Was it Sylvester Stallone was in it? Yeah. But the guy had a car. Yeah, the guy had a car with a big gaping mouth. So it's RTR Diablo. With the
Kind of reminds me of the Porsche Rexy paint scheme that they run in WEC and IMSA. I'm trying to think about what an equivalent would be for the dinky Miata.
I don't know. It's a smoke and livery for sure. Oh, hey, nice. I like that right there. You know.
And RTR Diablo is one of the newest members of PHG, so I believe he's in the process of getting his account switched over, adopting the new PHG moniker at the beginning. So we're glad to have Diablo here, and C-Dub's one of our commentators who will be joining us more in the booth later on out on the track. So getting some time in at the Daytona Tri-Oval, and it looks like qualifying is now underway.
So do you guys ever run the infield course on any of these GT races? Or do you normally just use the driveway?
Oh, the inside road course gets used quite a bit, probably more so than the Tri-Oval. Papa has a soft spot for the Tri-Oval and doing oval racing, so we probably do it a little bit more here in PHG, both this one and the special stage Route X, which is a giant paperclip as well, but more often than not, the infield gets used.
Right. It's actually, the infield layout is one of my favorite tracks, but last time I think that I did the Daytona Tri-Oval, it was several seasons back when we were doing a test run for this, and me and Sal were both in the 2017 Ford GT race car and drafting buddies, and I remember I got a bad push that he pushed into Sal and he went off track, or he went into the wall, and I felt so bad.
I blame the fact that it was a Ford. I don't blame you, John.
You were in a Ford too.
I know, that's why I blamed why I spun out.
I see. Once again, typical racing driver excuse. It's the car, not the driver, right?
Right. So yeah, we're watching these guys go around. Looks like they're starting to get spread out. I believe we do have slipstream on for the qualifier.
Qualifier slipstream is off. We'll be on for
Oh, okay. So all these guys are, even though they're running nose to tail, the slipstream isn't going to help them. It's certainly going to help them to spread out then.
Yes.
Which it looks like they, for the most part, have. It's good to see. Okay, here we go. We got Diablo in the back there. They've now all started their hot laps, so we should see some times coming in momentarily as the leader approaching turn 3, working their way through the high bank, gonna jettison off of turn 4. Head on down toward the start-finish line. It's our Rainmaker Shaggy Doo here leading the pack. Big surprise there. See, as he comes across the line, he's going to set our inaugural time of a 101.533, the time to beat. C-Dub's coming in. Better Dan, a big surprise there at the top of the list. After these first set of laps, really tight qualifying, which we would expect here at Daytona for sure. Cornbread now taking the top spot. Still got 7.5 minutes left to go.
We do have a recent donation from Digital Relay for $10. Thank you, Digital. Rover also donated $25. Same with Breezy Z with $50. Papa, you're at $25. Thank you all for the support.
Yeah, we've got a whole bunch. We've also got MDR's Krulov that's donated $25. C-Dubs drops a hundo. I donated $25. And Mr. Jay Collins, one of our decal experts, also dropped $25. So thank you, everybody who has donated so far. We appreciate it.
Yeah, very much appreciative. Also want Taco Bell to make a donation. I see they're running. If they can afford delivery on that car, I think they can afford to make a donation.
Right.
Also, Dr. Pepper. I see Dr. Pepper out there. I think Dr. Pepper should be not the driver of the car, but I think corporate Dr. Pepper should be making a donation. Corporate Taco Bell. So
there you go.
All right, an update on track. Oh, RTR Diablo just took the top spot here. The 101.484. So those teeth are somehow extra help with the aerodynamics of the car.
Look at
That's what I was about to say, yeah.
Under the pin. top 8.
Wow. Yeah, here at the Daytona Tri-Oval, of course, times are going to be super tight. It's going to be even more interesting, obviously, once we get into the race and we get everybody drafting. It's going to be tight pack racing. Hopefully they can keep it all together and not be knocking each other out. Take some skill.
What's the weather prediction for today?
Sunny. It's nothing but sun.
All right. I wasn't sure what was programmed in.
Jackie decided to give us a reprieve on the rain. I've always maintained that, I can understand the skill involved with racing in the rain, but it's much more enjoyable. I've always felt the sun's beating down and, it's bright and blue skies and nice and warm. In my head, racing should always be a very nice sport for very nice days.
And it certainly is. Luckily, in the game, I guess luckily to some people, Daytona, rain doesn't happen at Daytona. We could set clouds, but we can't set rain. Unfortunately, all the American tracks, for whatever reason, are rainless. Apparently, we're a large desert.
Right.
I would love to have rain at the road course, but not at the Tri-Oval. I think Tri-Oval, I think I'm on board with Chuck here that that's really a dry race from start to finish. And here we go. It looks like we are on the final lap for these guys. Qualifying has flown by real quick. RTR Diablos is sitting at the top of the speed chart.
Hey, it's always fun to see these.
It looks like everybody's in.
Yep. It's always fun to see these Miatas race at Daytona. Period. I always like watching those spec Miata races when they're broadcasted on TV. You wouldn't think so. I tell people all the time about spec Miata racing that aren't into racing, and they're like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's a thing, and it's really awesome."
All right, so let's go through the qualifying results. RTR Diablo sitting at the top of the speed chart with a 101.484. Cornbread in P2 with 1/100th of a second behind with a 101.494. PHG's Ecstasy only 2 1,000ths behind second place with a 101.496. PHG D Rodriguez in fourth with a 101.499. B Pabst P5, one of our Canadian buddies, along with Ecstasy, with the 101.499, tied with PHG's D Rodriguez. P6, we got Sector 7's The Truth Serum with a 101.507. P7, we got our own K Naranjo, or Oak, with a 101.510. And then the Rainmaker himself, PHG Shaggy Do 88 with a 101.518. P9, we've got PHG's Vetterdan. Can't find a better one. The 101.518. P10, we got NVR Krulov with the 101.526. P11, Fernando Button with the 101.536. P12, BK2 Johnny Boy with the 101.641. P13, another Canadian, Felmora with the 101.643. And rounding out our field is poor PHG C-Dubs with the 101.807. Come on, C-Dubs, you got to represent the top.
C-Dubs, it's the big pedal on the right. Go fast pedal. Loud pedal.
Don't use the one on the far left. Not for this race. It's all go all the time.
Disconnect that other one.
But man, we got what? 0.4 of a second? Not even. Like 3.5 tenths a second.
Yeah.
Or a tenth between first and last. I mean, that's indicative of Daytona Tri-Oval. This is certainly going to be a fun one to watch. I can't wait for it to get underway here.
Yeah, like I said, I am a huge fan of Daytona. I've been here last 2 years for Rolex 24. Camped for 4 days outside turn one, and just been an amazing time with all the PA. Yeah, this place, not that I didn't like Daytona or because of NASCAR. This place definitely holds a spot in mind.
Oh yeah, I've been to the Daytona 500 twice. I forget when the first one was. Both of them were with my aforementioned Marine Corps buddy. He was always able to score us free tickets and accommodations. And but the one that is the most memorable for me, and I brought it up before, was the time when they had to red flag the race for several hours because they found a pothole in the middle of the track. And I remember sitting in the stands and looking at my buddy and a few other people that we were there with. We're like, I don't care if this race ends at 3 a.m. We are not leaving. It's the Daytona 500, man.
All right, so the race is just getting started here now. Countdown has ticked down, and we should be going on track here.
And drafting is turned on for the race, correct?
Correct.
What about fights in the pit lane? Was that turned off? Like, no.
Yeah, they disabled that one
a while back, right?
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago.
And here we are. Oh, a standing. We're doing a standing start at Daytona. Diablo off into the front. Looks like we got a glitch lobby. It says C-Dubs is up front. We know we got Diablo up front, but everybody drafting behind. Looks like everybody's getting in line. Shaggy Doo being left out on his own here to start with. Let's see if he can find a drafting partner. Self-slotted in with the rest of the crew right next to him. He's trying to work his way down, but Johnny Boy gets his way in. There, Shaggy gets tucked in just in front of Crew Lob and gets that bump. Off they go. Looks like everybody's keeping it pretty well established. We've got one driver in the back maybe had an issue on that standing start. But C-Dub's trying to work his way up, getting around P. Rodriguez as they come into turn 3. See if he can get down tucked in behind Crew Lob. Doesn't. Might be getting a little bit of draft, but he does have another driver, a couple drivers ahead, up using that high line. Getting the draft, maybe pull it off, but no. Falls behind, so we have to slot it behind Rodriguez. Looks like we got Cornbread and can't see who's ahead of Cornbread, but they got 2 of them up there on that high line. They're making it work so far. Estasy up there. Here they go entering in turn 1 still. Got the pack going. Cornbread tucks his way on down to the bottom of the racing line, but then moves back up. Fernando Button jumping into that gap, taking a couple spots away. As they get onto the backstretch. Got that nice wide shot. Everybody's still keeping it clean. 3 wide as they are right now. SSC now going to slot on in. We see that high line doesn't really work very well. SSC was way up in, what, P7? Back in P12 now. Needs to get tucked in behind Fernando. Cornbread still trying to make the high line work. Working his way down to the line. Now gets single file. Looks like we got a pack here from 7th back to P12. And then P1 through P6 is in the pack ahead. So we kind of separated themselves. But these guys can all get single file and work together and maybe run down that lead group. But RTR Diablo is still leading the field. Followed by D-Baps, Kane Naranjo, True Serum, Johnny Boy, and Shaggy. I'll make up our lead pack group here. Not a lot of surprises there. A lot of them are experienced drafting racers. We've seen them join PHG different lobbies from time to time. Shaggy Doo going to try to do the slingshot around. Not sure if that's going to work. He's giving it a try. P. Rodriguez here leading that second pack behind. Or no, he's at the back of the first pack. Oh, he's the lead in the second. Yeah, so there he is. Drew Lob there, giving him a bump from behind, trying to see if they can chase down that lead set of cars. We are already finishing up lap 3 here. We got 10 laps to go around Daytona. Keeping it pretty clean. We had a driver get down almost below the yellow line. That always gets a little sketchy. But they sort of big crash. We got a big crash in the. Looks like that came from the lead pack. Truth Serum. Let's get the replay here. You see, that's the second pack. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it all started with. Was that Kane Naranjo? No. Where was the wing car? First got spun up into the wall. P. Rodriguez got collected. It looked like we had a good 3 or so cars that were all part of it. Hate to see that. Hopefully they can all work together, put their differences aside real quick, and maybe try to work their way back up there. But some action there at the end of lap 3. Not quite to the halfway point. Thelmora back here, P10, has kind of been riding on his own. Now that we had this crash, maybe these other guys will get caught up. Thelmora can now lead the group and work their way on up to the front. As a reminder for those of you watching that are enjoying this is the charity event. Donations can be made using the QR code on the screen. That's what will go directly to the VETMotorsports Fund. So please make sure to use that to make your donations. We're watching Better Dan back in P13. He was the one who I think got caught up in that as the first one that went into the wall at our incident. He's getting tucked up behind BK2 Johnny Boy. They are definitely working together. Behind them is B Paps. We've definitely seen B Paps put some really good times in the PHG World Series. He's definitely earned his spot here in the All-Star race. But right now, finding himself all the way at the back, work his way to the front. RTR Diablo still leading the entire group. He has led the whole way so far. We have just passed the halfway point. Lap 5 out of the way. RTR Diablo followed by Kay Naranjo, Kid Phenom, sitting here in P2, probably strategizing this, waiting to make a move till later on. I think we all know that here at Daytona Tri-Oval drafting races, the best spot to be is in P2. Now, great passing here, trying to get around the outside. You're going to need help. It's a matter of trust cornbread. You just have to stay free or stay in P2. We'll have to see how this unfolds as the laps tick down, as they get to, they're coming to the line, coming off of turn 4, finishing up lap 6.
Yeah, that's a funny looking Mustang there.
I know, is that a Ford-powered Miata?
Right? That used to be a thing, though. I believe back in the day, Ford owned Miata, our own Miata, owned Mazda, right?
Yeah, now I think he probably has an LS in it.
I remember my dad had a 91 or 93 Ford Pro GT. I thought I remember hearing that it shared an engine with Miata, maybe. I don't remember. It was some kind of Mazda that they had the same or very similar engine.
It's crazy how there's all the different factories that work together, either temporary or buyouts and all that sort of stuff. I've never.
Yeah.
Let's see. C-Dubs here. C-Dubs here has worked his way up to P8. Started in P last, up to P8. Does have some drafting buddies with him. Krulov up ahead. And it looks like P. Rodriguez right behind. P. Rodriguez was part of the big crash that we saw at the end of lap 3. They're a bit behind the lead pack, but they could possibly move their way up into a top 5 if they can work together. Back in P10, 10, 11, 12, 13, all nose to tail. Definitely tried to work their way up. But still, RTR Diablo out in front. Lead this whole group. P-Paps back in P14. 2 seconds off of P13. That unfortunately is going to put him out in slipstream range. This may be a lonely 2.5 laps that he has left to run. Lead pack consists of these 4 drivers: RTR Diablo, Kay Naranjo, Fernando Button, and Cornbread. Looks like Shaggy may have fallen back. He is now back in P5 and out of slipstream range for that lead group. STC not too far behind. If they can get caught up, start pushing on Shaggy, we may have a battle for P5. A good top 5 position by the end. But there is a smaller pack behind them. The 3 of Krulov, C-Dubs, and P. Rodriguez are definitely keyed up together, nose and tail. They should have some overspeed as they keep coming around. We are halfway through lap 9, only a lap and a half left to go in this quick sprint race that I believe acts as the qualifier for the actual All-Star race we have immediately after this at the Nürburgring in that AMG Black Series cars. That is going to be a very different drive from what we got going on here drafting in Mazda touring cars for sure.
Yeah, and drafting is definitely Pops. I think you and I talk about it from time to time. Is a lot of people in some sectors, kind of laugh at it, but it is entirely a different kind of racing style, which it's harder than it looks. A lot of us know probably crew chief for a local grassroots asphalt oval team. Can you talk as to what the differences between circuit racing and oval racing are once we complete this final lap?
I was going to say, we got less than half a lap to go. This is the time for moves to be made. P4 trying to make it work around the outside with Cornbread. But 1, 2, 3 are still nose to tail. Fernando Button still staying tucked in, trying to get a run coming out of turn 4. Here they go, coming to the line. RTR Diablo still leading. Kay Naranjo still tucked in. Oh, he goes for the pass on the outside, but as they come to the line, RTR Diablo still takes the win. Pole to checker. P1, Kay Naranjo P2, Fernando Button P3, Cornbread P4, and oh my God, 3 wide for, oh geez, for the next pack, 6, 7, 8, 9. The Truth Serum going to cross the line in P10 with another 3-car battle, 10, 11, and 12. The Truth Serum beats out Johnny Boy and Vetterdan. And then P-Pabst crosses the line. We thank you for your participation. Probably a good time for a Pabst Blue Ribbon, huh?
Go.
There we go. Congratulations to RTR Diablo for taking the first qualifier race. Pole position, clean race bonus, all the way to the end, P1. Way to go, Diablo. All right, let's go through the whole results. Papa, you want to take us through it?
Absolutely. We got RTR Diablo, like I said, from pole to finish line at every lap. Kay Naranjo or Oak, P2, Fernando Button, P3, Cornbread, 2/10 behind the leader in P4. Tight finishing right there. C-Dubs and P5, Bob P6, Mr. D. Rodriguez P7, and PHG Shaggy Duke. Rounding out that little second group we had going there. S to C just a hair behind that group. 9. Then we had about another 3-4 cars with the Serum and Johnny Boy P11, Belmora P12. A couple seconds back from them, you have PHG Vetterdan 13 and Pabst 14.
How about that? RTR Diablo, or we should start just calling him PHG Diablo.
Right.
Taking the lead, leading the pack all the way around. But how about that for C-Dubs? A little bit of redemption there. Starting all the way at the back, he found the loud pedal and made his way all the way up to P5, leading that second pack to the line. Good job, C-Dubs.
Yeah.
But there we go. That finishes our first race.
Once we told him which pedals to use.
Yeah.
There you go.
Imagine that. All right, so Chuck, I'm gonna hand it back to you for a couple of minutes. I'm gonna step away so you guys can talk to Pete a little bit more, and then I'll come back for the next race.
So, Pete, are you a NASCAR fan by chance?
No, I was up until, that's where I'm dating myself. When they started doing restrictor plate racing, I lost interest. So I was like a
lot of people
like,
yeah.
Yeah, I was not into it at all. Like, I was a big Bill Elliott fan when he raced with Ford. You know, there was a lot of Dale Earnhardt lovers out there, and you know, it's not or you know, Jeff Gordon. I mean, I basically was a Ford guy. I didn't necessarily. It was more about the car and less about the driver. Although I did really enough of
Yeah, he did. Didn't he end up setting the speed record in that Thunderbird at I think it was Talladega, like 210, 220 miles an hour?
Yeah, I think it was like 224, and then they were like, all right, that's enough. Yeah, I did like the car when they came out with the car of tomorrow. I thought those were
I liked how they looked. I didn't like how they raced. It was just really different.
Right. Well, I mean, I like the way they looked. I'm not necessarily saying I like the way they raced, but I did like the way they looked. So, no, I mean, listen, I love the majority of motorsports I can watch, right? Whether it's drag racing, NASCAR, road course, lately I've been watching a lot of off-road rally like WRC, Red Bull Channel, and also Paris to Dakar. That's been watching that. I'm picking up interest. I watched IndyCar until the whole split with kart and IRL, and I'm picking up again and watching a little more IndyCar. I'm a big MotoGP guy, big Formula One dude recently.
How'd you you mentioned Indy? How'd you like the crazy finish of the Indy 500 this year?
That was great. I mean, I've been to the race once. Yeah, I thought it was a great finish. The team was local here in Columbus, Ohio, but I thought the finish was fantastic. I've been to that event, but there are times when I feel like sometimes the best place to watch races in front of the TV. I mean, Indianapolis can get pretty humid in there, right? So I thought they're great. I'm still trying to finish the Detroit Grand Prix though. I have not finished that race on DVD-R yet. So.
Ooh. Rodriguez on the wall.
Are they at Nuremberg, right?
They are at Nuremberg.
Nürburgring.
Yeah, they have to. He has to pay for that repair to the wall, though. So just let him know that. Yeah.
Chuck, if you want to run us through what we're looking at for this.
Who was that?
Chuck, want to run us through the round info?
Yeah, I got it. So for our race 2 of our charity event, it's going to be 4 laps of the infamous Nürburgring, the green hell as they call it. Tires are on 3 times wear, so 1 lap equals 3 laps for tire wear. Available tires are racing medium and racing soft. You must use both during the race. So that means at some point you are going to have to go into the pits. That's going to add a strategy element to it. Fuel is set to 2 times. 1 lap of fuel equals 2 laps of fuel now. And 3 liters per second of refuel time. So definitely got to keep that in mind. The car is going to be the Mercedes AMG GT Black Series 20. I actually really like this car. I'm usually more of a Porsche guy when it comes to my European cars, but I really like the way this car sounds.
German car at a German track. This one is fun to drive. This one's definitely a fun one to drive. It can be hard to wrangle. It's got that active arrow on the rear wing. You see with Diablo there. It is up right now. I believe at the Nürburgring, because you are turning the car almost all the time, that's going to stay up all the way up until you either lower the speed enough or you get on straight at the very end. Yeah, fun car to drive around. Diablo with a little bit of a off-track excursion there. Gathers it back up, keeps it pointed the right direction.
I'm not gonna lie, this track always intimidates me. I'm very good at trying to figure out a rhythm, with different circuits. But with this one, just with the sheer size of it, I almost feel like you can't get a rhythm. It's just so intimidating.
It's nice seeing D. Rodriguez there in the old Dale Earnhardt Jr. number 8 livery. That's kind of cool. C-Dub's out there in P4. Are we still doing practice at this point?
I believe so. I don't think qualifying's actually.
Gotcha. Maybe that's why we're seeing all the off-track people trying to get used to it.
$25 dono from Sheld, the Sheldologist. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your support.
Shell?
Gentlemen, I think I'm going to step out at this point.
Okay.
For my wife's art exhibition.
All right.
So,
Mr. Klein, thank you for joining us. Thank you for allowing us to put on this event. We've all been pretty excited for today, so it's good to get this underway.
Yeah, thanks for sticking around and kind of, talking about what you got going on. We appreciate that. Have a good rest of your day. yeah, do you have any last words before you duck on out?
Yeah, I would say first off, thanks to everybody racing today and donating. And if you want to learn more about Vet Motorsports, please visit us at vetmotorsports.org. We're on Facebook. We're also on Instagram. If you know of a person struggling with their mental health, you can direct them our way or to the appropriate services. We're losing 22 veterans a day to suicide. We want to keep that suicide rate low to zero, and that's kind of why we're around. So other organizations too. I encourage everybody to make a donation to the nonprofit. All the money goes directly into our programming. And really, I want to thank everybody for thinking of our nonprofit and hosting us today as a charity of choice for this event. So thank you very much.
Honor.
Right. Other than that, thank you very much, gentlemen and everybody, and just have a great event today. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Peter.
Happy to do it, sir.
All right, guys, we'll talk soon.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks.
Man, what a great organization to be doing this for.
Right.
I mean, Peter's really a stand-up guy. It's nice listening to his stories and how passionate they are for helping out the veterans community and really trying to make things better.
I definitely recommend everybody go check out VETMotorsports.org. There's a cool website, stories, pictures. It's amazing. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, they do have a Vet Motorsports YouTube page as well, with a few different videos on there. In fact, some of the videos we're going to play today come from there, but you can check out more of the stories of success, stories of what they stand for there, and what it is that you're supporting with your donations today. So once again, a reminder, use the QR code you see on your screen to donate to the charity. Every dollar helps. We appreciate it. And it looks like we are going to be underway. Oh, that's right. We're not doing a qualifying. The previous race was the qualifier. That's why we have Diablo at the front. We do have a rolling start here. But here we go. Lights out. RTR Diablo taking us into turn one. Kane Aranjo close behind. We've got this really twisty section of the Nordschleifer to start off with. It's a really hard way to get going at this track before you get to the first long straightaway, which doesn't take too long to get there. A little bit of contact there between Kane Aranjo and Diablo. No harm, no foul. Certainly keeping tucked in behind. That's a great view we have in the cockpit. Watching Kane Aranjo try to track down Diablo. We know that passing here at the Nordschleifer is difficult, especially in all those twisty bits. But now as we come around this right-hander at the top of the hill, now we get a bit of a long straightaway. Here's a section where people want to make a move. This is one of the few places to make it on such a large track. It's weird to think there's really only a few spots that are good for passing. But here we go. Kane Aranjo does back out as they get to the left-hander leading into this long sweeping right. And it looks like first and second kind of separated themselves from the pack already. Interesting thing. Is that surprising, Papa?
It is. Usually, those tight turns, it really keeps everybody pretty close up at the beginning there. Everybody's getting right, so it's kind of weird to see one feature. As you can see, right behind them, though, about a few seconds, we've got quite the battle. This is what I expected.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all nose to tail. I mean, I guess that goes to show that, P1, P2, they got some skill. Maintaining all your momentum through all those twisty bits is difficult, especially keeping the car on track. Shaggy Do going for a move here, getting around Krulov on a bit of a straightaway. Looks like he is not going to make that stick, but dives it again as they come to the next corner. Krulov giving him room. Good on him. Shaggy just not able to get it done. They head into the next right-hander, still trying to track these guys down. 5 cars in a row. Nice to see. And Escassi not too far behind, also keeping them in sight. here, they come up to, there's this long sweeping right-hander. You're going to get into a couple of tight braking zones. You come around this corner here. It kind of goes downhill, tight around. Got to be careful not to lose the rear end as you exit there, but everybody keeps it together. We got another left-hander here. Oh, gets up onto the grass, Fernando, but doesn't lose the rear end. Right hand here, and then a bit of a short kind of runaway before we get into another hairpin, and then another long section. It's a good passing zone. We'll see if anybody's able to make a move and use that slipstream for a slingshot. They want to try to carry as much speed around this right-hander as they can while not losing the rear end when you come out of it. Looks like everybody getting through there okay.
So,
and still some tight racing. Go ahead,
Chuck. I was about to say, so far we've got $560 in donations, and from what I can tell with a little bit of research here, so far our donations will fully cover the expenses for 2 to 3 veterans with service-connected injuries to participate in an active hands-on motorsport event, including all of their gear, track fees, and meals. So we're looking at things from everything from track access and vehicle prep, registration at the track, fuel, event insurance, loaner gear and safety maintenance and its upkeep, and some trackside logistics and hospitality, stipends, etc., etc. So if you are able to, please consider donating. Check out the QR link screen or the link pinned in the chat below.
All right, that is good to hear that we've made some progress already. That is great, man. While you were running through that, we saw a couple people with some off-track incidents, particularly D. Rodriguez lost a few spots. I think we just saw back in 13 another off with Vetterdan, I think, had hit the wall back there. But yeah, everybody still keeping it straight. Here they go coming around. Oh, Johnny Boy goes a bit wide. Oh, it was Johnny Boy that lost it. And RTR Diablo had a penalty up there in the front that we just saw as well. Not sure where he got that, but it appears he has made some space between him and Kane Aranjo. 3 seconds. 3-second lead. Not even one lap through is a significant lead there. And then Kane Aranjo's ahead of Cornbread by, was that 6 seconds, I think is what it's showing? Almost 7. So, but then there's the pack behind Cornbread. A swarm of bees, as they say, all trying to work their way around. Now, granted, these AMG Mercedes don't sound like bees at all. That's more the Mazda touring cars, but still fun to watch. C-Dubs has gained a spot up into P4. We know he started in P5, keeping Cornbread in sight. This pack back here, Fernando Button up to P5. Jerusalem sitting in P6. They're coming around the mini carousel, and then they're going to work their way onto the long straightaway, where again, especially with these guys being all tight here, we may see some slingshot passing coming around. Diablo may lose the lead here. This is such a long straightaway that Kane Aranjo, especially with the slip, is probably going to get past him before we get back to the start-finish line. See that closing speed. That time is dropping down quick.
That is.
Man, that is a long straight. Real quick shout out to Lusa King and Anna Maria Dash. Lusa King with a $50 dono and Anna Maria Dash with a $30 dono. Appreciate your support.
Kane Aranjo going for the pass. He caught him just as they got into the turning sections and wasn't able to get it, but now he is right on the bumper. RTR Diablo, so headed back. Oh, Diablo hits the wall. Tries to cut into the and hit the apex right and misjudged it. Ended up clambering the wall with the front end of the car and loses the lead. Let's see this again. Papa, can you take us through it?
Yeah, like I said, he just trying to cut that corner. Right side of the car, right against that wall. Apex just bounced him out.
Yep, unfortunately now he's still sitting in P2. They had plenty of time that they had put between third place. But it looks like Kane Aranjo, now that he doesn't have Diablo to try to pass, looks to be putting some distance on. Back in the mid-pack, we still have cars nose to tail here. Fernando Button has lost out a little bit back to P7 with Felmora and Truth Serum up in 6th and 5th. And Taps is right on Fernando Button's bumper.
Taps have been making up some ground here. Finished last Daytona qualifying.
Fernando goes off. Fernando went off, touched the wall, kept it straight though, but easy position for Taps here. Yep. So that corner right there, you really want to try to carry as much speed because it's this long straightaway afterward. If you overslow it, you're going to give the opportunity for people to come and get around you. But if you misjudge it, that's what can happen. You go off into the grass, and when you're in the grass, there's no other option than to allow the wall to slow you down.
That's good.
Yep, one little mistake, just trying to be a little too eager, but you know, that's what the Nürburgring does. The green hell will chew you up and spit you out when you just have the slightest lapse in judgment.
And the track's just so narrow. Whenever I'm on there, I feel confined, right? There's not a whole lot of room to move around and, try to make a pass.
So D. Rodriguez back in the rear here. He started it was in the top 5 of the top 6. So we saw him have a couple of different incidents as they were going around, getting off of the grass here and there. It looks like one of them must have bit hard enough that he is now racing for hashtag not
With that or
yeah, that could be.
Budweiser.
There we go. As Kay Naranjo still up in the lead, has given himself a 4-second gap to Diablo back there. In fact, we can only see him off in the distance when they're on a bit of a straightaway. So Kay Naranjo feeling confident and comfortable up here in the lead. There's the Diablo, who still has a 9-second lead over Cornbread. One thing we haven't talked about is tires. Kay Naranjo and Diablo look like I think they both started on racing softs. Can we check in with Kay Naranjo really quick? Yeah, racing softs for the two of them. So now it makes a little more sense why they pulled away. Cornbread was running racing medium. We just want to quickly cycle through.
Conho's on the meat.
Oh, he is on the mediums. Apparently my eyesight isn't so great. So Kay Naranjo just really showing off his skill. Able to keep up with Diablo throughout that first lap, and then obviously able to pounce when Diablo made the mistake on the final turn. But now Cornbread running on mediums. And it looks like Felmora also on mediums. Truth Serum on, is that mediums?
Z-Dubs on the softs.
Z-Dubs on the softs. Z-Dubs was up in P4. It looks like he has fallen back a bit.
I honestly, I think those softs, they've worn pretty well. Might be a thing.
Yeah, they're about halfway down. That's a good call, Papa. I mean, 2 laps on softs, 2 laps on mediums, that seems about right.
Yeah.
STC. Yep. Shaggy 2 also on the mediums.
Real quick shout out to Boosie King for another $50 dono. Do appreciate you, sir.
Hetterdam's on the mediums. Got Kulov on the softs. On the mediums. Johnny Boy on the softs. Rodriguez. Actually closed down. He's catching the back of this.
And Johnny Boy really had eaten up his tires a bit more than some of the other soft runners that we saw. Might be just a matter of the fact that he's been in the back doing some battling. And we saw a yellow flag there. Did not see anybody off. Might have been just a temporary off that didn't result in a spin. Checking with Shaggy running the number 88. I wonder if he's jealous that D. Rodriguez is running the number 8 DEI car. Shaggy, do another Dale Jr. fan. more the 88 era than the 8 era, it seems. I always see him running the 88 as opposed to the number 8.
So if you're on the mediums, do you run that third lap knowing that your softs are going to wear out on their second lap? Hit now and just stretch it. God, 12.5-second lead. Pablo here.
Yeah, man, and that we see that the soft tires for Diablo are way down. He's gonna have to be very careful coming to the end of this long straight, carrying all this speed. Doesn't break quite a bit early. This could get pretty sketchy. Let's stay on board with him as we enter into the braking zone now. Yep, he's on the brakes nice and early, trying to get it slowed down. Yeah, it looks like he's got it under control, no problem, but he's gonna have to pit at this point. 2 laps on the softs, looks like you are barely able to make it, and Kane Naranjo stays out for a 3rd lap on medium, so he can full send on the final lap. Deep Pabst also staying out, also on the mediums. Those mediums actually look pretty good. So really doing 3 laps on the mediums and 1 on the softs might be the way to go. That's going to allow you to utilize your car the most, as opposed to limping around for that second half a lap on the softs.
Yeah, Sal, it's going to be real interesting to see that, because I mean, look at the fuel consumption too. You know, obviously fuel adds weight, and that's definitely going to be interesting to see how it plays out as we continue this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Say waiting to the last lap to put on the softs and only having maybe a little over a quarter tank of fuel to finish it off. That may be the play. That's what Kane Naranjo's doing. We've certainly seen Kane Naranjo finish near the top of the results in many a race. You don't want to speak too soon, but he looks to be, as they say, in the catbird seat at this moment. As long as he can keep it together, that may be the way to go. Diablo, who was our leader coming into this, a little bit of an off track there in the grass, but keeps it pointed straight. We see that he has pitted as a fresh set of racing mediums and just enough fuel to make it, but he does have Cornbread harassing him from behind. Back in P6, I believe a lot of those cars that are ahead are people that haven't pitted yet, so it will be interesting to see how this all shakes out at the end of lap 3. Bill Felmora can see those 2 cars ahead. They're still within eyesight. He's got the carrot that he's chasing. Also running on the softs, so I believe must have just pitted to get off those mediums and is going to try to do 2 laps on the softs. The other advantage that the soft runners are going to have by taking it second is that they may not be in traffic. Like Felmora's not dealing with the understeer that you get from the dirty air, which could help the tires last longer, along with the less weight. So at the end of that last lap, they may have more tire tread left than what we saw from Diablo when Diablo pitted at the end of lap 2. Trulop back here, also fresh set of mediums. Going around, looks like he has a lot of clean air around him. 3 seconds behind Shaggy, but 8 seconds ahead of Fernando Button. Fernando Button also able to put in some clean laps now. Had an incident or 2 while mired in traffic, but should be able to just run his race at this point. G. Rodriguez back at P12, so has picked up 2 spots after those set of pit stops. PK2 Johnny Boy. Ooh, a little bit of a commentator's curse there. It goes off and kisses the wall, but keeps it pointed in the right direction.
That was all you saw.
Yep. My apologies, Johnny Boy. And then C-Dubs back in E14, off into the grass there for a New York minute. Watch the replay of that. Around this corner. Let's see, he's going to try to cut the inside to get into this next one. And touches the curb, which shot the car over, even hit the wall there. Yeah, it's going to help his chances of getting out of, not last. Here we see Oak back in the front. Those mediums starting to wear. You know, now we're kind of at the point of what we saw the soft runners at the end of lap 2. At the end of lap 3, those front tires are about 2/3 gone at this point. He is likely feeling the effects of that. And this is the most technical part of the track. You know, the very beginning part is a short-lived technical section. Then after the carousel, it gets really technical until you get to the long straight. But B Pabst here running P2, a lot better looking tires at this point. Has only dropped about 50% of the tread off. So Pabst, the tire whisperer. What do you think about that, Papa?
Pabst running this. Making moves. Tires look good. He should actually closing in a little bit on Oak. Their pits. And they're both going to be on the softs for that final lap. Oak does have that 20-second lead.
Yeah, Oak definitely way up there. Will probably still stay ahead even after the pit stop. Pabst up in P2. Like you said, started last. I believe he's only in P2 right now because he has kept his race clean and because he hasn't pitted yet. So it will be interesting to see just how many spots he'll need to make up once the pit stops are done. Because he likely will not come out in P2.
No, he'll probably be somewhere like or P5.
All right, Better Dan in P3, also looking like is doing the 3 laps on the medium strategy. I like that Red Bull livery. That's very Max Verstappen-ish, right? All you F1 fans out there, isn't that what he runs around in?
Yeah, you know, I think he does. And have I been seeing that he's been dipping his toes into WEC recently, the World Endurance Championship?
I'll be honest, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, Chuck. I can't help you with that. Maybe Jack.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've been seeing that he actually raced here at Nürburgring recently.
All right, here we saw Ecstasy and the Truth Serum seem to have a battle going. And here we are. We got Kane Aranjo in the pits, our leader, down to 3% fuel. So it looks like you get about a third of a lap, or I'm sorry, a third of a tank per lap on that. So he'll have to fill up to probably 35% or so to make it the rest of the way around. But getting those mediums off, putting on a fresh set of softs, come out probably still with a comfortable lead, I would say. B Pabst and Better Dan also in the pits. We see B Pabst with a lot more fuel left. 18%. Is definitely going to make up some time in the pits. Better Dan down to 7%, SPC down to 10%. So B Pabst would save, 10 to 15% more fuel than the others, along with being really good on the tires. I don't know. I'm anxious to see how this last lap turns out.
Me too. Here we go. Pabst came out in P3. Is almost 10 seconds behind P2. And what a gain. That's 9 position gain right there. Cornbread right on his butt. Right on up rear bumper. Cornbread. Honestly, top 5 are within 20 seconds. Over at 12 miles. Hi.
12 miles. Shoot me, Chris.
What is it, 144 like that?
I think it depends on which circuit layout you're on. The Nordschleife is going to have the least amount, minus the GP circuit, of course. But it's when you add the GP circuit and the Nordschleife in there, I think, is when you get up to 140. I think it's somewhere around 100 turns for just the Nordschleife, which is still a lot.
All right.
I know it took me a long time to get this track memorized, for sure. I'd run around it many a time, but always kind of had the radar, one step out so you could see what the upcoming turn was on the radar. And it wasn't until NRL Season 3, when we ran here, that I put in enough practice laps that I was able to turn that radar off and I actually had all the turns memorized, which certainly helps, with your flow. You can kind of plan, 2, 3, 5 turns in advance. Better Dan using all the track. Almost going completely off, but trying to shake down or chase down Shaggy Dooster.
And one of the key things I think with Nürburgring is being real careful on these curves. You see them using them, but if you look real close, they're kind of like an angled curve as to what compared to what we're usually used to. And if you take the curve too aggressively and take too much of that curve, then you're going to get sent.
I think I was going to say, kind of what we saw, what happened to C-Dubs minutes ago. Went to that curve and it kicked them out to the outside.
Yeah, it certainly is an aggressive curbing they have here. Not only is the track skinny, but those curbs can certainly be deadly. So there are spots where you can certainly get up on and over it and try to get a faster line, but you kind of do so at your own peril. Surprisingly, we haven't seen many spins here.
No, we haven't. But honestly, that's why these guys are the All-Stars.
Right. I mean, yeah, as a reminder, this is the All-Star race. These are the top 7 drivers in the GT1 class and the top 7 drivers in the GT3 class. Putting their talents out on the track, and we're seeing that. We've seen some brief off-track stuff, but I don't think we've actually seen a spin yet, have we? But here we got our leader, Kay Naranjo, going through the carousel that marks about the halfway point. And thank you, Turtle Shell, for the $25 dono. We appreciate that. Again, as another reminder, be like Turtle Shell. Use the QR code that's on the screen to get to the donate page. As we talked to Peter earlier, all the money goes towards their programming. They've got very low overhead as far as administrative stuff goes, so more of your dollar goes to help the charity at hand.
Over 80% of $80.
That's good. That is amazing. And good to see.
Oh, yeah.
And you can also use the link that's pinned down in the chat. We also got to remember the $100 dono from Leo. He was having some technical difficulties trying to get things worked out where he's at right now. So we are actually at $765.
Amazing.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Back on track, B. Pabst here in P3, so only lost 1 position on those pit stops. I think that extra fuel saving really helped out the less time in the pits. 5 seconds off of the Truth Serum, who's now up in P2. He kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, he was back mired in traffic, and after these pit stops has come out up at the P2 spot.
Ooh, look at that front tire. Horn.
Yeah, he's running on the softs. About to get to the second, the mini carousel, and then it's pretty much the straightaway. So this is kind of what we saw from the other drivers. I mean, the True Serum is obviously pushing this. He's trying to see if he can catch up to P1. Kay Naranjo has a 15-second lead at this point, so that's probably out of reach, but was definitely pushing those tires through those, through the final 2 laps here. Definitely ran 2 laps on those softs. B. Pabst with plenty of softs left. Now getting onto the Dottinger herd.
The roof right in front of him. See him. I don't think he's going to get.
Yep, 3 seconds back is not enough to have the slipstream help you out. $25 dono coming in from Shaggy and Mish. Shaggy doing I'm assuming that Mish made the donation. I can't imagine Shaggy is donating and driving. We don't endorse that.
Right.
Although it wouldn't surprise me, he is our resident alien.
But Kay Naranjo has crossed the line as our winner of the All-Star race for Season 4. Congratulations to Kay Naranjo. The True Serum going to come across the line in P2 with B. Pabst not far behind. Really impressive run by B. Pabst, going from last to third.
Yeah.
Oh. And then Corbett coming across in P4, followed closely by Felmora. P5. Look at that front left tire, almost gone. Ate it up. Vetter Dan coming across the P6.
Out of fuel. Oh, he made the
Or
jump.
out of fuel. Oh, I didn't realize that. Shaggy coming across the P7. Ecstasy P8. Diablo, our pole sitter, comes across the P9. Krulov P10. Fernando Button making the last few turns. Gonna come across in P11. Still has some fuel left. PHG D. Rodriguez gonna come across the line in P12. We got BK2 Johnny Boy gonna come across in Lucky 13. And then we've got C-Dubs back in P14, 29 seconds back. He just wants to make us wait. I think he's doing this on purpose, because now we have to try to fill time with nothing to talk about. But C-Dubs. I will note that you see on the side of his car Paul Davis. Paul Davis, one of our sponsors for the PHG World Series. The other sponsors we have are 4D Racewear, Simnet, and MZW. Definitely go check them out. He's got all four of them on the side of his car. Well done, C-Dubs. Way to not quit. The real I Finished Racing team. Good job. But congratulations to Oak for taking the victory here in the PHG Season 4 All-Star Race. Congratulations, Oak.
Boom.
All right, Papa, you want to take us through the unofficial result?
Like you just said, we got Oak as our winner. With he actually had the best lap too. 0.97. P2 Sector 7's the Truth Serum. Nice job. And rounding out the podium, coming 14th to 3rd, Mr. Pabst. What fun. Incredible. P4, Cornbread. 5, we have Felmora. P6 is PHG Better Dan. 7, PHG Shaggy Doo, who almost caught Dan. Dan ran out of fuel there coming to the line.
1.5 seconds. Wow.
Yep. Let's see, and then we have 8. That's Steve. P9 is PHG Diablo. 10 is NVR's own Bob. P11, Fernando Button. 12 is PHG Rodriguez. 15, DK2 Johnny Boy. Rounding out our field only. Dubs. Race. But I love the way this was a race event. Actual qualifying.
Yeah, I like doing the qualifier as a race.
Yeah.
Because that and then it sets the field for the next one. There's something you don't see that elsewhere, so it's fun doing it that way for sure.
Yeah.
Right, and it was definitely really cool how Shaggy set it up, because it's two totally different styles of racing. You know, I brought up before about how we've talked about how oval racing is a completely different skill set compared to circuit track racing, and it really tests the driver's skill to incorporate both of those into a event like the World Series All-Star Race.
Well, good job to all the All-Star racers. Very nice. It was a pleasure to meet Peter. I think we're going to take about a 5-minute break real quick. Then we will have another interview for you guys. I think we'll start getting our first delivery contest, if I recall. Hold on,
Yep,
guys.
that's what we'll do. So yeah, once we get back from the break, I will work on getting the lobby set up for the livery contest. I will post the room ID in the charity, or no, not the charity event chat. I will post it in the same chat that Shaggy's been using, the season 4 chat. So look for the room ID in there for those of you that are competing in the livery contest, and we'll be back after a short break.
That'll work.
engine wake. We came here to give, we came here to play. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Raise it up high, let the whole place know. VETMotorsports, that's the heart of the show. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Kids buy the trophies, leaning on the rails. Dads telling stories, spinning victory tales. A sign hood gleaming under the tent. Every bit of blessing, every dollar well spent. Hear that roar outside, hear that engine wake. We came here to give, we came here to play. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Raise it up high, let the whole place know. VETMotorsports, that's the heart of the show. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Hands in the air for the ones who serve, for the ones who drive, for the ones who work. One more cheer, one more out. Put that good back in the ground. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Raise it up high, let the whole place know. VETMotorsports, that's the heart of the show. PHG All-Star and Charity
VETMotorsports.org, what we do is we take injured warfighters from Afghanistan, Iraq, and place those veterans into motorcycle and motorsports events as part of a non-clinical outreach. This weekend we are sponsored nationally in the AMA Pro Flat Track Arena with Triumph Motorcycles North America, Castrol Moto, and Bonneville Performance. Very similar parallels between serving in the military and being in this environment. Camaraderie, adrenaline, and really showing value to somebody. When you show here, everybody's got an assignment, they're in a team, so it really replicates being in the military in that regard.
Yeah, a friend of the family knew that I liked motorsports a lot, and they were living in North Carolina and told me about it, and I said, sure, I need a reason to go back to school. Motorsports is something I enjoy, so I thought, let's do that. This is actually my very first experience with VETMotorsports, so I'm still learning all the ins and outs of what they're about, but I learned about them from my professor, just a way of getting them hands-on, kind of a different kind of rehab, something good for veterans to do.
A lot of these guys, I mean, they're great guys. I mean, they just want to help, and they just want to be part of the team, and they're all so grateful just to be here and just to be part of something again. And these guys, they go from being in the strictest competition in life to being in civilian life. So to bring vets into our program and give them something to compete for and help them with, it's something that I think is very beneficial.
We're losing 20 veterans a day to suicide. Although this program does not solve that problem, we feel that unique programs like this are able to address some of those issues by getting veterans out into civilian society, integrated into a positive environment, and making a difference in their lives.
It's a great opportunity. I'm really grateful to have it, and I just hope that more veterans can find out about it and get out here and experience what I'm experiencing.
This is the story of our life, and all the visions come true.
good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you are in the world. We are back from our little break here. I am PHG Mustang Chuck. This is the Papa's House of Game community charity stream benefiting Vet Motorsports. We have a full day of racing planned for you. We've already done the All-Star race, and we plan to go for several more hours. Right now, up here in the booth, as somebody to interview, is a fellow veteran that I have raced door to door with a handful of times here in Gran Turismo 7. It's just Carl. Carl, how you doing today, sir?
Oh, good, sir. Glad to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
Hey, always glad to have you, man. So some real quick questions we were going to ask you is what branch in the military did you serve in, and what years were you in?
So I joined the Navy in August of 2001. I was a CB, not on no ship, but spent just over 20 years and 9 months. Retired in 2022.
Fair enough. Yeah, I've dealt with some CBs in the past. You know, I've was deployed with a couple of them, and have known a few through all of my years in the military. What was your MOS specifically? Because the CBs, they all have different jobs within the CBs. If anybody didn't know the CBs, they're a naval construction kind of unit. Correct me if I'm wrong, Carl, but I'm pretty sure I'm remembering correctly. And of course, with construction comes with a lot of different jobs within that field. So, what was your MOS?
Yeah, so my main MOS and military occupational specialty, but the Navy rating was utilities man. My main job is supposed to have been to do piping, plumbing systems, water treatment, water purification, air conditioning, all that kind of stuff. And actually ended up, you wear a lot of different hats. Like you said, and your bit of knowledge on CBs is pretty good, brother. There's 7 specific jobs. We all do each other's job. So that's the difference between, a Navy unit, engineering, combat engineering, construction unit versus like a Army Corps of Engineers or other units where you have one guy that holds the bolt, one guy that holds the nut. No, CBs do it all. With a smaller quantity of people, get more done and be safe about it. That's kind of the goal there. Contingency construction, tactical movements, defensive posture stuff, building up the basis for the Marine Corps, FOBs and COPs all over Iraq and Afghanistan. That was what kind of my deal was. My whole career was revolving around that GWAT Expeditionary Forces kind of environment. Leadership roles, all that stuff is all part of that. Your job is not necessarily your job.
Yeah, I can definitely appreciate that. I know, once I hit, especially the active side, and we'll talk more about it a little bit later. But I
Yeah,
learned
all good.
once again, your job is not your only job, and you get
Yep.
slapped with a bunch of additional duties. And hey, you've got to now you're in charge of this as well, and you
Yeah,
kind of
dude.
got to do the juggling act of, okay, I got to do this now. I got to do this. How do I stay squared
Yeah.
away on everything?
And when you're deployed with people that are different skill set, a different mindset, different combat mindset, they just think CB, get this done. They don't think air conditioning tech, etc. But I'll tell you a short story here, and then I don't want to take too much mic time. But a short story, just it was kind of interesting throughout my whole career. I think I did my job maybe 10 times. The rest of the time I was doing weapons instructing and doing all kinds of different tactical movement team training and training for things that never happened. Thank goodness, we were very lucky. But a story. So I had a water bladder we filled for showers on field exercises, and we would build these tent camps. Vietnam style, like digging in entrenchment, foxholes. Uh, Everybody was just nasty living in the field. Anyway, we were in charge of making sure everybody had a shower. Me being the person that I am and dumber than a box of rocks, I tried to keep the bladder from rolling down a hill. We're talking like 8,000 gallons of water, my friend. Um, you ever tried to stop a rolling bladder with 8,000 gallons? You think, what, 7 pounds a gallon? That's a lot of weight. But
Mhm.
my point of that is I was dumb, but being part of a bigger team was something that was very important to me. And being part of a bigger team, just like racing here, just like you guys really building these communities up. Sim racing brought me back to life. It gave me a purpose beyond the military and after the military. So I appreciate the camaraderie over here. You guys are killing it. Keep those donations flowing in. What a great organization this is. You're talking 2013. You're talking how many years of dedication to a nonprofit organization. Is great stuff, man. Good cause.
Yeah. Yes, it is indeed. Remind us, what is the CB motto?
So can do, but can do since 42. You know, you could go Construmos, Patumos, you could go a lot of different areas with that one. But can do since 42 has always kind of been my guiding light. 1942, obviously, the CBs were created in response to Pearl Harbor. And December 7th, 1941, when Pearl Harbor happened, they needed somebody to go out there and get shot at while doing construction. That's kind of the thing behind the CBs.
Indeed,
We
indeed.
build,
So
we build,
next
we
question.
fight. We build, we
There you
fight.
go.
Yep.
There you go. My next question for you is, why did you join the military?
You know, I was a young punk out of Illinois. I didn't really have a lot of drive. I've never really been part of anything, never really accomplished anything. I was a high school dropout, had some misguidance a little bit, and I needed some direction. My grandmother told me, she said, "Carl, you either uh, do something with your life or don't come back," and I chose to join the military.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So, what are some of your favorite memories? I know you touched on it. I think, well, I don't know if that would be a favorite memory, which you were talking about before, but some of your favorite memories from being in the military.
Favorite memories, probably getting off the plane, coming back from Iraq in 2003. We were getting off the plane and being greeted by all these people. You know, they treated us so much different than they did the Vietnam guys. Um, we had landed in a small airport in the Northeast, and there's probably 30, maybe 40 other older people, a lot of them veterans themselves, USO tour type stuff, giving us phones and free beer and all the things that Navy guys like, Marine Corps. You know, everybody out there just getting loaded right after a combat tour.
Hmm.
But just the moment of appreciation, just that, you know, even if it's just a minute or two, just say thank you to each other. You know, that's one of the things I always appreciated. They really thanked us for what we were doing, even if it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, and I can confirm that from my own return from Afghanistan. Is the military took a definite, uh, deliberate approach to make us all feel, appreciated when we got off the
Part of a
plane when
team.
when the tour
Yeah.
was finally over. You
Yep.
know,
A
um,
lot.
so
Absolutely.
go ahead. Oh yeah, yeah. So um, I can attest to that as well.
I think
Um,
I think the 22 a day thing, you know, the CEO there was talking, I believe he's the CEO or board of directors, whatever the owner of the company was talking about it, 22 a day deal, right? So
mhm,
when we come back from these deployments, and I don't care if they're 3 months, 5 months, a week, you know, it doesn't matter what branch you were, doesn't matter what you did on those deployments. Everybody has some level of sacrifice. I know Chuck, you
mhm,
understand that. I know you can relate. You know, Eric, you guys, you know, your service, everybody, there's so many people, Leo, so many people coming in and out of the circles of friends here that can relate to each other. And that's part of what, you know, what I enjoy about this, you know, still having that
right,
camaraderie. It's hard to replace that camaraderie. It's really hard to replace that adrenaline. You know, a couple tours
mhm,
in Iraq and a tour in Afghanistan for me was less than one tour for the Army. So
mhm.
you think about that time, it's pretty wild.
Yeah. Well, and even coming from my own end is, it's a totally different part of the world than we're used to, and your experiences over there, you know, you remember them, and it changes you just from, even if it's on something that you would think is inconsequential, right? Just that different
Hmm.
culture and how it is over there.
Yeah,
Um,
nothing like going into Porta John in Mississippi, 2 years after you get back from Iraq, thinking that you left your firearm in the Porta John when you leave. Your brain gets
yeah,
trained, you know?
I've woken up a time or two coming out of the field thinking like, "Where's my weapon? Oh wait, I'm not in the field anymore."
Yeah, where's my gas mask? Where's my mop suit? Where's my ammo? Where's my, you know, my MREs, my beans, my bullets, my band-aids? I was, you know, anyway, I could talk for hours, but I won't take too much here.
Right.
But
So the last question I have for you then is, what got you into sim racing? You touched on it a little bit beforehand too. So what got you into sim racing?
so I realized I'm terrible at driving a car in real life, and it's the only place I could actually feel like I can do decent. No,
Hmm.
I really enjoy it. I
Don't you
think it's
drive a
something
car for a living
progressive.
like I do?
Well, I may have put in my 2 week notice with Uber.
Oh, did you?
No, I don't. I haven't been driving, sir.
Oh, okay,
Good to hear
okay.
your voice, Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, it's a lot of fun. And, you know, whether it's Gran Turismo 7 or other platforms, there's a lot to be learned. And actually, you know, there's a lot of you guys have helped me not just with racing, but and a lot of us have been helped by PHG and family. but with just dealing with life and becoming a better person.
Yes, very, very much indeed. It's one of the things I think that all brings us together. And yeah, well, we appreciate you coming by, and you gonna hang out with us for the rest of the stream and check out the rest of the excellent racing for the day.
I'll hang out. I'll keep quiet because my filters are on and I'm gonna leave them on.
Fair enough.
Carl, C-Dubs here. You know, you and I have talked about that, so I wanted to bring this up. It's just so fun. You know, so he being in the Navy and myself being a Marine, you know, we were not he and I personally, but the Marines and Navy are on. We're on the same basis a lot of times. It's either a Navy base or
The
Marine
Marines
Corps
and
base.
Seabees especially.
Oh yeah.
Seabees,
So
yeah.
something you learn early on in the Marine Corps is to always befriend the Seabees, because the Seabees can make things happen that your command cannot. I mean, if you know somebody, they'll sneak over after hours and build that hut for you or add on to this building for you. I mean, if you know the right people. So you learn quick. You befriend the Seabees without question.
But if not, and I'll tell you another short story and then I'll shut my mouth here. We had a gunnery sergeant that was our battalion. He was our battalion tactical training liaison. So he was the guy that was teaching us how to defend ourselves. All right, whether it be Marine Corps martial arts, whether it be shooting positions, understanding all the tactical employments of our weapons, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, he decided one day he was going to go. This is Flowshire Echo 5, my second tour. He gets inside the porta john, goes to the bathroom, and all of a sudden finds out there's an MRE bomb inside of his vent tube to his porta john. Now all that is a water bottle with an MRE heater in it. If you were a Marine, you know how loud that explosion might be. Pretty funny.
Oh yeah.
He stopped talking trash to us after that.
Yes, I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Poo water. Anyway, thanks guys.
Absolutely,
Thanks,
Carl.
Carl.
Thank you for coming in, man. I appreciate you.
Hey, God bless. Good luck with the cause and the mission, and you guys have a blessed one, man. Enjoy the racing.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thanks, Carl.
All right.
All right. Well, let's get to our first livery competition. I don't know if people didn't get the word we were doing it yet, but we've only got 2 people in here.
Yeah, so this the first competition we've got, we're using the Amuse Super Ligera. It's the one that's the lower one in the picture there. The second one that we'll be doing a little bit later on is going to be with the C6 Corvette. So if there's any of you livery designers out there, or even if you're not a pro livery designer, by all means, throw something on a car and come out and show it off. We'll be doing the Corvette here a little bit later. And then the third livery competition will be any Group 3 car. With the third one, my intent was that we could throw together some cool VETMotorsports or PHG liveries, and that maybe we'll see them in some dailies and, you know,
Heck yeah.
GTWS and stuff like that. So, you know, by all means. But yeah, this first time around, we got this Amuse Super Ligera. It's a really cool looking car. I never see it used for anything. I think it's only ever been used in like a time trial or something like that. I haven't really seen it much at all. So wanted to put this out here. The last time we did the livery competition, we ended up using the not Monte Carlo, the Impala.
The Impala,
right?
Yep.
Which was a car that was impossible to not make look cool. And I believe it was Wrench Wench took home the winner in that one, which was a cool looking design. So with this one, we've got Nasty representing his green car there, and then I'm rolling out in the default like stock, or not stock, but the example livery I wanted to put together. Very basic. We could take a spin around of both of those. Wanted to make sure both of us got VETMotorsports on the hood. Once again, that's what we're here for. If you're interested in donating, you know, scan that QR code that you see on your screen or click the link that's pinned in the chat. Great charity to donate for, doing a lot of good work for, you know, the veterans, you know, in this country. So
I got to definitely say to Nasty, I disagree with what's on your rear bumper. I actually like that. I like that a lot.
Right.
That's hilarious. Yeah, Nasty's definitely put in. Let's see, what's on the back windows? He got some Shaggy love back there. Oh, Shaggy and the ladies. Is that what we have?
Yep.
Okay, okay. You know,
That's what
Nasty's.
Nicki Minaj and oh, what's the other one? I can't think of her name. But anyway,
I
go
can't
ahead.
see it well enough, but oh, hey, okay, yeah, yeah. It looks good. You know, Nasty's always got a certain theme uh, with his cars, and he's following suit here. So, good looking stuff, no doubt. I'd love it if more people were in here. Like I thought, sure, we would have some more competitors in the livery
Right.
competition.
I think I saw Diablo join the lobby. I'm not sure if Diablo's got a car to show off, or if Diablo thinks this is the next race. This is not the next race. This is just for the livery competition. But definitely come on down. Let's see. Yeah, he doesn't have a car queued up.
Maybe he's
Give
working on
Diablo.
it.
We'll give him a minute, see if he throws one in there, and then we can. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. So we'll wait for him to come in. I will be posting a poll in the Discord, so we can vote on which car is your favorite. In fact, since we've got the three here, let me go ahead and get that started while you continue to spin around and show these guys off.
The Hoonigan Mobile.
There you go. Nice slot,
entry,
buddy.
Nice entry, Diablo.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, seeing the Ken Block, I really do like that. It's kind of crazy to me the amount of motorsport legends we've lost in the past couple of years. I mean, we've got Ken Block, we've got Greg Biffle, we got Kyle Busch.
Ned Jarrett.
Ned Jarrett. Yeah, I was about to say it's wild that we're just losing all of these great drivers and representatives of the sport we love so much.
Yeah, I'm not a NASCAR guy at all, but I certainly recall Ned Jarrett on the background with my dad or whoever watching. Of course, he was a staple for NASCAR and such a unique commentator and voice. So, not one you would forget.
Especially with the son out there driving Dale Jarrett. That was always a cool little aspect of the racing.
Is it bad that I didn't know that, Papa? I really didn't. Yeah,
that's pretty bad.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
What's that say? Just don't die. Yeah, that's definitely a Ken Block theme. If you've seen any of his Gymkhana series, is and how he drives is don't die.
Those Gymkhana ones are really fun to watch. If people haven't looked those up, definitely go check them out. Those are really cool videos.
I think my favorite one, and this is me being, Mr. Mustang and American car lover that I am. My favorite Ken Block video, I think, was the one where he took the Hoonicorn, the classic Mustang that he set up and drifted out or whatever, and it was part of a Top Gear episode, and they drifted around Britain, and they apparently stopped right in front of Buckingham Palace and really rapped on the throttle real good, and it was implied that the Queen of England kind of poked her head out like, what are the Americans doing now?
Turtle Shell went all out on his amuse. He put new body panels. Things I didn't even know you could do with those cars. He has definitely done it. So looking good. I like how he's just strolling through, like la la la, nothing to see.
Honestly, this Jeep would have been a good idea, considering the charity we're trying to benefit. Would have been a great idea to do a livery contest. Never even thought about it.
Turtle Shell, he took care of it. You didn't need to. He's got it.
He's got
You know what? I'm adding him to the poll just because he made an effort. So
Fair enough. One of the things I found interesting about the Willys Jeep is I think you can do like a Hellcat motor swap in the game. Like how insane would that be? Like an old. Yeah, I've always thought about just doing that swap and like making some kind of wild like. You guys know I have a lot of experience drag racing and all that, and just some kind of top end. The feel I would want to give for the paint scheme for it would be. Somebody who is fueled by just raw speed.
Now, Sal and Nasty, if you guys could get like a cool drifting ring going here, that would be something. Let's test the skills.
Oh, you can't be serious.
Right? That's where I'd be. I'd be with Sal. Yeah, right. Oh, where'd he go?
There we go. Okay. You guys have to get in unison. You guys have to. Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
Bad.
There you go.
Oh,
oh no.
Yes. Drifting is not my thing.
Yeah, maybe.
This,
Turtle just
I
got
did
out
not
the
sign
way.
up for this.
There you go, Nasty. He's got it.
Big old burnout. Let's go.
I do wish the game would like actually show the rubber dude.
That would be.
It's a big old black man. What's the top of his car say? Swagger lifestyle.
Musty Turtle Shell do some donuts.
Yeah. There he goes. Ready? But I'm giving her all she's got, Captain.
Right.
Just don't have the power, Captain.
He's lucky to get underway, much less spin a tire.
Okay, so you have four to vote on, right, Sal?
Yep. So there's 4 there. It's in the Discord chat. Vote on your favorite one. I basically have it set that it will go for an hour, so we can announce the winner probably at the beginning of the next livery contest. Is what I plan on doing.
That's perfect.
So if you want to run through all 4 of them again, just really quick, just kind of give everybody one last look at each of the 4 cars, and then we can probably move on to the next race, I think.
All right, here we got Turtle. Get around to Billy's Amuse. There you go. Already hopping it.
Nice.
Then we got Sal. Good on the doors. Here we got PHG Nasty.
Yeah, to answer Busa King's question, that's me. That was my main form of motorsport for a few years, is drag racing, bracket racing, street style, no prep. I was always big on, hey, I could legitimately drive this car home right now. That's why I would run, Mickey Thompson cheater slicks and skinnies up front. But yeah, that was always my thing, is I wanted to have a car where it's like, hey, look, yeah, you got a straight race car, but if I really wanted to, I could drive this car home right now as is.
All right, go to the Discord, vote on your 4 cars. We're going to go ahead and get set up to hit. What are we expecting? And pull up the round info. Somebody want that while I jump in race lobby?
Yeah, so this is obviously this is our 3rd race after the All Stars. Now we start into the just dedicated charity races. We got 15 laps at Dragon Trail. Our tires are at day 3 times. They've got to use all. Is that right? Or no? I'm sorry. Okay, they're all available. Hards and mediums are required. Fuels at 1 time with 3 liter per second refill. And then the cars, it's interesting. Shaggy has laid out a list of cars, and it was sort of first come, first serve. Whoever jumped in there and picked their car. So, real quick to go down that list. I don't know. Do we have a slide for that, or do you want me to just go through what cars are available?
I don't, but I can actually. You can.
Yeah. So we've got Box, Miss Covington there in the Peugeot VGT. Shaggy is in the DBR 9. We've got Mr. Pat's Blue Ribbon in the FT1 VGT. Jorge in the Suzuka VGT. We've got Vetter Dan in the R8. We've got Cornbread in the GTR Nismo. We've got D. Rodriguez in the GT by Citroen. Wicco is going to be in the Atenza.
Yes, that
PHG.
says Wicco, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, I just did my quick translation there. PHG Ecstasy in the SLS AMG GT3. BK2 Johnny Boy in the Genesis Group 3. PHG Amarillo Dash. Volkswagen. And then, let me switch screens here. I done jumped off of our broadcast screen. I'm trying to read this off of YouTube, and it's all little.
Okay, so we have...
I'm not as young. Yeah, go ahead.
PHG Nasty is in the B12 Vantage. And rounding out our field, we have NVR Krulov in the RCF prototype.
There you have it.
I know those on-screen graphics now, right?
Yeah, I didn't. I thought it may have just been on YouTube, but yeah, same thing over in our Discord thing. So no worries. Do we have a favorite? I mean, don't say it. Don't. It's not the guy that we're watching right now.
It's so hard when you ask for favorites. If Jorge's in the race, how do you not make him favorites?
That's true.
This guy wins just about every race we come to. If not, he's in second. This guy is just amazing.
If Wood were here, you would almost say, okay, maybe it's Jorge or Wood.
Right.
But when he's not, it's almost like, there's a lot of fast guys in here, but Jorge's just on that extra little level.
Well, again, you're going to recognize a lot of these names from the All-Star race. You got Better Dan, Cornbread, Estes, Rodriguez, these Shaggy, Johnny. Guys were all just at those All-Star events.
Sure.
I was going to say, I think B. Paps could possibly give Jorge a run for his money. But my favorite, I'll pick just my favorite person. I got to go with Better Dan. You can't find a better one.
You cannot find a better Dan. That's true.
And just because of who I am, I have to go with Amarillo Dash because it's not the Beetle, but it is a Volkswagen.
That's fair.
And I didn't
colorful.
see a McLaren in there. Yeah, that is pretty intense.
You know, I gotta say, this is Dragon Trail Seaside has got to be one of my favorite tracks. I'm a little bit biased because this track is where I got my first win in Gran Turismo 7 in a World Series event. I think it was a Nations Cup event a while back, several years back, when it was all the Group 4 Sirocco's. And I don't know why, it really flows well for me. You know, the death chicane is definitely very a very what's the word I'm looking for? A very dangerous spot to navigate. And especially if you're door to door with somebody, you have to make a split-second decision on if you're going to try to what you're going to do in that particular sector.
Yeah, I'm just checking out. Man, a lot of people have put time into liveries here. I don't know if it's because of this or I would suspect some of them are. But yeah, it looks like a lot of people have put some work in on. Yeah, for sure. There's the VETMotorsports. Speaking of VETMotorsports, once again, don't forget that QR code's right there on your screen. We've got the pinned link. So easy. Click in there. Throw those guys a little something. What an awesome thing they are doing for our veterans. So make sure, remember why we're here. Take a look at that. Get your camera out, shoot a picture of that QR code, make a donation. Every little bit helps, guys.
100%.
Yeah, we're already at $690. It's showing on screen. Leo, as we discussed earlier, was having some technical issues based on where he's at, so we're actually at $790. But and we're not even. What are we up? Like in quarter of the way through the stream, if that.
Yeah, there's a lot of racing left to go here, folks. So we're going to be here for a while, provide you with some entertainment while we do our charity event, keep it in line with what we've certainly done in the past. Yeah, we're here to have some fun and raise some money.
I also point out, if anybody wants to DoorDash any of the commentators some food since we're stuck in our seats for 7 hours, shoot us a side message. We'll get you our address. You can work that out. I'm a big fan of lobster. I like ribeyes. I mean, just basic stuff.
Maybe back
Basic
for me.
What's the old military adage about if they serve you lobster and steak, that means something bad's about to happen when you go to the chow hall and, all of a sudden, oh, dinner's lobster and steak. Oh, no.
Well, that's definitely a deployment extension.
Right, exactly.
Well, in the Marine Corps, that's our birthday meal, and we would get that. And I think I've got an interview later, but that was certainly something to look forward to. It didn't matter where you were, what you were doing in the middle of the jungle. Somehow, lobster and steak showed up for the Marine Corps birthday meal.
Some of the best.
All right, Busa King in the chat. He's already provided 2 donations, but also says there's a PB&J on the way.
You know what? I'm not picky.
You rule, dude. Thanks, Busa King. That's still my all-time favorite sandwich. I love PB&Js, man. Even growing up, I like jelly and cheese sandwich.
Oh, Papa, you just lost us.
I know.
You just lost us.
Grape jelly with a slice of American cheese. My mom got me into it. I don't know.
Peanut butter and mayonnaise. Peanut butter and mayonnaise.
Okay.
I've always been a fan of Spamwiches. I love my Spam, and that got me through a lot of college. Which is Spam with ramen and Spamwiches with cheese.
Spam's the goat. Vienna sausages as well.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Just on saltines, you can't beat it.
Oh man.
Iraq 05, the Marines used to love to give us chicken of the sea, huge bags of tuna. Like, dude, if I have to eat tuna one more time. Oh, and that's where the energy drink thing started too, guys. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know, the Rippets. We were going 8, 10, 12, 15, 18-hour shifts, and they're like, just drink another Rippet, Carl. It's fine.
Fine.
Yeah, those of you in the chat who aren't ex-military like a bunch of us, Rippets is a meme in the veteran community, especially with the post 9/11 veteran community. The chow halls, the more built-up areas in Iraq and Afghanistan, they were filled with Rippet energy drinks, and so many of us have just survived off of that stuff just to try to stay awake.
Yeah, by the pallet, man. The defects were all loaded with Otis Spunkmeyer muffins, Metrix protein powder, and tuna, along with the Rippets. Monster thanks them to this day for the millions of dollars they made off of us.
Right.
Well, if it should have been $1 million, it was actually $10 million by the time it got to a defense contract. So
probably trillions with KBR, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole nother story.
Billions and billions and billions
of dollars.
It was the most they've ever seen.
It's the best energy drink.
I'm gonna be getting this.
Yeah, in the Discord, they're trying to get one more driver in, and then I think they're going to be getting underway. So it should be starting shortly.
Yeah, I did see Oak.
Oak. Yeah, Oak and K-Dub are both coming in. We were trying to get one of them, and then they both answered at the same time. So we're going to have 2 Genesis X in this race.
Perfect. All right. NX. Wrong with that.
Leo in the chat there is just in from the post office. He said gas is too expensive. Leo's just going to have to call everybody and read them their bills.
Got unlimited minutes, not unlimited fuel.
Yeah, and then who is it? Booster King down there with the typical little jab that all of the other branches like to give to the Marine Corps with eating green crayons for the Marines.
I hate when people say that because my favorite was blue. I don't know where green came from.
I like the red and the blue, actually. If you mix them, they make purple.
Yeah, exactly. Reminds you of jelly.
Oh, a man after Jorge's heart, it looks like, running in the purple Suzuki. I think Johnny Boy puts in here, Jorge about to whoop all our butts in a damn Suzuki.
So if I'm not mistaken, guys, help me. So Shaggy said the whole goal here was to take the worst of the Group 3 cars, right? Wasn't that the goal here?
That's the goal, but some of these aren't bad.
That's what I was wondering. Like, for the longest, that Genesis was meta. Now I don't know how bad it's been nerfed over the last few updates, but there was a time when the Jenny was rocking, and same with the Aston Martin. It was a good car. I mean, it was used recently. Was that the Daytona race that it was a contender, I think, in a daily?
I believe so. But also the RCF has had its time in the sun, and I believe the Audi R8 has actually become fast as of late, but a lot of people aren't used to it being a heavily mid-engine car. But that one's got some speed to it too. So we'll see. This will be a very interesting race because even if they're not bad, they're just cars that don't get used a lot. So
true.
It should be very
good-looking cars like this one right here. That's Toyota. I think
the
that is
FT1.
I think that's one of the greatest looking cars in all of the Group 3s. I wish it were a little more, competitive.
It used to be. It did get nerfed early on, and this car used to be.
And I think we got a history lesson from T-Case recently in a stream that the FT1 was a concept that eventually became the Supra, I believe is what he taught us recently in a stream. So the FT1 never became its own model. It morphed into the Supra.
Yeah, so unfortunately the game, a lot like the Peugeot that we're looking at here, is basically a VGT car. And the Peugeot we know has been a meta at like the Daytona Tri-Oval when we go there, but I think on most of the other road courses it definitely is.
Yeah, it's not been a couple months ago, back to that Audi, the R8 was the meta, or one of the two metas at Le Mans, I believe it was.
That could be. That R8 is strong. It's just not used.
I don't know really why I wouldn't have said this generally, but I've become a huge Genesis fan, and we've talked about it a little bit. I think TK and I talked about it recently, but with that Magma series coming, if it ever does finally drop in the United States, that is just a sexy vehicle, a sexy design. I don't know if you guys, any of you looked at, if anybody Googles Genesis Magma program, they're all this lava orange, magma, but they're they're basically out there to compete with essentially like the M series BMWs. But they are good-looking cars. Like if that, I believe the cars are actually the G70, G80, and G90. And I think the G80 is the one that I thought, man, it looks so good. It reminds you similar of an M3, but certainly sportier styling. Of course, they haven't released any specs on the engine, but if it's supposed to compete, you can expect it's going to have 600 horsepower. So, good-looking cars.
I will have to check that out at some point. Well, what do we have? Is qualifying underway here? I think it is at this point.
Yeah,
so looks like B Pabst. Yeah, so B Pabst is approaching the final turn here for the first set of hot laps, followed by Miss Covington in the Peugeot. We got Jorge, and that's Suzuki. That darn Suzuki. Let's see what these first sets of times are. Oh, surprise, surprise. Jorge's at
Yeah, big surprise there.
That shocks me.
Well, I mean, not everybody's crossed the line, so it's not official yet.
Yeah, we won't.
So we got Johnny Boy, Krulov.
We won't bring up that.
Ooh, Jorge real loose there.
You can always count on Miss Covington to be in that purple and black. That's like his staple. That's his thing. And it looks good. He does it very tastefully. And then
B Pabst, yeah, up in P3.
Yeah, and also that Red Bull livery. Like a lot of people say it gets overused, but man, it's a good looking livery. It's classic. Everybody
It is
knows
hard to argue with it. I do agree. I think it is used an awful lot, but it does look good. So in the same vein, you see the Rexy livery on Porsche all the time.
Yep.
But it looks really good.
It does. It's cool.
Hey, did you guys bother telling Jorge that he has to come into pit for a 200-kilogram add-on ballast?
Right. Each
And-
lap.
And he's on comfort tires.
Right.
Oh yeah. Grab a Snickers and watch.
Covington in the pits. Looks like Tuzza might be just happy with that time.
Hey.
And I think this is the final. Yeah, they're on the final lap here. So B Pabst and P3. I think we saw a couple of these guys here. We're just showing some blue sectors, so they're ahead of their personal best. See who can jump up the field. D. Rodriguez 7/10 off from B Pabst. Still has a lap to put in, along with Better Dan here.
That
So
Citroen looks like
SC
it's
is
holding good
done.
still. They're doing a good job with the Citroen. The balance of power seems better than it used to be. GR3.
Yeah, they have made things a lot closer together, for sure. But yeah, D. Rodriguez jumped up to P3 past B. Pabst there by less than a tenth. Wow. 97 hundredths up into P3. So we got Jorge and Covington on the front row, Rodriguez and Pabst on the second row. Followed by Ecstasy, Wicco, Shaggy, Vetterdan, P8. Come on, Vetterdan. You can do better than that. Kane Aranjo back in ninth. That's
what's
surprising.
shocking me. Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at it. You know, Oka's just really gotten so fast in this last 6 months or a year.
Yeah.
You know, something happened. Not that he wasn't fast before that. He was always contending, but now he's like right in the top all the time. But yeah, so it's really surprising to see him down now back in P10.
Well, I believe he said in Discord that he had to buy the car to get into this race. So I think he's still getting a feel for it. We'll see how it shakes out as the race goes on.
I definitely don't kind of. I agree.
Yeah. But Johnny Boy in 11th, Crew Lob 12th, Nasty in P13. And then a couple more. K-Dub in 14th and Amarillo Dash in the Volkswagen. Breaking Papa's heart.
Come on, Dash.
Yeah,
But there we go. I mean, no big surprise with Jorge and Miss Cummington up in P1 and P2. Yeah, kind of shocking to see Oak back in P10. Shaggy, you know, the one who made this in P7, running that DBR9. I don't know. What do you guys have for sleepers in this one? Do we think Jorge's really going to be able to pull this off in the Suzuki?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Or
Because
the
it's
Jeep.
Jorge.
Or yeah, pretty much whatever you threw at him, Group 4 car. But yeah, I do think Jorge will pull this off. I honestly highly expect and anticipate it to be, 2 through 5 could be any mix of those groups. Wicco's it's P6. He's fast. Shaggy. I mean, there might be some jumbling, but it's going to be good. I think
Pretty
we've
fast
got a race for second place.
I think so. I'd watch out for Mr. D. Rodriguez. B. Pabst. Watched him in the last All. That nerve go. Estes. Very capable. Got Oak. Nasty K-Dub. And yeah. But I agree. I think we're looking. Unless Jorge just disconnects.
Yes, if we got any hackers out there, now's your chance. No. There's a group behind him that will pitch in on a disconnect. I mean, I'm just saying.
So speaking of pitching in, let's once again remind people, if you're here watching the stream, we are here for the charity event for VETMotorsports. Click on the link that's pinned in the chat or hit that QR code that we got up on the screen. Give out a donation to VETMotorsports. They're doing a lot of good stuff for veterans in this country. But yeah, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, please consider giving if you are so able. But it looks like we are about to get this race underway.
Yeah.
And if I can jump in real quick, Sal, regarding everything. So as of right now, the funds that were donated will fully fund 3 veterans to have a track day. If
Awesome.
we have a $5,000 goal. If we reach that goal, it should approximately fund a track day for 19 veterans.
Wow. That would be
Chuck,
cool.
Any chance you made a side deal that we get to be on that list?
Glitch start here, y'all.
I wish I had that.
Yeah, I think this was a glitch start. I wonder if Shaggy's going to restart it, but maybe he's not. Maybe we're just going to go with it. But yeah, the first few cars just kind of shot out there while everybody was still stuck behind. Not sure what was going on there, but
it drives me crazy in the dailies when it does that. Uh-oh. Oak's already in trouble.
the drivers are calling for a red flag. We'll see if that's what happens. Yep, we're gonna start this one over. See if PD can get their servers figured out, and we'll give this another try.
Take another break, guys. Got another video that we can show real quick and give Shaggy some time to get everything to that. We'll be right back, y'all.
Awesome.
Sounds good.
Pulled up in the light, sun on the chrome, name tag swinging, everybody at home. Hot dogs running, raffle tickets in the air, big smiles, big numbers, love everywhere. Hear that roar outside, hear that engine wake. We came here to give, we came here.
I was nervous. My left foot was kind of like tapping, and I'm like, stop. I'm having a great time. This is awesome.
My name is Stephen Estrada. I was in the United States Marine Corps.
My name is Franklin Severio. I was in the Army. I did 21 years, 9 months, and 23 days. At first, getting all the briefing, it was kind of overwhelming. And I was just like, what did I get myself into? You know, am I going to be able to do this? Am I going to remember what they're saying? But once you get in the car and you got people there basically directing you where to go, I was like, oh man, I want to do this.
As far as getting that adrenaline rush that I've always been looking for, I got an autocross, and it's a safe environment. I'm able to go out and lay it out all on the track, and I just feel great after that run.
This whole weekend, it's unbelievable. I will never forget this experience. I want to do this like forever now.
I'm definitely going to talk about the program and all the great guys and everybody that's out here, the fantastic time we have, and get as many guys to come out and get them out of their houses and enjoy the fun with everybody.
Oh yeah, when I go home, I'm going to tell my friends and say, hey man, you got to do this at least once.
Pulled up in the light, sun on the chrome, name tag swinging, everybody at home. Hot dogs running, raffle tickets in the air, big smiles, big numbers, love everywhere. Hear that roar outside, hear that engine wake. We came here to give, we came here to play. PHG All-Star and Charity Event.
All right, everybody, welcome back.
Yeah, we'll all do it. We'll all welcome everybody back.
There we go.
All right. While we were away, thank you, Arrow, for the $25 donation. That is greatly appreciated. Looks like we're still waiting for Shaggy to get this thing all sorted out. He should probably be getting it pretty soon here and get this thing underway.
Yeah, take two. There's going to be technical difficulties. It's a long day. And that wasn't even, usually we're screwing stuff up. That was totally on PD.
That was
100%.
all PD.
Kaz. Darn it, Kaz.
Tell Shaggy to come back to his home state of Mississippi and grab this rain. This is getting old.
No, what it is PD is jealous of all the traffic that we are bringing in the ingenious race combos that Shaggy can think of.
Good answer. Good answer.
Yeah, Carl, I think that Texas has had their share of rain here the last couple of weeks, too. I haven't.
Oh, the Gulf Coast, on all the states, the Gulf states, man, it's just been pouring. Like 2 feet of rain in less than a month.
Yeah, we've been experiencing up here in the Cincinnati area. We've been experiencing a lot of rain too, and just wanting to go and do a pool day, float around all day long, listen to some Jimmy Buffett, and have a few drinks. It's been delayed. I feel like the past couple of years, just because of the sheer amount of rain we've had. I just started noticing it this year.
Like,
snowing in the La Niñas or La Niña.
Like Shaggy's got the lobby. That.
Yes, for one last tire check, they're probably going to get underway.
Yep.
Yeah, the guys in comms already heard it, but the rest of you out there in YouTube land, you saw my awesome performance at NERB. And congrats to Oak. I didn't get a chance to say that. I know, I got to give excuses, right? Now, I'm not fast at NERB. I would not have won that race, but I do want to tell you, I had some technical issues with my equipment. So,
you all wouldn't believe the list of excuses.
It was 23 things, Papa. You're acting like it was a long list. It's just 23 items. Not a big deal.
I tried to tell you not to use your government purchase card to buy your cinders.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
First sergeant or command sergeant major or your command master chief or whatever, they're gonna have a field day with that.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Getting underway.
Looks like we're going to start this off as a rolling start. Jorge going to lead the field to the line in the Suzuki VGT. Obviously the most OP car in this lineup, which is the only reason why Jorge's at the front.
Yeah, the only
if Jorge's listening, I feel like
the only reason.
I feel like he should drop back. I mean, it seems like a sporting thing to do. He should just drop back.
That's probably a good call, but it doesn't look like he's doing that. They are underway. He is heading on out. Miss Covington on his tail. Looks like we had two wide back there trying to make the pass for P4. B Paps getting up the inside, does get the pass done. We also got some side-by-side between Wicco and Ecstasy. Wicco coming out on top, but Shaggy coming in, getting the pass done, trying to get a 2-for-1 special, but no, Wicco holds him off, heading into the first of the two little corners here. I don't know what the names of the corners are here at Dragon Trail, so we're
no
just
idea.
Call them corner A, corner B.
Probably don't even have a name since it's a fictional track.
That's probably entirely true. But here these guys go. They're getting into the S's here. This is the fast-flowing section of the track. You just got to make sure not to eat up the curb too much, and away you go, Miss Covington Sue. Watching Jorge kind of disappear off into the distance.
Yeah, that's amazing. Like, how does he pull that sort of gap halfway through the first lap? Come on, Tuzlin, we're pulling for you, buddy. Get up there.
But here they go, heading into the death chicane.
Oh yeah, death chicane.
This could be a shakeup. We're gonna have to watch the field as they go on through. Jorge with his blinker on. He's trying to suck the field out for some reason. Playing mind games with the rest of the drivers, but he makes it through the death chicane just fine. As we watch the track map up in the upper right, we can see all the different triangles. I don't see anybody doing the old spinaroonie. Looks like everybody may have made it through the death chicane unscathed, but Kane Aranjo had a really bad start in our false start here, and also quite a ways back.
Yeah, there had
still
to be
trying to get used to this Genesis.
No, there had to be an issue because Oak would not be back this far in any car. So there had to be
Whoa!
something.
Whoa!
Uh-oh.
Around he goes. He is on the racing hards. Were the racing hards required in this one?
Yes, hards and mediums.
Hards and mediums. B. Pabst in after the first lap, getting off of the hards after just one lap. Now out on mediums for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I can't remember what was the tire rate. Was it 3 times? I can't remember now. I felt like fuel was at 1, but at 3 times, you know, I don't. There's gonna have to be another pit.
Yeah, race.
Okay, tires are at 3x. Yeah. So can mediums last 14 laps? I don't know.
Well, I'm assuming some of these guys have tested. They know what they're doing. I will say, B. Pabst a couple weeks ago came into my Joker series and like dominated the first couple races and was very competitive in the third one as well. So, not really surprising to see him up here in some difficult to drive cars. We watched D. Rodriguez up into P2. Got around Miss Covington there while we were chit chatting. Makes his way through the death chicane without a problem.
I wonder what's the gap between he and okay, so just over a second. So could have been just a legitimate pass, or Miss may have had some sort of issue.
Well, Wicko just got around Miss Covington as well while you were talking. So Miss Covington struggling in the Peugeot here. I know Wicko, Jorge, and Miss Covington were all teammates in IRO last season. And I believe they are teammates again this season. So very familiar with each other's driving styles, but not so much when driving different cars.
Yeah, he took a little too much of that curb and get that car. You could tell it gets unsettled very, very easily. So that may have been the case. He may have hit a couple of those curbs a little too much. Car goes to bouncing. You can't put the power to the ground.
I know the Peugeot has some great straight line speed. If you ever run the single player Daytona Tri-Oval Group 3 single player event, the Peugeot is hands down the car to use. But there isn't a long enough straightaway on here to get that thing up to max speed. So definitely not the best steering car by any means. Ecstasy here in the SLS McLaren. Last season in season 3, when we were running our Group 3 and Group 4 races, the manufacturer series, we had McNaughty in the AMG. And we know he loves his AMG cars, but complained horribly about the Group 4 SLS AMG. So,
and if I remember right, SLS had a race. Dallas Marina, the only one that took this SLS dominated that race.
Let's take a look here at Nasty coming along the front stretch here. I expect him to really utilize that draft and close that distance and maybe try to make a pass in the upcoming sectors. Yes, it's a draft, not a slipstream.
Yep, and he isn't quite tucked up underneath, so wasn't able to quite close the gap. But he's still trying to maintain contact with the target.
That's to get a little squirrely.
Kept it together. Better Dan still sitting back in P8 in the Audi R8. Johnny Boy staying glued to his bumper in the Genesis. And then Krulov is even closer behind in the Lexus RCF. So they go through the S's. Cornbread following up in the GTR, and goes a little wide. That's gonna impact the speed coming out of the last corner here.
Yeah, you have to be set up right for these S's. You nailed it. It's fast, but if that first turn, if you're not set up, you're done. You cannot carry the speed through there. You've got to hit the brakes and correct your car.
Yeah, you end up losing a lot of time through the S's if you don't get it right. If you can get it right and maintain max speed, you can also gain a lot of time. But it's a very high risk reward set of corners. Same thing here with the death chicane. That death chicane, you can certainly try to go through there, no lift. There's plow on through. But if you mess it up at all, you're around. You've got damage. It's a bad day.
Yeah, nobody's died in the death chicken yet. Like, that's like the thing we're looking forward to here, right? I mean, somebody dying, taking out the next 3 cars. I mean, not that I want people to wreck, but I mean, it's just like going to a hockey game. You want to see that fight.
Right.
There we got. Looks like we got Cornbread in the pits, getting off of the hards. One of the few hard tire runners that we've had. Looked like most of the drivers had started on mediums. But otherwise, we have Oak and K-Dub both in the Genesis at the back of the field here.
So can we take a look at V Paps? Because he come off the hards after the first lap, right? Wasn't that Mr. Paps that did that? And
Yes.
So, so these mediums look great. I mean, he's put 4 laps on them. I suppose maybe these mediums will run that 14 laps. So obviously a little practice has been put in by Mr. Paps Blue Ribbon, and he knows what's going on. And I expect him to move up through this field pretty quick. We know he is super quick.
Yeah, that FT1, not the Group 3 version, but the road car version, we've used twice in my Joker series, and it's always been really good on tires, so it wouldn't surprise me if the Group 3 version is also a superior on tires. Maybe not so great in straight line speed, but good with the tires.
Again, a different tire compound, probably not that awesome. The family run the gas
Sure. And that Volkswagen's not very fun to drive.
It's Volkswagen, they're all fun to drive.
Okay, my bad. I thought of you, Papa, the other day. I saw something on YouTube. There was a Beetle, like, I don't know what class they were, but it was a Beetle race at a big track. I should have sent you the link, but I thought of you. I mean, these were race car Beetles, but the whole field was Beetles.
Better Dan into the pits, getting off of the mediums.
Yeah, that's a different. Didn't see that.
So the R8 must not be. We didn't get to catch what his tire wear was at coming in, but and he gets a 3-second pass. Crossing the pit lane climb.
Oh. All done it.
Oh yeah.
All done it. Such a heartbreaking pen too.
What's your favorite Group 4, Carl?
I think Carl stepped out.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I believe he did. Uh-oh. Is this Oak having more issues?
It is.
He's just not getting along with that Genesis.
I hate him. I hate the
Strongly dislike.
Yeah, strongly dislike this car. Absolutely. I am not a fan of that.
Well, we had mentioned earlier that the Genesis at one point in time was the meta. I think that was more the Group 3 though, right?
Yeah.
All these are the Group 4s?
No, these are Group 3s, right?
Group 3s.
Well, these are Group 3. Okay.
Yeah, the Group 4, you're right. The G70 was certainly meta, or still is meta. It's got that straight line speed and it handles decently. But about a year ago, this Group 3 Genesis was meta. I'm trying to remember. I think it was it Spa? I think that it was just dominant about a year ago. I mean, if you weren't in the Genesis, you were not competing. In one of the dailies.
Looks like Wicco has caught up to D. Rodriguez. That battle for P2 is raging pretty hard right now. But you guys are right. There's like a 6-second gap, or 7-second gap, 8-second gap between P2 and P1. But 2 and 3, Wicco's got that RCF under control.
He's got it figured out. Kind of a cool looking. Is that a stock livery? But still looks cool right now.
Oh, that is not a stock livery.
It's
that
not.
looks
Okay.
like that's the Mazda 787B livery on the RCF, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, I guess I didn't mean the livery that comes with the car, but rather probably one that's somebody's made in game.
That's like the opposite of what stock means.
Yeah, but okay. Yeah, I mean, okay, wasn't a personal made livery, perhaps, is what I should have said. Sorry, Sal. Y'all quit laughing.
You're arguing with the livery guy.
Right?
True. True that.
That'd be like me trying to tell you what sort of receiver is the better one.
But yeah.
Or which subwoofer to use. C-Dubs would school me on that. Or which Fanatec wheel, because
I got a couple.
C-Dubs owns like 20 of them.
Yeah, a couple.
Big, small paper, all behind.
I'm trying to get McNaughty into Fanatec land. I was on his stream yesterday, and he's having a few more issues. He's talking about it's his third Logitech. The previous two haven't been warranted. I said, man, it's just time to move over to Fanatec. He's like, oh, then I got to start over with a whole new brand, and I don't really know much about. I was like, well, nothing to know, man. You holler at me. And then I sent him a few photos. He was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I saw his live reaction.
I'll tell you, I really am liking my new my Fanatec that I got a while back. Yeah, it feels great.
You know, I'm going to give the regular season sponsor a plug here and tell you that, you know, my favorite thing. So there's all these wheels. Fanatec has, what, 100 different wheels, probably more, that you can buy. But having those modules and allowing you to customize your wheel makes a huge difference. So the plug I'm giving is for MCW. You know, they make 8 or 10 different types of wheels that can go on either the well, I just know about the podium, the button module endurance podium, PBME it's called. So I watch for that to go into the refurbished section, and the poor Canadians don't get the refurb. But if you watch that go into the refurb, you can easily get that for about $140, and then you spend another. I mean, it's not cheap. I mean, you're going to spend $500 or $600, but you're going to put together a premium wheel. You know, MCW does such a nice job with the Alcantara and the carbon fiber. It's stronger than the Fanatec wheels, you know, of the plate wheels, but and it's so customizable. Like, you just text that guy. Like, I've got a relationship with him now, and I've built multiples down for guys and stuff. But I'll just say, here's the combo I want. Yep, got it, man, no problem. And he'll put whatever color Alcantara or different stuff on there, different designs. He's got a bunch of different logos in house, so he can put a Ferrari logo in the center for you, or a BMW logo, or whatever the case is. Does a really good job.
I'll tell you, if I had the money, I would pay to have a wheel that is compatible with my Fanatec DD Extreme that is modeled after the Mustang GT4 wheels that they have in their race cars. Big shocker, right? As well as the like maybe a Ford GT wheel, because the Ford GT, that is definitely my dream car. More specifically, the 2000s one.
Yeah, what I was going to say, Chuck, is I was going to be happy to build your wheel for you until you brought up the Mustang. And then I was like, oh, yeah, I can't. I don't have those tools.
Do we need to have an Army versus Marine Corps fight here?
We'll do it later. We've got time.
Yeah, we'll do it later.
That's what we'll do for the next charity stream. We'll sacrifice one of the livery competitions and instead have a boxing match.
There you go.
Quick correction I wanted to make. I'd been mentioning before, I've been saying that Wicko's driving the Lexus RCF. He is not. He's running the Mazda Atenza. The rear end, it looks like the RCF, but it is not. So that makes sense that he has the Mazda 787B livery on it, because it is a Mazda.
Stock? Does that make that a stock livery, Sal?
No, it's still not stock because it's the wrong car.
Asking for a friend. Carl had a power outage for in the storm, so he's probably going to pop back in here later once he gets things up and running.
Oh, Johnny Boy just finished off his pit stop, got off the hards, ran those hards for 10 laps, or 9 laps, and is now going to put 6 laps on the mediums. See if he can work his way up the field. Came out in P11. Not a bad spot. Krulov just up ahead in P10. Krulov is in the Lexus. So there's that distinct Lexus front end. I don't know why the rear end of the Lexus looks so much like the rear end of the Mustang.
So I want to quickly give props to all these guys that have spent more time in our community this last 6 months. I mean, a lot of guys recently joining, especially for this season, that have been a blast to race with, clean racers, you know, very engaged with the community. Guys like, you know, see a lot more crew log now, but like B-Paps and Florinota and Tommy Turismo and several of these guys that get in there and engage with us, and they show up for these races, and they're fast. These guys are fast. They're awesome to be in race with. So appreciate all those guys joining our community, make it a better place.
Yeah, I mean, just remember, it wasn't that long ago that was Jorge. Like, Jorge just came out of nowhere, like came in some lobbies and all of a sudden joined our season. It's like, where did this alien get beamed down from?
Right.
You know, so certainly, seeing some of these new people come in and be really quick shouldn't be surprising, but it's always fun to watch. Doing it, watching this stuff kind of as a fan, it's always interesting to be able to see some new names and see them compete and find some new drivers to root for. Of course, we're watching Better Dan. He's my personal favorite on this track. I got a bromance going on there. Not gonna lie, but hoping he'll get a little higher than 14. Come on, Better Dan, you can do it. But yeah, seeing these other guys. I mean, the top three right now are some mainstays. Jorge, D. Rodriguez, and Wicco up there at the front. And even Miss Cummington or Tuzzenbach's also in P4, Shaggy P5, STC P6. But yeah, B-Pap's one of those newcomers in P7 doing really well. Did really good in the last race too.
Yeah, he's super
just
strong.
about everything to get out.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. He's too close.
He's right on him.
Well, what I'm wondering is if he's trying to work with them.
Ooh, down the inside.
There he's got it done as long as he can keep it under control coming out. Sometimes it's hard to keep that rear end down, and he does. But Rodriguez gets a heck of an exit. Seemed to have gained on him a little bit, but Wicco's going to hold on. Try to make it through these next two corners. This is a tight right-hander. He gets a good line through there.
Yeah, with 3.5 to go.
A good exit.
With 3.5 to go, Papa at 13 seconds. I doubt they were trying to work together to catch Jorge. That would be a
that'd be a feat. But
that would be.
I was gonna say if they were working together, do try that. But Jorge was still gapping him on his own.
Yeah, with them push pulling, Jorge's still leaving.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have been working together to get ahead of P4.
Yeah, they've got an 8-second gap on P4 now, so they've done something right there. Certainly Mist had run into some more trouble. What cracked me up was sitting here thinking about this. We were talking about Jorge and Wids. And recently on a broadcast, we had an S7R guy, I can't remember who it was, that said, Wids not even their fastest guy. Like, what? What's going on over there in S7R land where Wids, I want to say maybe he was like top 3 or top 4. So that just tells you the talent they've got on their team. They've got some crazy fast guys over there.
Yeah, I think their top Sector 7 guys are in some more, I'll call it Premier Leagues, maybe with some World Tour drivers and stuff like that. I think some of those guys we see at IRO. But I think they pick and choose a little more where they race and take things a little more seriously. I know that team in general takes things very seriously. They have team practices and they do a lot of sharing information. A lot of the kind of stuff we'd like to see here. I know we're a bit more of a relaxed group, but I know we have a competitive bunch. There's those of us doing the endurance stuff with IRO and their collab with Sector 7 and GTSC, which I understand C-Dubs, you're dipping your toe into that, right?
Oh, yeah. If I'm being totally honest with you, initially, something was said to me, and I looked at my dates, and we were going to be on vacation. And then the wife changed it. We were going to drive, and then she changed the plans, and now we're flying home a day early. We're actually getting the night before of this race. And so, literally, a little bit of back and forth. I was thinking, man, I'm not going to have time to practice. I don't know anything about the IRO. I don't know how any of it works. But then I had a few beverages yesterday, and I happened to peek in back in Discord. It's like, oh, yeah, no problem, guys. I'll be there. And then I get this morning, I'm like, what am I thinking? I can't even practice for this thing. So, anyway, I'm doing it. I said I would. I'm committing. But yeah, I don't know anything about it. I mean, I've watched part of one stream. I'm gonna have to have Sheld's gonna give me and Sal, I suppose you could too, obviously. But I reached out to Sheld, and he's gonna give me the quick recap of how it works and what I need to be doing. And I guess you're in voice with people, and yeah,
Yep.
I don't. It's beyond what I'm used to. So, but I'll figure it out. We'll get there.
Awesome. Well,
Thank you,
talking about
Mish, for 5 gifted memberships to Papa's House of Game.
Awesome. Welcome,
Thank you, Mish.
Mish, amazing girl. Thank you.
Man, we were talking early in this race about how Oak was having such a problem. Oak now has the fastest lap. So I think he's figured something out. You know, we talked about him. Okay, this was a car he needed to just kind of get a handle on. It seems like he has a handle on it now. Jorge looking to put a car a lap down.
Better day.
Yes. For giggles, so Paps has worked his way back up to P5 with that early pit. What's his tires looking like now? So
about halfway.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. What a good strategy.
Yeah, he's going to make this to the end. I don't think anybody else in that top 5 still needs to pit. It's got 3 seconds to D. Rodriguez and only about a lap and a half to do it. We'll see. He's got a big gap to Shaggy back at P6.
Yeah, 19 seconds. That's pretty legit.
That poor Aston Martin. He's trying to make it work. Oh, Jorge coming into the pits. Apparently he hadn't pitted yet. Getting off the mediums.
15 seconds. This could get really interesting.
Wicko also pitting. Okay, so there were a number of guys who haven't pitted yet. B. Pabst may be moving up, depending on whether D. Rodriguez and Miss still need to come in.
See, that was a super quick pit. I didn't remember it being like 4 seconds, but yeah.
Yep, it's Cummington coming in.
Tesm's in. That's going to promote B. Pabst to P4.
There we go, and he's only 2 seconds off of D. Rodriguez with 1 lap to go. We are on the final lap, people. My God, these races are going by quick.
Right?
They are.
15 laps over.
It's interesting to see when we get the cream of the crop here. I mean, this isn't the All-Star race, but we're seeing a lot of the same people from the All-Star race in here, and they're putting on a really nice, clean set of races.
Yeah, you don't have as many wrecks. You don't have as many spins. You don't have... Yeah, they just go.
Man, back in 8th, 9th, and 10th, they've got a battle going on.
And that's one of the things that we pride ourselves on in the PHG community and all the different communities that are involved with us. So we pride ourselves on clean racing. I know there's a lot of drama and stuff like that, but here in PHG and the various communities that are involved with us, we pride ourselves on.
Oh, and there's a battle. Sorry to cut you off, Chuck, but we got a battle going on for P8. Looks like Johnny Boy up ahead of Cornbread. They were side by side, headed into the S's there. That was looking to get tricky. You don't want to go side by sides with the S's, and Cornbread using all of the track. Almost sends it off, but keeps it straight. Still is in this battle for P8.
Yeah, he's got to run too, going down the hill. So certainly going to give Johnny Boy all he wants here into the dead chicken in this final sector.
Yeah, it's really going to be who's going to be the brave one. Who's going to keep it pinned going through this death chicane the last time as they come into it. Here's the second section. Oh, Johnny Boy! Oh, that right front panel. He clipped it. He lost the front end. Let's watch this replay again. C-Dubs, can you take us through it?
Yeah, so you saw it coming. So they're going through. He's pinned. No, he did come off the throttle there going in. He did, but he just was late getting down into that apex, and therefore there he is into that wall. He was lucky. Cornbread was lucky to have had the gap that he did to see it and be able to react and not get into it. That could have been catastrophic.
Man, what a finish! Final lap drama. But of course, Jorge takes the win. We got Wicko in P2, D. Rodriguez in P3. Back here in P12, we've got K-Dub finishing his race off. Had just jumped in with this Genesis last minute. PHG Amarillo Dash in the VW, not last. Papa should be happy. In Lucky 13. Better Dan in P14. And our fastest lap holder going to come in P15. Apparently, that clean air really meant something.
Yeah, Oak just said, "Watch this, y'all. Watch this. He's going to drift around the final."
Right.
Yeah, there he goes. Oak's going to give us a 360. I just know it's coming. Oh no!
There it is.
Yeah.
A 180.
Well
Nice,
done.
Oak.
He's half the man we used to see. He made it halfway
Good
around.
job, Jorge.
Yeah, does this surprise anybody?
Shocked. Totally shocked.
I do like that that decal off to the right of his the back of his race suit there.
Yeah, fix or repair daily. I saw it. I saw it.
I saw it too.
I mean, I called bullcrap on that though, man, because he's literally first. Ford stands for fastest on race day or first on race day.
Except he's in first and not in a Ford.
In a Suzuki. Yeah, it's cool. Whatever.
You know, if he would have ran this race in a Mustang and won, okay, you've got some room to talk, but he didn't. So, all right, Papa, you want to take us through these results here before we move on? Maybe.
Who do you want to do that? Me?
You.
Jorge, P1. I think we all knew that though.
Shock.
Yeah, right. In the Suzuki. P2, we got Wicco in the Atenza. P3, rounding out the podium. PHG, Rodriguez in that Citroen. That really is a good car, that Citroen. Starting to grow on me a little. P4 is B. Pabst in the FT1 VG5. Mr. Shaggy Doo in the DBR9. P6, we have PHG Ecstasy in the SLS AMG. 7, and looking at chat, is Mixed Covington. Might have there late with the go. 8, we have Cornbread in his GTR Nismo. 9, VR Crew Bob with the RCF Pro. 10 is BK2 Johnny Boy with the Genesis. 11, PHG Nasty 12 Vantage. P12, we have PHG K-Dub and Genesis X. 13, PHG Amarillo Dash, the Volkswagen GI VG. P14, PHG Better Dan. Didn't seem to be able to get that R8 where he was. Nor was our P15 runner, A. Naranjo, Oak, second gen X. But Oak did have the fastest lap as brought up, 137.80.
What did Jorge have as far as the fastest lap
Yeah, that's
goes?
what I was sitting here wondering.
38.
A 38.4. God, so he beat it by almost a second. I mean,
Yeah.
Oak had the speed. He just didn't have the track position, apparently.
Yeah. And Booster King down in the chat there says not enough carnage in the death chicane.
There really
100.
isn't, Gus. I agree with you.
But at the same time, if I may, that just goes to show how talented our community of drivers are that get involved in this in this league and in this charity event. They know better than to really push the issue too much into such a high stakes section as that part of the track.
No, Chuck. Why do you got to be so nice? We want carnage.
Carnage.
What do you think this is, NASCAR?
I
say
mean,
that
this
as a
is
NASCAR fan.
yeah, it's different. If this is points, we're like, oh man, but now this is charity. This is fun. I mean, get in there and slam those walls. You know what I mean? Like,
Carnage.
take
with you.
Jorge
That's
out
fair.
on that first straight. You do what you got to do, bud.
That's fair. That is fair.
Well, now, in this next race, that very much may be happening. So, really quick, race 4 we got coming up. This is very much a meme race.
Yeah.
This is a 20-minute endurance race. Racing tires are going to be used, but we are running multi-class. 3 different classes of car. There is going to be Fiat 500s out against the Corvette C7 road cars against the Group 1 919 hybrid. So this is very much going to be a watch your mirrors kind of event. If we want to see carnage, I think this is where we're going to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is basically the, from what I can tell, the Gran Turismo equivalent of Bristol.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
did Shaggy? I'm assuming Shaggy set this up to where a certain amount of people had to be in each, right? So, like, we should see kind of an equal amount of each type of car.
I believe so. I don't remember seeing what the breakdown was. Oh, he posted it in chat. So we got 4 Group 1 919s. We've got 5 Corvettes and 5 Fiats. So yeah, pretty even.
Oh, check out the Fiats. I just saw Aaron Rodriguez did a warm-up lap. He was running on the apron. So if you can do that, just stay out the way. Just stay down there. This is going to be great.
Oh my!
I don't know how we're going to follow all the action on this.
So yeah, look, these Fiats are doing about between 80 and 85 mile an hour on the straight, right? And your Group 1s are going to probably reach close to 160 on that straight. It's a short straight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
160. Yep.
So this will get fun.
I want to see Fiats 3 wide and watch the Group 1 guys lose their mind.
That would be
either
awesome.
by pushing the issue or having to sit back there, shaking their steering wheel, going, "Move out of the way!"
Yeah, there would definitely be.
I think one of the jokes that I made when Shaggy was planning this was tomahawks at Northern Isle. Go.
Yeah.
E. Rodriguez just sort of hanging out on the race
handle
floor.
that amount of G-force, exerted on it.
Yeah, look at that. Oh my God.
my.
Just threaded the needle through 3 Fiats.
Yeah, I'd just pin it to the wall. I don't know if he's got pins on for hitting the wall, or obviously not for the apron. Oh my! 20 minutes of this. 20 minutes.
20 minutes. And those GT1, they're going to be doing like 5 laps a minute. They're going to do probably close to 100 laps by the time this race is over, versus the 50 Fiat.
That's hilarious.
So down here in the chat, Josh Moment says, "Can one just join this, or is there a rule or something?"
I think we have a full lobby.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if it weren't full, I'd say
Josh,
Shaggy.
we already got a full lobby.
Yeah, Shaggy would let you join, and I'm sure there will be a couple of races like that. But
yes.
Currently we are.
I think once the next race 5, I believe there are spots open, along with 6, 7, and 8. The first 4 races seem to be the ones that everybody wanted to get to jump in on.
So I am going to make a personal call while we're waiting for this race to get started to everybody, please scan that QR code. It doesn't take much to help these vets out. Please donate to VETMotorsports. Anything, everything helps you guys.
Oh yeah, share it on your. Oh my gosh, did you see the Fiat go 50 feet in the air?
It's
too bad we don't get replays in practice.
I know.
I think one of the Group 1s scooped him up like a spoon, just threw him into the air. Hey, don't forget to share the link with your friends. Put it on your
Please
social
do,
media.
yes.
I was curious, Papa, before you take off, do we know how long this link is going to be active?
I believe it ends at the end of the spring. I honestly do not know. Sal or Chuck may have a better idea of after.
Yeah, that'd be more of a question for Sal, because I'm just the liaison, right? The coordinator. I just talk with the charity and try to get everything squared away to maybe have them come on. But I will say that with the $100 from Leo, sitting at about $815, and that will fully fund 3 veterans to have a track day out at a motorsport event that's estimated, obviously. So we really do appreciate any donations and all that
you can provide. So many of the veterans are so much less fortunate than the rest of us that have served, and something calls like this can really help them heal and help them find more purpose and everything like that in civilian life.
For sure, yeah. And there's something I'll hit on in my interview, and I know that Pete hit on it, and I've heard Grover talk about it, but yeah, I won't steal thunder, but we'll talk about it here in a little bit. One of the biggest struggles for vets, period, is transitioning back into civilian life. It was one of the biggest struggles that I had for years, like 3 or 4 years. So, but my dad finally jerked my butt one day. I was like, look, and one of my biggies, I know you guys are like this, I know Carl and I've talked about it, is there's no sense of time in the civilian world like there is in the military. So if you have an appointment, you're 10 minutes early, you're 15 minutes early. When somebody's 1 minute late, my head's about to explode. I think they've given up, like, what's going on? The world's going to end. Oh my gosh, there's another class. Yeah. This is going to be so fun.
Yeah, 15 minutes prior to the 15 minutes prior to the 15 minutes prior.
Yes, yes. Oh my gosh, that was one of my...
You're there at 3 in the morning for a battalion or for a brigade run or something like that happens at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, look at all the paint missing from the back of Tuzzle's car just from practice here.
Yeah, I think they're just messing with each other right now.
Absolutely.
I would. And why wouldn't you, right?
So are we in a practice here? What are we doing? Qualification?
Yeah, it looks like Josh is going to be joining us in the 919.
Okay.
And I think I saw some message. Somebody was in the wrong car. So
the Nasty was in the wrong car. So they're just trying to get some last minute stuff straightened out, and then we'll get going. Yeah, they got to get Nasty over into the right car. I think he's supposed to be in the Corvette.
I think he just got in
it. Just getting pushed along.
Great entertainment, everyone. As we see down below here, which one was it? I saw it down in the chat. Let me find it. We had like 51. What was it?
So it looks like there's about a 3 seconds per lap difference from 919 the vets, and the vets have a 3 second advantage to the PIs per lap.
Only 6 seconds per lap? That seems closer than I would have thought.
Well, when a lap is only 12 seconds long,
okay,
6 seconds is a long
It's
time.
half. Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Good point.
That's fair. And Sal's lead, right? So what that means is Sal's doing the play-by-play generally, but I don't expect a lot of play-by-play because we'll probably be laughing so hard that you just have to laugh with us. That's probably going to be the theme for this race.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of talking over each other on this one, which is fun. This is the fun race.
Yeah.
The nothing but fun race.
So LVP 444 was like 51. We are sitting at 53 likes. Please like and subscribe.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Like and subscribe to the channel. We try to run a couple of these charity events a year, so you definitely want to come back for that, along with watching the PHG World Series that we got going on. But definitely consider giving to VETMotorsports. Check out that QR code and the link into the chat.
And every one of us here has our own YouTube. Please check those. If we can't get a few more donations here before we can get this race started. Sitting at, I know the graph says 715, but we got another 100 sitting out there, so we're actually at 815. It'd be great if we could hit that 1,000 mark this week.
Yeah, that red dot in the progress bar is a $1,000 milestone.
Yep.
Let's see if we can hit that $1,000 milestone before we get this underway, if at all possible. For those that are able.
Yes. That is.
I know we got 30 people watching right now.
Thanks for hanging out with us. We are happy to provide you some racing entertainment for the day.
This is bound to be the most entertaining race of the day.
At least the one will laugh the most.
Right.
Can you imagine the amount of G-forces that would be on the driver of these prototype cars around a track like Northern Isles / Bristol?
Yeah, that'd be something.
Good Lord.
Now, is the banking at this track, is it as steep as Bristol? I feel like Bristol might be a little steeper.
I think Bristol's a little steeper.
You know, my dad,
No, I know.
When he had a motorcycle back in the day, he went down with my mom to Bristol and had his bike run on the track, and he talked about the banking and how creepy it was. Like, if you weren't going fast enough, it would just suck you up to the wall.
Man, I know that ghosting is turned off for this stuff, but I swear I saw Josh drive through a Fiat at one point.
I thought I saw that too.
I think when the speeds are different enough, the game ghosts even if ghosting is turned off. So if you have somebody who has crashed out and is just sitting at the center of the track, and another car comes along at like 100 miles an hour difference, it does tend to ghost them.
Oh, here we
Now,
go.
was that a Corvette or a Camaro I just saw?
Corvette.
It should be all vets.
Should be.
Yeah, should be.
Well, if somebody snuck a Camaro in there, driver of the race, right there.
Right.
And Josh in the that did by go. Now and then.
Okay.
Well, this should be interesting too. The qualifying.
Qualifying.
Here we go. Qualifying is underway, y'all. And
Okay,
obviously,
so let's see. The Group 1s should be coming in and setting their times already.
Right.
The Fiats will check in with them in about 2 minutes.
That's funny.
But yeah, the Fiats starting their hot laps. Yeah, you know what? I need to reset the stream here because it's all pixelated on mine. If you guys want to make some calls while I'm doing that.
alrighty. I don't even know where to put the camera at.
Yeah, just anywhere. Anywhere. There will be carnage. It doesn't matter where you put it. It's fine. There will be carnage. Oh, see, that's what I thought was a Camaro a while ago. It wasn't that. It's just. So currently, Josh Bowman, you know, in the Group 1, obviously, with a 12.3. Oak's right behind him with a 12.5. Going to be a little shake up there. I don't think it's truly going to matter where you actually qualify in this race because, I mean, you're going to hit somebody.
So, Josh Moment might even have an advantage in this race. I know when he was with Team PHR, they would run on this track a lot, doing various different type of races. Even running
very
tomahawks, the opposite. Yeah, he's probably got his thread pretty pathetic. I mean, honestly, that's just running traffic, especially 23.
Yeah, Jorge in chat, Dizzy just watching for sure. Yeah.
Right, Jorge?
Agreed.
Congrats on the last race win, Jorge.
Could you even imagine a race like this? It's something like Martinsville, no banking, and it's even shorter.
Higher turns, yeah.
Jorge, we were disappointed.
It's Martinsville.
We were expecting you to drop to the back, race from the back, but whatever.
Everybody, I'm just here to watch some
Pizza? Pizza.
It was crazy watching a couple of these. We were watching what? Oak and somebody else, the Group 1s, going around. And they were pretty much side by side, threading the needle through the other cars simultaneously. Like, I don't think my brain works that fast.
No.
Oh, and Oak takes the lead by 2/1000ths of a second over Ecstasy in P2. Josh in P3 now. I don't know why I reset the chat here. My screen still looks pixelated for some reason, so you guys may need to do a little bit more of the commentary this time around. I don't know why mine's acting up. I can read the names, but I can't read the times. Miss Covington hugging that high line, trying to keep the speed up, and getting a helpful bump from.
And there's another one.
Oh yeah, look at that! There's some extra speed. That might be the strat. Just get pushed along.
There you go.
With that said, Covington is P12 on the speed chart. Oh, he just moved up to P11.
Yeah, I think he's the fastest of the Fiats. With
Well, that tracks.
Little help from his friends.
I would imagine the help probably comes from the Corvettes. I think the Corvettes help. The 919s just yeet you off into nowhere.
Josh has been taking the pole.
I think we are getting down to the last lap for everybody here. I believe it is just a 5-minute qualifier. Yep, final lap, and Josh overdoes it. Coming to the line, but he was already on pole. Kane Naranjo in P2.
Yeah, so 5-minute qualifying. Josh won. Pick one.
Oh my word.
That's
hilarious.
Now, although keep in mind, if they do, are they going to have to pit? If they do have to pit, the pit lane is going to eat up like 10 laps of time.
That's true.
The pit here is so slow.
Or 20 if you're in the field.
Well, no, the Fiats are slower cars, so you're not losing as much time because the pit road speed limit is the same as what you're driving on the track anyway. There we go, getting this wrapped up, just waiting for the toy cars to finish making their way around.
Yeah, and just now noticed that. Looks like one of those little cars we had as a kid.
Yep. All right, should we go through the results here?
Yes. Maggie says that someone gave me an extra 500.
All right, so PHG's Josh Moment is our pole sitter. The 12.227. We got Oak in P2, Ecstasy P3, PHG Stamps in P4, and BK2 Johnny Boy P5. Those are our 5 Group 1 runners. Then we've got PHG's Vetter Dan leading the Corvettes, followed by Cornbread, and then PHG Nasty. And then NVR's Krulov and PHG Diablo making up the 5 Corvettes. And then PHG's D. Rodriguez leading the field in the Fiat 500s, followed by Wicco, PHG Shaggy Doo, Mist Cummington, and PHG Amarillo Dash. So we got 15 cars out on this one. 5 cars in each of the different groups. I think we're all expecting some carnage, for sure. In the Group 1s, Chuck, who's your favorite in the Group 1 category for this one?
Oh man, I really can't pick one. Gonna have to maybe say probably Vetter Dan. I know he comes and hangs out with me every now and again when I'm live streaming. I really hope he is able to. Well, he's a Group 3 car, rather.
Yeah, he's in the Corvette.
Yeah, so either him or, Josh Moment, really concentrating on actually putting down a good lap time and hitting the pole. So those would be my 2 favorites.
There you go. All right, Papa, who's your favorite for the Fiats?
Ooh, for the Fiats. Ooh. Man, I don't know, because I mean, you got, honestly, those are 5 decent drivers right there. Rodriguez, Wicko, Shaggy, Mixed, and Amarillo Dash. I am gonna go. I'm gonna go with Shaggy this time.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I like the look of his car. Like again, like Chuck was just saying, it's the looks like that one of those little toy cars we had growing up.
Yeah, what were those called?
I don't know.
What's the called?
I know I almost
Somebody
got
down in
stuck
the
in
chat
one.
let us know.
I got Johnny Boy says in the chat, the winner of the Group 1 will be whoever has the least amount or hits the least amount of other cars.
Right. Absolutely.
The battle of attrition.
All right, here we go.
And look at that. Wicko's trying to coordinate the Fiat Wall of Doom.
Yeah.
Just have all of them line up.
Five wide.
Oh, this could be bad. And by bad, I mean this could be the greatest thing we've ever seen in GT7. So here we go, getting underway. They should all run this opening pace at the same speed, maybe. The game gonna no, the Fiats are already 20 miles an hour slower.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
And we're and I think we're underway. Yep, there we go. The Group 1s are coming around and are going to lap the cars before they even start the race.
Yeah.
In fact, it does happen. There goes the Group 1s on by just as Amarillo Dash crosses the line to begin the race.
Oh, they were
for the Fiats. The Fiats are going and creating the wall of doom. The Group 1 drivers are going to have a hard time getting past these amazing Fiat drivers, but they're making it work. You saw Vetterdan go around the outside. Look, they're even putting the block on. They're putting the block on. This is total chaos, guys.
That flag man's going to be really tired by the end of the race.
Miss Covington putting his shoulder into the Corvette, trying to push him into the wall. Well done. We see Wicko here driving around on the racing line, of course.
Heck yeah.
Driving in the rearview mirror, I'm sure. And there goes Josh Moment flying on by Amarillo Dash. And we see more carnage in the back.
Oh!
As we saw all 3 different group cars going through the same corner at the same time. You get a Fiat, a Corvette, and a Group 1. God, they come up on you so fast.
Right.
The Corvette's coming up on Amarillo Dash. Diablo with the pass. A little bit of a nudge as he goes by. Then here come the Group 1s. Josh making short work. Oak making short work. Miss just trying to get in the way as much as possible. All right, we are all of 2 minutes into this 20-minute race. Oh!
Oh, Lord almighty.
Stopped 3 different Group 1 cars. Do not underestimate the power of the Fiat. It is not offensive, it is defensive.
That's right. All right, back up to the leader here.
Oh, yellow flag, no passing. Okay, it went away.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, flag rules? Oh,
yeah.
boy. Oh, there's the yellow flag again.
Oh my Lord, this is just insanity.
Let's see, Josh has a 2-second lead over Oak. Oak here trying to thread the needle. Actually, not doing too bad. Oh my God, so many Code Brown moments. The close call. There was a yeet.
I don't even know who that was. I couldn't see it.
Yeet.
Let's see, we get a full lap just watching a replay,
Right.
it looks like.
Oh, Wicko.
Here we go, it's a Wicko. Yeah, actually lifts him up and over the hood. Out of the way. And oh yeah, another yellow flag. Big surprise.
Yeah, I had to jump on a work call real quick, and it wasn't very professional because I'm watching this and laughing the whole time I'm trying to talk to the guys on the job. Like, what's wrong with you? I was like, "Ah, you wouldn't understand."
You wouldn't understand. Yeah, there's too much to call. I can't possibly keep up with this.
I don't know.
I can't even read the names as they go by.
Johnny Boy's purple. Oh, but did miss.
Yeah, he got into a slide just as he went across the start-finish line.
Lucy came down in the chat, asks, why is no one pushing a Fiat to 160 miles an hour? Lucy, I'm pretty sure that would cause the car. Oh no!
Oh goodness!
There's the accordion effect. Collected 2 different Group 1s, so that's score Fiat's 25, Group 1 0.
Yes. Team Fiat.
That might be the thing to put in the chat. Who are we rooting for in this one? The Fiats or the Group 1s? The Corvettes are also Rans in this race.
So we're barely 1/5 into the race here, almost 1/4.
5 minutes in, we are at 22 laps. Actually, it looks like there must not be tire or fuel in them. This is just going to be a straight 20-minute dash because I'm not seeing any tire wear.
Nope, just let her eat.
Oh, Oak with the little nudge. Better Dan off into the wall.
Just a reminder, the stewards will not be accepting any tickets from this race. You're on your own.
Yeah, stewards.
Hey, that's your track race, baby.
This is the street justice race of the night. If you have a problem, you will need to solve it yourself.
That's right.
Oh, and they're
again,
4
you
wide.
have to solve it because, once again, as we determined earlier, that the fights in the pits have been disabled.
Yeah, I love this angle. You can see half the track from that one camera angle.
He missed a little door nudge there. I like Cornbread's NASCAR style.
Yeah.
Classic.
Is that maybe Allison? Or silver and black?
28, yeah, I don't know. That's before I started watching. That's before I. Oh, big slide. Josh, still our leader.
Yeah, he has pulled a little bit ahead of Oaks. 4 seconds. Lap 33.
At 13 or 7 minutes in to this race. So they're getting about 5 laps a minute, close to. And yeah, Boosa King, so much for the PHG slogan in this race. Yeah, this is not the Great Racers, Better People race by any means. This is the street justice, dole out punishment, block everybody. Unofficially, that was not the intent, but it appears to be how we're doing this one.
Oh, it's Shaggy. It could very well have been the intent.
Better racers,
For the
great people.
Yeah.
For
Better
the
racers, great people
who are, for the people who are NASCAR fans. Anybody remember the "Please Have At It" line from the NASCAR brass a couple years back? I think this is a PHG sim racing equivalent of that.
Lift the uprights. I just realized I'm giggling like a schoolgirl.
It's okay. It's part of this.
I mean, watch this. They both just take each side of the Fiats. First they hit each other and then just right through. Oh, Johnny Boy actually, I didn't realize Johnny Boy actually split a Corvette and a Fiat. They were 4 wide there for a split second. All right, there's a lot of shorts material coming out of this particular replay. Papa, you're going to want to say.
Yeah.
Stamps up here holding up a solid P4. Unfortunately, he is 16 seconds back, which puts him over a lap down. S to C as well. BHR's Johnny Boy, or BHR, BK2 Johnny Boy. Johnny's actually putting on a good race here, but P5 in his class.
If I were last in Group 1, I would just be launching cars. I mean, that would be my goal from this point for the next 11 minutes.
It sounds like a very C-dubs thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this is the type of race that RQR would need to join.
For sure. Yeah, this is an RQR race. Yeah.
This is a D's Nuts race for sure.
Hey, he held it. The Fiat held it. He did not go spinning. He got to 120 in no time and maintained course.
Boink. Oh, he hit 150.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how the Fiats win the race, is by forcing the collisions from behind to get the boost. This is like Mario Kart.
And he is. Darren is his first one. Oh no, I'm sorry. He's fourth. Got Wicko is leading in the Fiat. 10 seconds ahead of next guy.
And the pizza delivery mobile.
Look at his rear bumper.
Pizza.
Paved in on the right side. Hardly any paint left.
Well, it's even more prominent on Tuzzum's car there with the black paint scheme, all the silver metal showing through.
Did you guys see D. Rodriguez get bumped 300 yards ahead of Tuzzum in that one little pop right there?
Yeah.
I know there was a lot going on in front of him there.
Yeah. I think it was Johnny. Yeah, I know.
Oh, yep. So once again, you get a Fiat and a Corvette side by side. And what do you do? It's like, do you go around or do you go through? They appear to be choosing the latter on a frequent basis. Although the Fiats aren't really giving them an option in a lot of cases. I think we see them actively, well, not actively blocking, actively seeking turbo boosts is how we're gonna. Yeah, see, look at Covington. All of a sudden, he's going 20, 30 miles an hour faster than who are we watching here?
Shaggy.
That's Shaggy. Okay. So Shaggy's just watching him get yeeted off into the sunset. Mist is now ahead of Wicko, so he is caught up. Maybe Mist and Oak are working together. They're MMR teammates. There might be a little.
We want to welcome JK85 into the booth. He's joined us here for just a bit.
JK85, hey. Our European brother from another country.
How you doing, guys? You all right? Great stream, great racing, and what a great cause as well. How you guys doing?
We are doing well. How are you doing? I suppose for you it's tonight.
It is. It's tonight, yeah, and I'm doing pretty well. I wasn't expecting to be able to get on and race, and I'm lucky enough to actually get a bit of free time. So I'm going to be racing round 6 with the Formula cars. So I'm just putting a little decal together at the moment. So yeah, no practice, so it's going to be interesting. So don't expect too much, lads and ladies. But yeah, I just want to say, guys, you're doing an incredible job. What a great cause this is for, and you know, anything that anyone can do, whether it's a dollar or a pound, depending on where you are in the world, you know, every little bit helps, and you know, people have sacrificed quite a lot for the privileges and freedoms that we all have across the world, not just in the United States.
So thank you, JK.
Yeah, thanks for stopping in, GK. We love to hear from you over here. Appreciate all those kind words, especially having that come from across the pond. We love having you in here, and we'll love seeing you on the track here.
Yeah. Don't see me on track too often anymore, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I try and avoid it. I talk the talk, but don't walk the walk.
Well, I don't know. I've seen you in the IRO races. You're still pretty stinking fast. Usually it's the, when you can't do, then you coach, or if you can't do, then you teach. But you can certainly still do. So
two kind of words, but no, yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting back on track. Really, I haven't been on much. I did do a race with some of the other guys. I think it was on Thursday, with Moose and a couple of his guys, and that was interesting. But yeah, really looking forward to it. This race is hectic, by the way. I've been watching it on YouTube. It's an absolute man. I've never seen anything like it.
This is crazy.
Camera, JK. They're everywhere.
They are everywhere. We have seen cars go flying. We've seen spinouts. We've seen burnouts. We've seen some pretty incredible passes by some of these Group 1 cars, just navigating the obvious carnage ahead. But like here, get through past 4 cars in one straight. That's nuts.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Fiats haven't protested and just blocked the whole road.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, they should have lined up like 5 wide and just shut it down.
They seem to be. They were chatting it in the beginning. They called it the Wall of Doom that they were going to try to do, but that appears to have been abandoned by their competitive natures, and they are now trying to win.
Well, yeah, because what we've learned is the Group 1s will drive underneath them. It's not a big deal. They'll just scoop them.
Right.
You guys may have said it. Is Shaggy doing the Little Tykes car? Is that what Shaggy's got going on?
Yeah. Little Tykes, that's the name. We were trying to figure out the name.
Yeah, that's right. Little Tykes. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Well, you are. I'm just trying to sort out a livery for this race.
It has the decal on the side. It says Little Tykes.
Oh yeah, he does.
But maybe if we'd have just looked.
Yeah, I unfortunately know those well. We had a pink one. We didn't have the red and yellow one. The daughter wanted a pink one. Thankfully,
I didn't know they made them in any other color.
Yeah, they make a pink one, for sure.
Well, I have 4 boys in my house, so.
Yeah, you were red and yellow.
I don't think we ever had a Little Tykes. They just went right to like tablets. That's probably a failure on my part. That and Legos. They're big into Legos.
We had the Power Wheels. My daughter loves fast stuff, which I love that. So we had the Power Wheels, and of course I did the Milwaukee 20 volt or 18 volt whatever upgrade. You buy the little things on Amazon. You wire it in and you slap those in there, and the car goes like 3 times as fast. The thing I didn't realize is that by doing so, you destroy the batteries. They go down lower than what they can recover from. And I don't know if anybody's priced a Milwaukee or a DeWalt battery lately. But after 2 of those, I was like, yeah, we're done playing this game. So,
Oh my gosh, what's carnage now?
Nasty spun again.
All right, we are down to less than 3 minutes left.
Is he in a Fiat? It's hard to drive that car.
Oh.
Well, I think he was coming out of this one and got hit again. Oh no.
He just can't get the rear tires to grip up.
Two 2.5 minutes. Josh is on lap 84 as we speak, with almost over a 9-second lead over Coke. So
that's tight.
Just about laps entire field.
Yeah, in 85 laps and 9 seconds. That's pretty awesome. That's actually really close for 85 laps, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, the only car he hasn't put a lap down is going to be because even Johnny Boy in P3 is over 20 seconds down.
Well, Johnny Boy's up to P3. He was at P5 not that long ago.
Yeah.
I mean, not that long. I mean, like 30 laps ago.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But dang, Johnny Boy with a nice recovery. Yeah, I want to see all the Fiats line up and simulate running out of.
So JK, I remember thinking,
if they're actually listening while we're watching and streaming this, that's going to be hilarious.
It will, yeah. What's that, Chuck? What were you going to say?
no, I was gonna say it's C-dubs. I was thinking about doing that
Oh,
Formula
C-dubs.
race, except that I remember I didn't like the track. Okay, remind me what track?
Interlagos.
Okay, Interlagos.
Interlagos,
Okay.
Brazil.
Yeah, I've just never been good there. That would be especially not good in a Super.
Just turn up anyway, man. We'll just fire the back.
Yeah, I'm going to be running in races 7 and 8, which I have not practiced for either, so that should be interesting. Now, granted, race 7 is just the snow race at the Lake Louise tri-oval or the triangle, so that one shouldn't be too difficult to get my hands on.
We should have a battle of the commentators, a battle of the production team. That would be interesting.
There we go.
There you go. Yeah,
we should totally do that.
That would be a good. That'd be a good one-off for sure.
No one will probably watch it.
I think there's a pretty wide skill gap here in this commentary booth. So we've got C-dubs and JK, the A+ drivers.
Yeah. I'm technically an A driver.
Scrubs. Are you really?
Yeah.
You're A+.
One of my accounts is A. So my main account, the UK one, that I absolutely torpedoed about a year ago by accident, it is an A. And then my American account that I use for one of the PHG seasons is A+.
And there we go, final lap, and it's done before JK finished the sentence. So.
I thought I could get that out before, but obviously not. I obviously don't talk fast enough. But congratulations.
Okay, somehow Shaggy ended up in the lead of the Fiats. Not sure how he did that. He smokes.
Well, it's his lobby. I mean, he gets to change the rules mid-show.
Right? Good point. Mr. PHG Josh Moment, a last-minute entry, pole position, and the victory.
I think kind of automatically moves him to P2, right? Like if you come in like late like that, you automatically lose a spot.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! Hold on, I gotta save that.
Yes, absolutely.
Chuck, what do we got here?
All right, so in P1 we've got Josh Moment in the Porsche 919 Hybrid. In P2 we have K Naranjo, aka Oak, once again in the Porsche. All the rest of these are going to be in Porsche. P3 we've got BK2 Johnny Boy. P4 we've got Estacy, and in P5 we've got PHG Stamps. P6 for the Group 3s is Veteran. P7, once again, these are going to be Corvettes, is NVR Crew Lob. And P8 we've got RTR Diablo. P9 we've got PHG Nasty, and in P10 we've got Cornbread. And then in P11, leading the way for the lowest class is PHG Shaggy Doo. P12, I don't know what that says.
Wicco.
That's Wicco, obviously.
Broadcast, dude. That's Wicco. That's Wicco. Okay, so P12 is Wicco. P13 is Mixed Covington. P14 is PHG D Rodriguez, and P15 is PHG Amarillo Dash.
Only 49 laps down.
I was gonna say the same thing. I don't remember how many laps Josh ran, but
it was probably pretty close to 100.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, 2 to 1 in the lap category.
And Wicco says down in the chat, it's Wicco in Korean. Fair enough. Okay.
Wicco. Alrighty.
So that's how we need to refer to it from now on, is Korean Wicco.
Korean Wicco.
It just rolls off the tongue. Korean Wicco.
So what do we got next? We have another livery contest coming up.
Oh,
right?
livery contest. I need to get the next livery lobby set up.
All right. So
you guys chat. How about Papa? We need to do an interview with you.
Uh-oh.
So why don't you guys do that while I get the next livery contest? For anybody who wants to compete, it's using the C6 Corvette. Go ahead and knock a livery out real quick, and we'll see you in the lobby.
Next Corvette. Yes, let's see some in there. Do we even know who won the last? I guess we'll talk about that when the last one.
I do know, but we will wait. Well, anybody in the Discord would
So,
know because the poll
Yeah.
closed.
I haven't been. All right, my turn
fair
for the
enough.
interview. Okay.
Yeah, I know, right? So, everybody knows Papa's House of Game. He's the one running this broadcast today. He is our proprietor of Team PHG and our World Series. Papa, what branch did you serve in, and how many years did you serve in, or what years did you serve?
Let's see. I was in the USN Navy, United States Navy, and I served 87 through 90. My 4 years.
All right, all right,
And
all right. What was your MOS? For those of you who don't know, MOS is, in civilian terms, that is your job in the military.
I was an aviation mechanic egress system. So in AME, I worked on the cockpits, the canopies, ejection seats, anti-G suits of the F-14 Tomcats.
Interesting. All right.
And no, I did not. In the movie, it was not my fault. The ejection seat did not work.
Well, that's what I was about to ask. And one of my joke questions is, Papa, how do you feel about being responsible for the unfortunate passing of Goose in Top Gun?
Yeah, not my fault. Everybody blames me. I knew that question was coming. And honestly,
For those of you who don't know, that's a running joke in the PhD community is that Papa killed Goose.
no, I did not. So, just to explain that, it wasn't the ejection seat or the canopy that misfired or didn't go. It was the actual flat spin that would have caused that situation. It was an unfortunate situation for Goose to actually be launched back into the canopy.
Well, yeah, and I can appreciate that, but that also, honestly, talking about this now, I mean, that gives the movie a whole new, context, right? And it's like, okay, so something like this can actually happen.
Yes.
So today I learned.
It can actually happen. It is obviously extremely rare.
Yeah, it just goes to show how back in the day, how much Hollywood actually did their homework on, catastrophic things that can happen during a emergency situation like that, right?
Right.
Right. So my next question is, why did you join?
Kind of a family tradition. Both my grandfathers and my father were all in the Navy. And I won't say I wanted to join any of the military. But after, I guess, I don't know how to put it. I wasn't very growing up and through high school. So I kind of agreed with my father that's probably the best for me. And it was to an extent. However, I also had my issues there, my, as they say, problem with.
Fair enough.
But yes.
Do you want to keep talking?
Nope.
Okay. So I can appreciate that. I can understand that. My next question is, what are some of your favorite memories from being in the Navy?
Probably the first time I was on an actual aircraft carrier. It was with the on the Ranger. Or it was only doing a 2 week little training set. That first time I was out, and it was was shocking. First time go out, how a carrier the size, so much metal, so much weight, can stay afloat. It was baffling.
Yeah.
My lord. And on an actual carrier, how many people, aircraft, it is literally a floating city. Thousands of people, hundreds get on that.
Anybody got a copy?
Movies don't do justice.
Yeah, I remember, and we might talk about this a little bit later, but I had originally planned to join the Navy myself, and I was a member of the Sea Cadets. I don't know if anybody in the chat or any of my fellow veterans who are watching or up here in the commentary booth know about that. It's kind of like JROTC, but it's like officially sanctioned by the Navy. Outside of, it's different than being sanctioned by the school. But one of the things we would watch, and I happen to remember an old documentary, Papa, you might remember it, Carrier, A Fortress at Sea.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember that very well.
Right?
Yeah, it's really good to show, what Navy life is like out at sea, especially on an aircraft carrier. And we would watch that on our, weekends. We would go and do Sea Cadet things together, right? So it just the technology, the teamwork, it's really wild how much it goes into that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And those movies and those documentaries you watch about actual carriers like that, they still don't do it justice when you're there in real life. Like the bunking, where the quarters. In a 6-foot high area, you have 4 bunks. That's 6 foot. And there's like 18 inches to 2 feet from bunk to bunk. You have to slip into. And what always got me were the hitting my shins going patches. I know it's not. Oh man, I don't know how many.
I was very lucky, Papa, very lucky never to go on a ship in 20 years and 9 months. The only ship I ever went on was Ship 12 in boot camp in Chicago there. And they're like, "You're going to be a sailor." And I'm like, "Well, where's the ship?" And we went to Iraq twice and then in other places to the sand. I said, "Where's the water?" The Sea Cadets actually was a great program, by the way, Chuck.
Yes.
Fantastic program. They brought those guys to the CB battalion to see who wanted to be part of that organization. And they quickly ran away when we handed them a saw and a hammer and told them to go to work.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I've heard some familiar stories from my dad. He was a Navy man. He was a electronics technician on a destroyer escort. The was it the USS Valdez? That's what he called it, or not what he called it, but that's what the name of the ship was. So I've definitely heard some stories, and I remember my original plan was to join the Navy, but for a variety of reasons I ended up joining the Army. And I remember my dad, obviously, as my dad, he's proud of me for joining. We have a big military background in my family as well, and he was still obviously proud of me. But I remember as joking around, he found out I joined the Army. He's like, "Man, you jumped ship on me, a-hole." I decided to go Army, Dad. Sorry.
If I had a choice to do it
So,
over again, knowing what I know now, I'd probably go Air.
I hear that a lot.
I would probably join the Coast Guard or the Air Force.
Yeah, it's funny when we're young, right? It's like,
Yeah,
oh, not the Air Force.
Right.
They got the best golf courses.
Yeah. Anybody down in the chat? Anybody down in the chat who's an Air Force veteran, please confirm for us once again, because I'm pretty sure that it's been something that's circulated in the veteran community for a while. That if you are a member of the Air Force and you're assigned to or have to go to an Army post or any post outside of an Air Force post, that you get substandard living pay.
I'm a Marine. I will confirm that. I don't need an Air Force person to step up. I will tell you, we hosted a weapons and tactics instructors course in Yuma, Arizona, and the Air Force came. And when they stayed in our barracks, yes, they got less than standard living cost adjustment on their pay. That is correct.
Yeah, they're required the most
Fair
square
enough.
footage out of any other branch. They're required a certain amount of square footage per airman. And we're in there nut to butt in a GP medium, 60 to a tent in Iraq getting shot at. And these guys are complaining because they don't have a clue with an air conditioner. I love you, Air Force.
Yeah, we're not making fun. We're just jealous.
Jealous,
right?
Yeah.
It's
Who's
why I
the
said
guys like me being Army, me being a Marine? Who's the guys, C-dubs, that you and me are calling when we need backup in a heavy firefight? It's the Air Force.
Yeah.
A-10 go burr.
Yeah, A10's a good one. Yeah,
A10.
no doubt.
Nothing like an AC-130 burping the side of a mountain.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So my last question then for you, Pops, is what got you into sim racing?
Probably Gran Turismo, very first one, 7 years. It became a family game. My kids were just getting old enough and playing video games. Even my daughters were playing that one with me. So I have always played Gran Turismo. Out of nostalgia. But as far as to the extent I'm playing it now, probably not until right at the end of G4 when GT7 was coming out. At the time I started my YouTube channel. I mean, honestly, Gran Turismo was just a hobby. And if it wasn't for this YouTube channel and this community that's come together, I probably wouldn't now. Gran Turismo, it was, a year, maybe two, done with it. But this community and the way it's come together and holds things together and create our own stuff and the camaraderie, like everybody here today. I don't know how I could Gran Turismo.
Yep, agreed.
Indeed. Well, we certainly are very grateful for your community. I wouldn't be where I am as a sim racer without this community. You know, I know Shags has helped me out a lot with technique, and Papa, you as well. We talked about previously in the stream with Mr. Klein and everything about a purpose. And as the charity coordinator, because of this community, I've found a purpose outside of, me being okay. I'm a veteran. I'm a cop. I'm a husband. I'm a cat dad. But it's just so much more, and just discovering who you are as a person.
Yeah, been amazing whole experience.
Real quick, before we go into season 4, the next round of the livery competition. Thanks for, I don't know how to pronounce that, Ligsker for the $25 donation.
Just
We do
Jixer.
appreciate it.
It's Jixer, yes.
Yep, Jixer.
Oh, that's Slow K, isn't it?
No.
Jixer is. I thought Jixer was Slow K. Maybe it's someone different.
But we are about to go into our next livery competition. Sal, do you want to take us into that?
Yeah, sure. So for this one, we are using the Corvette C6. I believe it's the ZL1 from 2006.
ZR1.
Or the ZR, sorry, the ZR1. Yeah, put a slap a cool livery on there. We've got 4 of us in the lobby now. I believe Josh says he is on his way. He is just finishing a livery up, so we will have 5 of us. For the previous one, with the Nismo that we had in there, it was by no surprise, it was the Ken Block tribute that was put together by, was it Diablo or was it
Diablo.
Stamps?
Diablo.
Yeah, Diablo. So Diablo won the
Nice.
first one. So congrats, Diablo. That was a very nice looking car. That is
It
the
was.
one I voted for.
If I'd have voted, I'd have went for the Jeep.
I did. I totally did.
There were 2 votes for the Jeep, and it was Chuck and C-Dubs. So
Nice, very nice, guys.
But yeah, so if we're out on track here, we could certainly start circling those guys and taking a look at the different cars. So we got what is that? D. Rodriguez out there in a blue and white livery put together. Very much a throw paint at the car kind of livery. See how it lands.
The hood almost gives me a feel. I don't know why.
Yeah, it does kind of have that Union Jack look to it, doesn't it? Just
That's
the wrong
right.
colors. Needs red. Needs red.
What was that, JK?
That's right. UK in different colours.
But there we go. And then Vetterdan in the red car next. I believe Vetterdan had said in Discord earlier today that this is his first ever livery done from scratch. I don't know if I believe that because this looks very professional.
It does.
But well done. Lots of PHG decals on this one. It looks like he's got the carbon fiber hood on there. We like that.
Chrome red.
Chrome red. Very shiny.
Yeah, I love that PHG thing. I guess Jay Collins put that together a while ago, and I like to use it as a base with the PHG and multiples, and they kind of fade out. I think that's.
Oh yeah, yep. I have certainly used that before as well. So that's Vetterdan. Then we got mine. I slapped together this as just a sample when we were putting the livery competition together. So just a little white and blue with a couple VETMotorsports stuff on it.
Clean and classy.
Fancy there. We got Nasty with a red, white, and blue. Definitely all-American on this one. Got the eagle on the side. And what does it say on the door? It says, thank you. I can't read it. Thank you to all those who served honorably in the military.
And then something below it.
And then something else below that. Ah. Amen to that. There we go. Got the salute in the rear window. Very nice. And then I believe Josh Moment made a late entry there. He's got 4D racewear plastered on the side, SimNet. He's got all the different World Series, the official sponsors we've got for the World Series. Of course, he's got his number 42 on there.
Did he literally wreck that car on the way to the livery competition?
I think he did. Yeah, I am seeing some scuffs in the paint.
Yep.
There may be some point deductions for that. But since we're not keeping score, it doesn't matter. This is a lot like whose line is it anyway. So, but he does have Racing for Susan in the back quarter panel, so that makes up for it.
And just like that, Papa voted for him. Bam.
He's the only one with the Racing for Susan decal, so that we've seen so far. Now, I did see Diablo join the lobby. I don't know if he's gotten into a car and is going to come out here.
Don't wreck Diablo. Take your time. We'll wait.
And Johnny Boy.
Oh, and Johnny Boy are in here. So let's see if they make some entries. I'm going to start working on getting the poll set up here.
Sounds like a plan.
Maybe go through one more
Yep.
Peruse of the various entries once we get our next entry in.
And let the burnouts begin. So check, I don't know if you knew this, like cars can do burnouts. I know the Mustangs don't do them very well, but the Corvettes, you can see they do it.
Only when they're charging into a crowd. Okay, so that's a little known fact.
Oh man, get 'em, boys. I'm still waiting for somebody to organize a, synchronized a drift ring.
Well, you need at least 2 drivers that are talented enough for it.
True.
Oh, Diablo's asking in the chat if he can use any Corvette. Technically, the assignment was the C6, but if you want to come out with a different one, I mean, hell, we accepted a Jeep in the last one. So if you want to come out in a different Corvette, we'll allow that.
Or a Tomahawk. I mean, it's whatever.
Yeah, it's whatever.
If we had a prize we were giving away for this, we would have to keep it more stringent. But this is just for funsies. Now Josh is doing like donuts around my car because I'm busy typing. I'm not moving. But I don't think he's touched my car yet.
Josh,
I think Josh has some drifting
Better Dan's
skills.
gonna mess it up. Oh, get out of there. Nice job, Josh.
Oh, and RTR Diablo's coming in. Looks like he's made an entry. Let's give him just a minute to get down here. We'll circle him quick. That may be our list.
Oh. Oof. Pay no attention to the damage on RTR Diablo's vehicle.
Right. Or the 2-second penalty.
Yeah. 2-second penalty. Oh. All right, so he's in the C5. Looks like a racing-inspired official livery there. That's something I would have expected Vetter Dan to run. We've seen him run the yellow with the black behind, or a black rear in a number of them.
Yeah, Vetter Dan is definitely a fan of the vet.
That's why he's my favorite.
Yeah, if he's not in the vet, then...
Well, then he just drives a car with a Corvette livery on.
Yeah,
that's
right.
What he does. Oh, and Johnny Boy's out in IMSA liveried C8. So let me add him to the poll as well.
Just a reminder, guys. Yeah, we got the QR code. We got the link. Don't forget, while we're here, it's to raise money for VETMotorsport.org, who helps out veterans. Chuck, if you don't care to let us know how many veterans right now, based on the amount donated, we can help out.
Let's see here. So we got several. Add a little bit more. So 840 to that with Leo's donation. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Just a second here.
No worries. We're just enjoying the burnout competition.
Oh, Diablo. I don't have Diablo. But Miss Covington looks like has entered.
So as of right now, it would help 3 veterans for a full track day.
Awesome.
That includes seats, safety gear. There's obviously a lot of variables here depending on each veteran, but we are currently on track to help 3 vets get some on-track therapy, as we would call it. I'm sure we can all appreciate that, regardless if you're a vet or not. There's just something about being out on the track and just, feeling the car under you and the speed. It all helps.
All right, so I've got the poll posted in the chat. We have 8 drivers out here, so we will allow that some time. Josh drifting around 2 of us at once.
Mad skills, that one. Mad skills.
Apparently, D. Rodriguez was jealous and put the block on.
Yeah, he did.
But yeah, let's cycle through the cars one more time, and then we can move on to, well, either move on to the next race or we could take a quick break if we want to. Butter Dan.
$50 donation.
Oh, the distant cousin of Vetter Dan with a $50 dono. Thanks for that, Butter Dan.
Appreciate it, dude.
Can't find a Vetter Dan or a Butter Dan.
Being abused out here.
Yeah, I think it's gotten dirty.
Yeah, there's a lot of dirty driving in here.
You know, we should have some sort of one-off as well as who could accumulate the most penalty in one lap. That would be something.
I think my son could do that because he routinely racks up like 50-some seconds of penalties.
You know, he should be in here more. That one race he joined us in last season, he was fast. I mean, he was right up there. Baby Sal. PHG Baby Sal.
He actually just got his real driver's license on Monday, so
Oh my lord.
we now need to go shopping for a vehicle for him.
Oh my. I remember that.
So,
Oh no.
if I may, from what I can tell, we're just $130 away from completely funding a fourth veteran to potentially have a full track day button by us in this awesome PHG community that we are all proud to be a part of.
Full track day, you guys. What would you incredible for a full track day?
Driving Corvette.
Yeah, right? And we're just forgetting already free working on the fourth vet to have a full track day.
Yeah. And to a lot of them, that would be the best experience of their life. I mean,
right.
Oh yeah, it it gives you the adrenaline rush, you know, the discipline to hit your marks and everything. These are things that veterans from, you know, any generation and any era can appreciate. Is just, you know, that discipline that military service teaches you. You know, sometimes we need that little bit to help us out in the civilian sector.
All right. Well, let's
All right,
see.
so I think that's going to do it. Yeah, do we want to do a quick break, and then we can come back and do another interview, and then we start off the next race?
Yeah,
I think it's the
so.
agenda.
Like a great idea.
All right, let's take 5, guys. For those of you out there, go ahead and remember, scan that QR code if you're able to. Make a donation to a good cause, and we'll be back with the second half, I guess, of the charity event.
Pulled up in the light, sun on the chrome, name tag swinging, everybody at home. Hot dogs running, raffle tickets in the air, big smiles, big numbers, love everywhere. Hear that?
Racing is a metaphor for veteran recovery. A lot of veterans tend to look back. They don't look in front of them. They don't look at what's ahead of them, all the positives. They tend to really focus on their experiences that they've been through. And what we're trying to do is provide them where you're at right now in your life and how can we propel you forward. It's no different than racing a motorcycle. What's in front of you, you can acknowledge and be aware of what's behind you, but you're going to focus forward, and that's what we're really trying to emphasize through this program.
Yeah, in racing, you've always got to look ahead to the next corner, to the next straightaway. And you're working with these combat wounded veterans in VETMotorsports. What I see in them is they're looking forward to their life after military service.
I think it's a very special program just because of the eyes and the things I've seen in those people's eyes when they come out to a program that they're able to put hands on a racing motorcycle, be part of a team that has a mission to do over a weekend or even a day period.
We treat these combat wounded veterans as members of our crew. So, depending on their mechanical ability, they could be, elbow deep in the motorcycle helping with setup and with changing oil and doing things, or
even if it's something as simple as, hey, I need a 9/16 wrench, and you can get the wrench. Even something as simple as that allows the mechanic or the crew chief to continue to work and not have to stop what he's doing to go. So anything that you can bring to the table will absolutely help a team, especially when they're used to only one guy working on the bike.
VETMotorsports and the events that we've been part of, especially for my husband, has made him almost feel like he's belonged to something again, and made him come alive almost. And I don't know, it's like I have my husband back when he does these events, so it's pretty cool.
They fall in with us as teammates, and they feel the camaraderie, and I can see them kind of letting go of their cares and their worries and just having a good time.
It's almost like it's a comfort zone where nobody really knows each other, but everybody understands.
And that makes it different for them because then it kind of connects them back to what they're used to. Having a mission, having something that has to be done that day, and having someone on the other side, the rider, who's actually counting on them to do their job that day so they can get their mission complete.
Specifically when I was down here looking, that's why he's got this safety wire here. So if this tries to turn, at least if this one's staying. They're not going to ask you what your injuries are. They're not going to ask you where you fought and what you did, because that's not the focus. Pete and VETMotorsports' entire goal is to get you constructive and moving beyond the stuff that's happened in the past. As a Marine with PTSD, it's allowed me to use my mind and my brain in a constructive way. Not only that, but having some hands-on things with being able to work with the bikes, work on the bikes, has been very beneficial.
After being in combat, you don't find anything that matches the adrenaline rush. And also being part of a team again and being around other veterans.
Yeah, we get to ride out that stress and actually put it to work instead of sitting there and having to just ride it out and not having anywhere to put that energy. So we can turn that negative into a positive.
My experience with this event was awesome. More than I thought it would ever be. I felt like I was part of a team today.
I was able to be around fellow veterans, so it made the safety barrier go down.
There were stressful times, but nothing that was bad. It was actually more,
instant bursts of adrenaline and just a huge rush of excitement.
I felt alive again, felt back like I was back in the military again. And
in my mind, as a guy who led a lot of combat missions, that adrenaline rush is very similar to what I would get when I was preparing my Marines to go out for a mission.
It pushes your comfort zone, the limits on your comfort zone, but it's fun.
I'm happy. I mean, I'm relieved that I was able to come here not knowing what I was doing, and I got through. And
when you got an entire team that's counting on you, and not only that, but you have the life of a rider that is essentially resting in your hands. It is a big responsibility, but at the same time, it helps keep you focused on the task at hand, and I think that's really beneficial for those of us that kind of deal with the different issues that we have coming out of the military.
VETMotorsports, altogether, the way they've treated me, it's been an awesome experience, one that I never thought I would be able to do.
I feel accomplished. We did something, that beforehand I wouldn't have believed that we would have been able to do and pull off.
Every time I interact with veterans and see the feedback and see the reaction at the end of the event, as opposed to what's in the front of the event or when the event started, that makes it all worthwhile. And it really pushes you forward and say, you know what, we are on to something here. It's working. When veterans come to us a year after participating and saying how much it transformed them, I mean, that right there alone says a lot about how positive the outreach was.
Americans are very motorsports minded in one way or another. This is just one of the venues where you can come out and take part, be a much more integral part of what actually happens there while sharing with a veteran, while taking care of things that we would like to give back to our wounded veteran population right now. The things that this program can use right now, obviously it requires money to be able to put people into programs, but by and large this is a very low budget program. And every bit of the funding that goes in there is all directly related to what we're doing for the veterans when they show up. The other part of that is just volunteers. We know how many people there are out there that really want to be a part of a program like this to help veterans directly. And I recommend that anyone that even thinks about it, go to the website, check it out, look at the testimonials, and then express your interest and we'll talk to you about it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PHG All-Star and Charity event today. We appreciate everybody joining us. Just a reminder, there's that QR code and the link there in the stream. If you feel so much as to make a small donation, big donation, hell, throw 10 grand in there if you want to. But it's an awesome cause. As Chuck has said, we've nearly got enough money raised to fund 4 vets at a track day, which is absolutely awesome. So we appreciate everybody donating to this point. Also want to let everybody know we have right now 3 spots still available for this next race, which is Radicals at Yamagiwa. So if you think that's something you might enjoy, please go get your Radical dialed in, jump into the lobby that Shaggy has open, and join us for that. Up next, also, we need more people. If we can, go to Discord, vote on the last livery competition. I think we've got 6 or 7 votes right now. We'd like to see a few more, so we can call out the winner here at our next, going into our next break. So appreciate everybody joining us for that. Also, we've got that other livery competition, which is any Group 3 car, I think is correct, Sal. Am I right about that?
Yes.
Okay, so any Group 3 in our next livery competition. So you got time. If you want to join us, we'd love to see 12 or 14 or 20 cars in that one. But next up here, we're going to do a quick interview with Mr. Chuck, Mr. Mustang Chuck. So, Mr. Chuck, you're on the hot seat now. You've been putting people on the hot seat. You get to be on the hot seat here. So, you actually wrote the questions, so you know what's coming. It's not really fair. It's kind of like cheating. But
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, what branch of the military were you in, and what years did you serve?
So I was in the United States Army to some degree, shape, or form from 2004 until 2015.
Awesome sauce. And what was your MOS? Which, again, it was said earlier, is military occupational specialty.
Yeah, so that's basically your job in the military for those who are uninitiated, right? So my job when I first enlisted was a combat engineer. Enlisted in the reserves and basically run around and blow stuff up and look for landmines as things evolved in the global war on terror. Our job morphed into, looking around for IEDs with EOD. But once again, in the reserve, and my mom and dad were, nice enough to let me live at home while I was in college. And I did the ROTC, it's called the SMP program, the Simultaneous Membership Program. So the thought behind it is that, I do my college thing and then I go to drill weekend and I get paid as an E5. That's a sergeant in the Army and Marine Corps parlance, to do on-the-job training. And once I graduated college, I commissioned as an engineer officer. So I am, it's kind of a play on the name. I think I said earlier is, Mustang Chuck. I love my Mustang cars, but I'm also a Mustang officer in naval.
Yeah, so excuse me. They called it Mustang in the Marine Corps as well. So sorry about that, guys. Got something caught in my throat. But yeah, that's pretty cool. So yeah, a lot of guys come in enlisted, and then go do some college, and then they call it Mustang. And when you come back as a zero, right? We like to make fun of the officers if you're not one. So Papa and I, we call them zeros. But
right.
yeah. So why did you join? What was the reasoning? What made you think, you know what? Instead of going having fun and drinking a lot of beer in college with my buddies, I'm going to go do this really hard stuff instead.
Well, to be fair, I still did drink a lot of beer in college. If you know anything about us combat engineers, we we do like to drink a lot of beer. But even before I was even in college or even in the military, I grew up watching like old World War II movies, stuff like, Kelly's Heroes, and I can't think of any other ones off the top of my head. It's just always been a driving force behind, me as a person, to, join the military. My family has a very big, um, history of service to the military. I mentioned before, my dad uh, was in the Navy. My mom's my grandfather on my mom's side was a medic in Strategic Air Command. I have an uncle who did intelligence, Army intelligence during Vietnam. I have another uncle who was in the Army. It's just, it's just been kind of part of the um, the
Kind of a legacy.
tradition.
Yeah, it's like a legacy in the family.
It's a legacy. And I remember when 9/11 happened, and I was in intro to physics class, and seeing the planes hit the towers, and that did nothing but further galvanize my desire to get in and serve. So yeah, it's just service before self.
Yep, that's awesome. So I know you've got stories. I know you've got memories. Tell us about some of your favorite memories, a couple good stories about being in the Army.
And, some of the big ones that come to mind are the day that I, got to start officially calling myself a soldier. Right? I know that in the Marines, the day you're a Marine for the rest of your life, and I'm claiming that for my fellow Army veterans is you're a soldier for the rest of your life too. The day that I became a soldier is one of them. Graduating basic training in AIT. So basic training is boot camp. Drill sergeants getting on your butt about a bunch of stuff. AIT is where you actually learn your job on the Army side. That's one of them. Fast forward a few years to when I was in ROTC, and I actually earned a slot at the U.S. Army Airborne School. So I got to learn how to jump out of perfectly good airplanes.
Awesome. Yep.
Especially around the advent of around about sometime between that, Band of Brothers became a thing, and I just remember, it's a lot of it's repetitive training at airborne school, right? You do the same thing over and over and over, and learning how to properly land and not break your legs. And I remember sitting there in the plane when our trainers actually had a Navy trainer teaching me how to get out of a perfectly good airplane in U.S. Army Airborne School. You usually call your trainers Sergeant Airborne, right? But you can't call a petty officer Sergeant Airborne because he's not a sergeant; he's a petty officer. So you'd say, yeah, petty officer airborne. But I remember sitting in the plane when we're actually about to start jumping. I'm like, okay. And we did this thing over and over and over again all week, or not all week, all these past couple weeks. and all of a sudden the door opens, and I could just barely see outside. I'm like, wow, we're really up here, right? Like
Yeah.
we're really high. But that first exit out of the aircraft, it was it was an adrenaline rush, and my goodness, that's one of the best feelings that you can get. Um, relying on your training and all of that to guide you to the ground and doing what you've been taught. And I don't think aside from that, from my aforementioned return from Afghanistan, um, those are some of the biggest things that come to mind.
Well, I'm going to ask an extra question that's not in your normal questions, but something I'm always curious about. What what all places in the world did you get to go to, and what really stood out as awesome, and maybe what stood out as I'd never want to come back to this place?
So I briefly went to Germany when this is before ROTC. I was still a young E4 specialist. Um, we had some kind of opportunity when I was a young enlisted man to go do our annual training. So for those who know about the National Guard and Reserve, you do that, 1 week in a month, 2 weeks a year. This ended up being 3 weeks a year. I remember going to Germany, and my family has a lot of German history. We came from Germany, so it's in a way it's kind of like, hey, I'm going back to where my family's heritage is from. That was definitely a great place to be. I remember going out. We had a few MWR days. Once again, for those who don't know what MWR is, it's morale, welfare, and recreation. You go out and you do fun stuff, basically. And one day, I remember walking around Munich with a bunch of my buddies from my platoon and everything like that. And another day, we went to Regensburg and saw a lot of really pretty churches and everything like that. Um, it was definitely a fun experience. One of the weird things is that, so everybody knows the drinking age in the US is 21, but if you are in a place like, say, Germany, where the drinking age is lower, it's just a weird thing with the military. You can have a beer being under 21, being at least, I forget what the exact law or rule is, but I'm sitting there at 19, 20 years old, and like, I'm legally buying beer. Even
If you can
on
sit at the
our
bar, you can drink.
Yeah, that's right.
Say again. Yeah, right. So yeah, I really love Germany. Fort Benning, I met a lot of good friends there that I still talk to this day. And in the only other place that I would never want to visit again unless I absolutely had to would be Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's fair.
Uh,
I was hoping. I thought that might be on that list.
yeah, I explain to people all the time who don't know. It's like, we have a certain standard of living here on our side of the world. You go over there, and it's literally like the inverse. You know what I'm saying? It's like eh, it. it I, if my country called me back, I'd go, but I don't want to do it voluntarily.
Sure, sure. All right. Well, let's go to something fun then. And so, what got you into sim racing?
I think a lot of it has to do with, I've always been into cars and racing and all that stuff, and we got to finish this up quick. But I, COVID hit, and I got a TGT2, and even since I was a little kid, I've always loved cars and racing. Bought the TGT2 and just jumped right in, and ran into Pops. I always say quite literally, and I don't know. It's been a blessing. It gives me a reason to keep being competitive. As veterans, we're naturally competitive, right? We want to outdo each other, and sim racing, it's just been a way to, really transition that thought process into something that is healthy.
Sure. No, I get that entirely. Well, Chuck, thank you for your service. Thank you for allowing us to interview you. I think we're going to jump back over to Sal and take us into these radicals at Yamagiwa and see what's going on over here.
Yeah, I'll echo that. Thank you, Chuck, for your service. Certainly, always nice to hear about what it is you guys go through and what you do for us. So thank you for that. Race 5 of our charity event here. This is we've reached the halfway point. They are going to be at the Kyoto Driving Park Miyabi layout. It is going to be 15 laps. Tires and fuel are both set to 1X, so this will be a straight sprint race on sports hard tires in the Radical SR3 SL from 2013. These are some fun track cars to drive. They're built and really made for track driving. These certainly aren't road cars. They're open air cockpits. They're beautiful to drive in VR, from what I understand. C-Dubs and Chuck both are VR drivers. They can probably
they're fun.
comment on that better than I could.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've driven this car in VR, but I can confirm it's very fun, and this is another one of my favorite tracks. Lots of room to move around and play with different racing lines and, try to get a good lap time down.
Yep, and it looks like they may be kicking off qualifying already, so we'll get this going. Being on the shorter layout in these track cars, it's kind of like driving, very similar to like the Suzuka short layout. It's a quick lap time. They're going to constantly be busy. There's that long sweeping right-hander, which is what they hit as soon as they get out of the pits, and then there's that kind of chicane that gets thrown in there on the front stretch before they get to the start-finish line, which you can. If you've got some good flow, can certainly carry a lot of speed through there. So the tight hairpin on the opposite end, that's what we're seeing Shaggy go through now. As he approaches the little chicane here, they dive out, dive back in. Probably get pretty close to running that at full throttle. We saw Shaggy just kind of blip the throttle a bit, just to kind of get some rotation. But, should be a fun little race. We should see these guys kind of stacked up together, and 15 laps is going to go by pretty quick.
Oh yeah, it's a fun car, and yeah, sports hards. I mean, it gets squirrely on sports hards. There's no question about that. You definitely got to have some control.
Yeah, for sure. There's going to be. This is very flowy. There's really just the one hairpin at the end, and then the chicane afterwards. Otherwise, the long sweeping right-hander, and then the S's that you go through before you get to this hairpin. And this hairpin isn't even. I guess I'm calling it a hairpin just because it's the tightest turn, but it's not even really a hairpin. It's still kind of a sweeping corner. So I think Shaggy was being a little nice with this one. They are sports hards, which are difficult, but the corners aren't terribly bad.
Sure.
The track is a bit of a flat track, but it's nice and wide. We should see, like you mentioned, a lot of different racing lines and plenty of passing conditions. So anxious to see how this all unfolds.
Yeah, so not too big of a surprise that currently Josh Moment is that he's got the pole, followed closely by D. Rodriguez and then Shaggy Doo. We're used to seeing those guys sitting up toward the front of the pack for sure. So fun stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to take a little bit to kind of get used to these cars. Again, we don't see them being used in the game very often. I think once in a while they'll make an appearance in like Daily A, and the occasional time trial, but for the most part, I think they do get used in lobbies quite a bit more. I know we ran these when I did my Joker series at Willow Springs, not the streets of Willow Springs, Horse Thief Mile, where they got to choose between the back mono, the Radical, and the other track car, the KTM Expo. That was a really fun race. Watching these guys go around in this car here, it takes a little getting used to. Doing it at Horse Thief Mile was a lot more difficult. That was hairpin after hairpin, a lot of elevation change. This is a lot more flat, a lot wider track. I have a feeling these guys are going to have fun here.
You know, this is not a track that I'm used to being at. I feel like the only time maybe I've ever been at this configuration was I feel like there was a kart daily here maybe a year or so ago. I don't know. Time loses me. Could have been 3, but
that tracks.
What's that?
I said that tracks. Sounds about right.
Yeah,
the karts here would go very much.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, this one, you don't see it very often. Normally, when we come to Kyoto, it's one of the larger layouts. You know, either the full track that includes this section, or the track that excludes this section. You very, very much don't see this small track being used by itself.
Papa, you're a big fan of the big track here, right? I usually tend to see you gravitate toward this one when it lands at the dailies.
Yeah, I definitely like the bigger track. I mean, I like this one too. Actually, this track right here with the karts, one of the early dailies in Gran Turismo thing. Kart here, this is where I actually met Shaggy. Was at the track.
That's funny.
I actually beat him. Probably the one and only time I ever beat him. But that's when he came into my stream and wanted to know because he never left. Honored. Been here since day one almost. He's definitely one of the OGs. Been a great friend, but yeah, it was right here at this track in the go-karts.
That's so cool. Now, I will say the way you said that, he's never left. It wasn't exactly that feeling that you gave in the explanation right after that. We were like, he wouldn't leave.
You have that in families, though, don't you? You have like the neighbor kid who stops by and just never leaves. Like that's what it sounded like.
No, I have been honored. I mean, most of you have been here for a very long time, and I'm honored to have you. But this is where I met Shaq, and I don't think I've ever beat him in a race since.
Did you guys ever say your vows, Papa?
Right. Place, you know, it's definitely a place that means a lot to you, Pops. All of us, we do appreciate Shags, all he does for the community and all of us.
Absolutely.
You know, K-Dub down there in the chat saying VR thumbs up. Indeed, VR is the best. So, if I may, we are $50 short, close to adding another veteran to have another full track day experience. Look up VETMotorsports, scan the QR code. We've got a link pinned in the chat. If you are able to donate, please go ahead and do so if you so desire. Thanks to Butter Dan for a $50 donation and Q for a $25 donation.
Yeah, thanks, Q. Appreciate that. Just saw that.
Mr. D. Rodriguez grabbed the pole.
Right at the end there.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw him unseat Josh as the pole sitter, and Shaggy up in P3 as well. So this could be a very competitive race. I see a number of drivers all in the 43s, and then things are obscured by the overlay. But yeah, top 7 drivers all within the 43s, within 7/10 of each other, and then K-Dub with a pretty much a 44 flat. You know, D-Rock. We haven't seen D-Rock all night, so this should be interesting with the 44.461.
I haven't seen
PHG's
D-Rock
Amarillo Dash
forever.
and Nasty.
Good to see D-Rock.
Oh, he's a known commodity. Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So we got 12 drivers in this one. D. Rodriguez saying Miatas are fun here. I could totally see that too. Karts, Miatas, Radicals. There's like a possible multi-class kind of race. I hope Shaggy's listening. That could be fun. I think we're onto something there. Although then Josh Moment going the other route and in chat saying this is great in Group 2.
Group 2's
I think
right.
this track's a little small for Group 2. Oh, that'd be a lot like the Northern Isle race that we saw, I think.
Group 2 at the Alsace test course. I'm telling you, that is a great combo as well.
All right, looks like this race is getting underway. Let's go ahead and get on track and watch the drama unfold. What do we got a standing start on this one? We do. A standing start. Got a blue flag somehow, so we got a glitch lobby. It says Cornbread's in first. Cornbread is not in first. D. Rodriguez is in first.
Gonna have another one.
And it looks like everybody's off the line. People got clean. Josh Moment with a rocket off the line. Shaggy do as well. D. Rodriguez caught sleeping. That puts Josh back into the lead, but D. Rodriguez coming back there in third place. We do have 3 wide coming out of turn 2. Yes, he does.
Yep. No, I was just saying something looked odd off that start. Maybe he just wasn't, paying attention or whatever the case was. I wasn't sure what was going on. And S2C off track in the John Deere, doing some mowing. Appreciate the maintenance, Esther.
But here we go. They got him 2 wide in the back. The other nice thing about this car is that it is a bit forgiving. You can make some mistakes and not lose the thing. So I think that will help with the competition we see here. Josh starting to get a bit of a gap on Shaggy, but D. Rodriguez just not leaving Shaggy alone. I mean, we're only on lap 2, but these top 3 seem to be kind of pulling away. That's what we saw in qualifying as well. Kind of who we thought were going to be at the front. Sure enough, he's just trying to hang in there. Shaggy kind of closing that gap to Josh just a little bit. Then back here we got 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Oh, they're all stacked up here from 4th all the way back to the end there. Big competition for being in the top 5 for sure. As they make their way through, and Nasty with a bit of a wiggle coming out of the chicane. As they get off into turn 1, trying to carry as much speed as they can. There's a lot of momentum to try to be had with these cars. These cars aren't high horsepower cars, so trying to carry as much speed around that long right-hander and through the S's here is really where you can make up a lot of your time. The only heavy braking zone is coming up in this tight right-hander just as the last corner before the end.
Did I see a Batman Joker design on Better Dan's helmet there?
I believe so. When we were running these cars in the Joker series, Better Dan very much had a green and purple helmet on. Yeah, I think that's the one he was running for when we ran here for the Joker series in these very cars. So that's funny looking helmet.
Scary.
It is scary. Yeah, here they go. Josh Moment still staying up in the lead. D. Rodriguez looks like he got around Shaggy there while we were talking. Up into P2. Shaggy not far behind. But Josh was able to pull a little bit of a gap while those two were battling. Again, with this being largely a momentum track, if you lose some of that momentum while battling with somebody else, that's going to give the opportunity for cars to either pull away from you or pull up to you. Goes Rodriguez, gets all the way down to the apex, keeping it pinned down there all the way through the corner. And he is purple, a 10th up on the fastest lap so far, running through the S's.
Now, would you expect slip to come into play here, or is it just not really long enough straights for that to be a factor?
I don't think it's much of a factor. They really don't get up to a high enough speed, and there's just not enough distance. It's really not going to affect things. I think this is just kind of a flat-out sprint race in this one.
Crew Law picked up a penalty, getting ready to serve it.
There we go. Oh, they were 3 wide there for a second. Still 2 wide going into the long right-hander. K-Dub has a penalty there that he's going to have to serve. Looks like he had been ahead of Krulov, but Krulov was able to pull back ahead as they came out, and they are right up against D-Rock as well.
Now, was there a pit required or anything, or is this straight up sprint race here? So it's only 15 laps and they're already through 6.
Yeah, this is just a straight up sprint. Tires and fuel are both set to 1X, so nothing's really wearing down too much. These 15 laps are probably going to fly by. I mean, the lap times are only 45 seconds, and we're only doing 15 laps. So,
yeah, we're already on lap 7.
Yeah, I mean we're halfway done. or just about halfway done. Yeah, Josh
D-Rock
sticking out front.
D-Rock has a fan in chat here. Is that Brandon is saying, let's go D-Rock. So hopefully D-Rock brought some buddies into the stream. And if so, thanks, guys. Appreciate you jumping in.
Absolutely. D-Rock fan club is welcome.
For sure.
Here we go. We were on board with Rodriguez as he goes flying through that chicane. You can see him eating up the curbs, trying to go through there. Luckily, this car does stay stable enough through there that you can kind of abuse the curbs in this one. Once again, he gets it right down to the apex. He's floated out a little wide this time. You can see him feathering the throttle, trying to keep it down so he doesn't go too far off as they come out of turn 2. Keep that speed up as they enter into the S's. He is losing just a little bit of time to Josh, but 1.2 seconds, still well within striking distance. Shaggy's fallen off a bit back into P3, and then another gap between P4 and P5. But once you get back to 5, it looks like we've got cars fairly well stacked up, or actually 6, 7, 8, 9, they're all close together. 6, 7 kind of seems to be the battle on the track right now. D-Rock and K-Dub.
6, 7. Oh, no. No, you didn't.
You're dead to me. So, yes, they come through this tight corner. They get in, and yeah, D-Rock just goes wide, loses that momentum, and K-Dub just kind of starts to drive away. Before we went to replay, we saw that. Oh, and he did go to the wall. I missed that part.
I'm just recognizing D-Rock's sponsors here. It's got a lot to do with healthy relationships.
Oh, do you want to expound on that anymore?
No, I was pretty much that should cover
that was it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're practicing safely. We're getting assistance in a couple different ways. I feel like we're getting assistance, I think. And then that'll be, I think, the extent of that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, these are all a bunch of really happy drivers, knowing that, safety is their number one priority.
Yes.
Making sure to keep things, there's some things they got to keep under wraps. You don't want to let everything out there, but
put on that filter.
Exactly.
Nice, very nice.
Yep.
Cornbread here at P4.
Papa, take over, please.
Yeah. I got this, guys. Stand out.
I was actually looking at Cornbread's livery here. It looks like he used the
looks like a gold flake.
Yeah, like it looks really cool, especially with in certain angles. Looks really nice job on.
Yeah, I love using the special paint colors because you can get these like gold flake, small flake, large flake kind of paint schemes that kind of shimmer out there. It's always a trick kind of to keep that paint visible and not cover it up with a bunch of decals.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And Josh needs to stop texting and driving. Nothing against what he's saying. He just needs to stop texting and driving.
Oh, Josh.
But here they go. Healthy lead still for Josh, apparently. What's he got? 1.8 seconds, which on this track is pretty far. D. Rodriguez still sitting in second, with Shaggy in third, Cornbread in fourth. PHG Vetterdan up in P5, trying to make a little bit of a comeback after that showing he had at Dragon Trail, where he fell a little short of his expectations, but up in P5 right now. D-Rock trying to recover from that spin he had, right back up on the back of Trulob. This is that race for #NotLast. We've only got 3.5 laps left to go. Looks like he might be able to pull it off. Oh, Trulob.
Pass.
Trulob went deep, got the tires dirty. This is the opportunity. D-Rock does make the pass.
D-Rock slipped it around him. Slipped right in there.
We are up to 60 likes on the stream right now.
Outstanding.
Awesome sauce.
Thank you.
Excellent,
Thank you for all
excellent.
donations. We're only halfway done, so let's keep pushing that donation bar.
Yep, we really want to keep getting it up there, try to help some people out. See D. Rodriguez still healthy lead on Shaggy. Not really closing the gap on Josh. Shaggy with a pretty healthy lead over Cornbread. And it looks like the drivers are actually starting to get a little more spread out than what I was expecting.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking they were going to keep a little tighter throughout this. Yeah, Papa, what do you think about that?
I was expecting it to stay a little. We got D-Rock definitely on a march back to the front.
Yeah, made it around Nasty as well. Now trying to eye up Amarillo Dash, but we are now down to the last lap for the leaders. So we only got about 30 seconds left to try to make this happen. Josh with that healthy lead.
Very healthy. Yeah, without any mistakes, this is kind of a shoe-in for Josh.
See K-Dub here as he runs through the chicane and loses it on the exit.
Oof.
Same thing.
The penultimate lap. Josh Moment coming through the chicane for the final time. Gonna bring it home.
Fancy like, oh no, I thought maybe he was gonna give us one.
D. Rodriguez coming across the line in P2. Shaggy P3, half-second penalty. That's not going to matter. Cornbread P4. Better Dan with a good showing in P5. He also has the helmet of the day. Ecstasy coming across the line in P6. PHG Amarillo Dash P7. KW P8. D-Rock made up 2 spots here in the closing laps for P9. PHG Nasty P10, and then Krulov coming across the line in P11. That was a fast race.
I think D-Rock wrecked early on. I think he just wanted to make it hard.
That he did. So
nobody.
Victory for Josh Moment. Good job, Josh, taking home P1. Had to make up for not getting the pole, and got himself into P1 before the first turn and never looked back. So Josh Moment, P1. D. Rodriguez, our pole sitter, ended up in P2 and with the fastest lap. PHG Shaggy in P3, Cornbread P4. Vetter Dan in P5, Ecstasy P6. Amarillo Dash in P7, K-Dub in P8. We've got D-Rock in P9, PHG Nasty P10, and Krulov rounding us out in P11.
Fun.
That was a fun race. I could totally see that going for like another 10 laps.
Yeah. And I think the spread kind of makes sense because with those cars, a couple of them get those little bobbles. That's 3 or 4 seconds, and then a few of them mid-pack and back did that, and so I think that's what created that spread. So our next race, which will be a few from now, but is this our Super Formula race coming up? Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool.
In fact, we should see that on the screen here shortly, and there we go.
There it is.
C-Dubs, you want to take us through it?
Certainly. So we've got 20 laps in a Super Formula at Interlagos, and admittedly, this is not a good track for me, so I will not be joining this one. Our tires, we are requiring race mediums and race softs. They are going to be at 3 times wear. Fuel is at 3 times. Refill at 3 liters per second. Obviously, in the SF23 Super Formulas.
Thanks for that, C-Dubs.
This should be a good race, you guys. Be able to get. I mean, I'm not a fan of Interlagos by no means. But from what I understand, the actual Formula cars here at Interlagos is actually a pretty good comp. But I'm not kind of in a. I can help it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, but I can see where the Super Formulas. It's turn 1 for me, right? It sets the whole track up, and when you screw that up, I mean, you're just watching all the cars go by.
Absolutely.
All right, do we have qualifying underway, or they're just starting practice?
They're just going out starting practice.
Okay.
I think I did see Shaggy said there are some open spots. Anybody else would like to get in here? Better do so now before it pulls up.
I got to step away for a minute, guys. My neighbor just texted me that party next door, a ball came in my backyard, so I got to go grab that. I'll be back.
Still defending freedom and democracy.
JK, who was just in our booth here not too long ago, went out to practice. I'm on track right now. Yeah, sorry, JK.
Yeah, we did that. Well, in fairness, he was having his own frustrations before we cursed him. So
He was. And it just, again, looking at the talent of the drivers that have entered this, JK, Diablo, Stamps, Bob, Amarillo Dash, K-Dubs, Josh Moment, Mixed, Jorge, Adichie, Hazy. Some pretty talented drivers taking on this course. Yeah, this should be an entertaining race. I'm looking forward to the race, but I'm glad
I'm planning to learn. I'll learn something here. No. I just been watching guys that know how to run Interlagos in this crazy fast car. I just want to watch. Yeah, no. Nothing crazy this time, Papa. Nothing crazy.
This was a good combination not that long ago, Papa. On, I believe it was the Daily Race C. It's the first time I ever actually enjoyed the SF23s.
Yeah, and that's what I keep hearing, bro. People keep saying this is a great combo in general. I am not a fan of interlocking. I just cannot find the flow of this.
Yeah, it's all about using those curbs and really pushing the track limits and understanding the downforce on this car specifically is just plain ridiculous. You know, to be fast and keep it planted.
Yep. So I always struggle with this.
Using it. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say this upcoming turn. I always struggle with I'll finally find that breaking point, and then it doesn't work the next time I go for it. So it's like a constant adjustment.
I feel like if Gran Turismo can add in the next edition tire temperatures and track temperatures to verify the contact patch and how much of the sim you're actually utilizing your car to the maximum potential. One of the things I've learned between ACC, iRacing, and Gran Turismo collectively is that you really can't push your car as far and as fast on the first lap as you can, 2-3 laps into a good run.
Sure.
You learn, hey, slowing down, being a second and a half slower, the first lap will get you up there in the end. It'll keep you up there in the front.
Right, and yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with, tire temperatures and all that stuff, getting your tires up to proper temperature to get the best amount of grip that you can around the turns and try to get the best lap that you can as I can't pronounce the username, but another $50 donation down there in the chat. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
That is Slow K. Yes, he corrected us by putting his stuff in there. So that's Jixer, which is also Slow K. Yes. Good call. I think whoever said that earlier.
Good call on your part, man.
Yeah, whoever said that.
Nice little 360 no scope from Jorge here.
No kidding, right? That was good. See me, I'd have still been spitting.
Guys, I am going to step away for just a few. Just found out the mother-in-law showed up at Dairy Queen, so I'm going to take advantage of that.
Dairy Queen.
Be right back. Yeah, might be a blizzard.
Another one.
Might be a cheeseburger. Exactly.
Nice.
I'll be right back.
But just in time, because I am back now. And thank you, Metal, for the $25 dono.
Metal,
very much appreciated. I believe with Leo's Hundo on the side, that puts us at $9.90. That's technically $10 away from our first milestone, $1,000 raised. So really looking forward to try to beat that milestone and work our way towards the next one. We've got 4 races to do it in, or 3 races to do it in.
Moose. And we've seen him on track today.
Yes. Probably got called in by Oak and Tuzzenbox.
Right.
You're like, Moose,
Get
we
in
need
here.
the expert here.
Get in here, damn it.
I'm trying to remember if Moose is one of these guys that likes the Super Formula cars or not. I want to say he is a fan.
Yeah, and honestly, with these Formula cars, either you are or you aren't. There ain't no in between.
Right. I mean, either you take to them or they are big time struggle bus.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I like them, kind of like what Carl was saying earlier, the high downforce. Just like the Group 2 cars, I like the high downforce. I do like it, but I don't like it on all the track. Like this one, I didn't, when it was daily incident. Yeah, I never even, I knew I wasn't.
Yeah, see,
like it, I wouldn't.
yeah, see, and doesn't Formula One actually come here? Like, I think this is one of the mainstays of these kinds of cars. So
it is.
I don't know. I'd like the Super Formulas. I always need to have some time to relearn them. Like, I can't just jump into them and be fast, but with a little bit of practice, I can find some speed in these things.
It's just so twitchy. On Leo joined the lobby too.
I just noticed that as well. So hopefully we'll be hearing him in the booth after this race.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually, Shaggy said Moose has already entered, so he must have been in one of the previous races. We've been in here for quite a while already, so it's entirely possible that we just forgot if he was in a previous race.
So this gives us a full complement of racers.
Awesome, yeah, the lobby is full. 16 out of 16, including you, Papa, as the spectator. I think we're waiting for Leo to ready up, and then maybe we can get this one underway. Anxious to see how JK handles this one.
Yeah.
I know you're talking to him earlier. I know you mentioned that just as I was stepping away. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring here at Interlagos.
And now he's on the stage. Practice.
Only a 10th off of Tuzzenbox and Josh, so tight qualifying here. It looks like the top, four or 5 drivers are all really close, and then there's a bit of a gap, almost a whole second from Stamps to Diablo. 2 teammates. Well, I mean, now that they're on PHG, they're teammates with a bunch, but they both came from RTR, so they've been teammates for a while. Let's see, Josh is asking if the 2019 Super Formula is allowed. I'm guessing not, but if Shaggy's listening, maybe he can answer that one.
My guess would be no, Josh. I think he's got it set to ready. He's in the same car.
Yeah, I would imagine this is going to be a one-make race.
Right.
Luckily, it's in Brand Central. You just got to go buy it. And Leo's trying to find the car. Leo, the actual manufacturer is Super Formula. It's not Toyota or Honda, if that's where you're looking. It's the manufacturer is Super Formula, if you're sorting by manufacturer. Yeah, Shaggy and they're running around. I'd imagine Shaggy's hands got to hurt by now. Being a controller player, and we've been at this for 5 hours already, with a lot of racing. mean, it hasn't been non-stop racing, but it's been quite a bit.
Someone tell Leo that the Navy tactically acquired his SF-23 out of his account when he was sleeping last night.
Nice. Good for both. Hazy. Bud knocked himself out. Oh, no, he came back too.
He's under power. Had to get the engine refired.
Right, there you go. Good. Got Jorge back on top of it.
There we go.
Doesn't sound like.
I mean, a 16.4. He's not blowing the field away.
No.
Miss Cummington is less than 0.3 off. Josh Moment within 0.4. And JK85 has moved up the speed chart. The 116.9 sitting in P4. The Brit coming over to race in South America / North America. South American track, North American servers. European driver. Hoping to go to Mars someday. I don't know if that's true. I just made that up. Moose up there into P2. The big jump. So that might have answered the question.
Yeah.
I think Moose is comfortable in these Super Formula cars. Just over 0.2 off of Jorge in practice. Let's see, it's now showing, I think Leo's still trying to figure out where the car's at. But while we're waiting, let's do the typical YouTube stuff. If everybody could please like and subscribe to the channel, helps out quite a bit with what we're trying to do here. This obviously is our charity event that we're doing mid-season of our PHG World Series, Season 4. We do a lot of that around here, along with Papa doing plenty of daily race, random lobby race, all that kind of stuff. So please remember to like and subscribe. It costs absolutely nothing to do so. But we are here for a charity event, so if you're able to, please consider giving to VETMotorsports. We do have a QR code on the screen that if you scan will take you to the donation page. Otherwise, we do have the donation link pinned in the chat. Again, if you are able to, any kind of donation helps. Getting veterans back on their feet, back in society, and help them out where needed. So really good cause. We had the owner on earlier with an interview, or not owner, but one of the representatives, Peter, who had mentioned that, what is it? What do you say? It's over 80% of all the dollars that come in go directly to, the different vets and the things that they need. Very low overhead costs compared to, some of the other charities. Not to say that any others are bad, but certainly your dollar goes a lot farther. And we'd all appreciate that if you're able to do so.
And you did good though.
And it looks like we're starting now. Yep. And Leo was out on the track. I know we have in the past, after qualifying, allowed people to jump back in, maybe start from the back if Cornbread just had a really quick internet blip or something. We'll see if he rejoins. But here we go, qualifying underway. Looks like Shaggy is going to lead them out.
It's just opening lap.
Him and his Mystery Machine Super Formula car. Part of his whole Shaggy-Doo, Scooby-Doo. That's what I'm looking for.
I wouldn't have. I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling PHG people.
Right, right. But he never leaves, so I guess he's asking.
Like, I don't know.
Making me feel guilty. By no means is that what I.
See, this is what you got to be careful of on social media, is that things could just live forever and ever.
Yeah, right.
And ever and ever.
Howdy, Gravity. Welcome to bed, sir. All right,
Isn't that how, Yep, there we go. Isn't that how Smash started? Wasn't it somebody just made a goof and now it's a thing?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, he meant to put smash that like button, but put smash that like button and it just stuck. We even have decals for it now.
Right.
Here we go, Shaggy, coming into what's now going to be the technical bit for this track, where we got kind of switchback hairpin over like 3 of them right in a row in quick succession before fast left-hander, then a sharp right-hander or sharp left-hander onto the long straight.
Yeah, I just
Here he's going through the fast left-hander, leading to the tight left-hander.
I just don't know how people find it.
Yeah, it's really weird. I'm with you on that one, Pops. It's just, I don't know. Like, it feels like it should have a good rhythm, but it doesn't.
Every corner is so different here. You know, there's some tracks where they'll have 2-3 corners that are like the same degree of angle or whatnot, and here all of them are very different. And there's elevation change, which throws, you know, another wrench into things, and it just kind of throws you for a loop. So you kind of have to get the track memorized in order to get that rhythm down, and even after that, you got to put in some practice. So. There's a couple different spots where the rear end really likes to break loose. Josh Moment just got through one of those. And then this fast right-hander here, which is almost acts like a double right-hand apex. And then you get into this tight right-hander and you kind of go downhill. And then you bottom out and switch back and come back uphill just slightly. And then an even tighter right-hander that comes all the way around. And then you get this fast left-hander, but it's downhill, which is similar to, what is it, turn 5, I think? And then this one coming onto the long straight is another one where I tend to lose the rear end quite a bit. And the problem is you really want to try to get as much speed out of that corner as possible because it's the one long straight on the track. So you're driving it all the way down into turn 1 here. And then it's a heavy braking zone going through that kind of like little switchback chicane area. It looks like we have Miss Covington sitting on pole so far. 15.6, followed by Josh Moment. Is Jorge not putting in? Did he take our advice to heart from the other race where he's going to just start from the back? He is going to start from the back, or maybe not. He is out there. Maybe he ran into it. Oh, somebody just said I'm sorry to him. Maybe somebody spun him out. Maybe somebody did it on purpose.
Conspiracy theories. Gonna have just enough time. Maybe. Oh, it's gonna be so.
To get another lap in?
Yep.
Nope, he's not. This will be the final one. He's gonna finish it off. A 19.2. So that keeps him in P last. So he's doing the last to first challenge on this one. It looks like. Josh Moment coming to the line. Not able to improve. A 16 flat, which is still a heck of a time there. It's like JK has wrapped up his qualifying. We got ETGD Hazy coming to the line here. Currently has a 117 flat, looking to improve on that. Is not able to improve. Moose is done. Krulov. Looks like maybe the last one to set a lap here. Trying to beat a 17.7 and does improve by 0.3. Jumps up a couple of spots. So there we have it. Now we get to have an exciting race, seeing just how well Jorge can try to drive his way through the field to see if he can. Did I see that right? Was Moose in 8th? Did he really back all the way up to 8th place? Wow, some people must have put in some serious lap time. Oh, you know, he was P2, P3 in practice.
Yeah.
So qualifying just must not have gone his way. There we go, Miss Covington, Moose's MMR teammate. On the pole, Josh Moment in P2, PHG Shaggy Doo in P3, JK 85 from the UK in P4, Diablo P5, Better Dan in P6, DTG Hazy in P7, Boost 21 P8, Stamps in P9, Krulov P10, K-Dub P11, Leo in P12, Amarillo Dash in P13, and Jorge, our past NRL champion and past PHG World Series champion,
all time,
in P14. I don't think that's indicative of his race pace.
It's that 200 kilograms we added in the pits.
All right, there you go.
Oh, you know, there is that. That and the payoff that we gave to Amarillo Dash to ensure that he didn't make it on pole.
Yep.
Yeah, the Brazilian officials are payable. That $5 is $5.
And it looks like Shaggy may be letting somebody back in. He did cancel the race and is probably setting up the grid order. So while he's doing that, once again, we will continue to request donations for VETMotorsports. You can find out more information about them at VETMotorsports.org. Good charity that we're here for today, trying to raise some money for them to help out veterans in need. We have raised $990 so far. Hoping to hit that first milestone goal of 1,000. We just need 10 more bucks for that. So if anybody who is feeling generous and has the means, go ahead and scan that QR code or click on the link in the chat and give some people a hand.
Yeah, so from what I can tell from my research, admittedly done by Google AI, so it could cover and this is dependent on the track and the event and everything based on the various costs. It will cover the costs from 3 to 5 veterans to have a full track day experience.
That is awesome. That is awesome. I'm sure that's a bucket list item for a number of people. I mean, it certainly is for me, and I can imagine a veteran, especially someone who's been through, probably more than I've ever, been through, to give them something like that and to help, kind of boost them up, help them find their purpose and all that kind of stuff is a good thing. So sacrifices they make for all of us to be able to do what we do, live free and all that kind of stuff, it's worth it.
I agree. Definitely worth it. Honored to have.
Looking like to just get the last few drivers in so they can reset the grid here. Final tire check call out, drivers. Make sure to check your tires. Make sure you have the tires you need.
Yeah, right. Been there, done that.
Yeah. Need I remind you all about my gaff back in January at Nürburgring GP, where I put the inters on?
Yeah, yeah. Where you go into a rain race without rain tires. Done that too.
I don't think I've ever done that in sport mode, but I've certainly done it in single player mode where it's like, oh, it's like an hour-long race. I'm 35 minutes in and the rain has arrived. Crap.
That's worse than doing it in a sport mode race. That's brutal.
I'm like, all right, I'll just quit and start over.
Auto drive your way through that one. Every turn, pause it.
I suppose there's an option. Although sometimes the AI can't even handle it, so there is that.
Valid. Anybody doing the Sport Mode World Series or Manufacturers Cup tonight, Nürburgring?
No, I did the first one, Carl, and I joined in the alpha, and I'm not driving the cars.
Yeah, I'm the same. I just, after some bad experiences and, some of it on my end, I'm just kind of, taking a chill pill and looking forward to, getting out of the slump and doing nations when it comes up.
Yeah, I can't disagree with either one of y'all, man. That the combinations they chose for this menu, all the rounds were kind of wonky.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling it after that first one, and I've always been a fan of nations.
Right.
All right, looks like we're getting started. Drivers are being called to their cars. And away we go. All right, looks like it's going to be a standing start. Grid start, probably with false start check. We're going to make sure that everybody gets out of here clean. Traction control on for the launch, and away they go. Miss Covington with a good launch, staying ahead of Josh, leading into turn one, but Josh dives in. There is a little bit of contact, but they still kept it forward. And thanks, Chuck, for doing that last $10 to get us to that $1,000 mark. Appreciate the donation.
Anything for my brother and sister veterans.
Right, Mitt's sending it out there, getting some gap between Josh and JK. Josh and JK were side by side there. Where those last couple of corners, looks like JK has the advantage and gets the pass done up into P2. Has his height set. Oh, and around he goes. No, he did keep it. Didn't quite spin, but holy, was that a slide. That was an amazing recovery to not spin that thing around. Let's watch that again. He goes up over the hill, comes around, tries to put the power down, and ooh, the back end just steps out on him, but he saved it. Side by side with Shaggy, stays in P3. Wow.
Nice save, man.
Absolutely. So still in P3 here, hunting Josh down. Shaggy's still very much in the slipstream. Slipstream has a very big effect in these cars and on these long straightaways. This is going to be the polar opposite of what we saw in the last race with those radicals at Kyoto, where slipstream really doesn't mean anything. It's going to mean everything here. The dirty air is going to be a real deal. And Jorge is up into P5. He started in last. Better Dan got passed by both Jorge and Moose heading into turn one there. And then, ooh, big slide again. Nice save. I don't know about you guys, but in these super formulas, if the back end steps out for me, it's like donezo at that point. Like there doesn't seem to be a way to save it. But these guys are catching them.
So I do want to point out that these cars have the overtake option. And you can Jorge up to P5. He's always a quarter of his. Some of these guys probably haven't even touched it.
Yep.
Yeah, so
you will have to make sure to point that out for us. The overtake is hidden behind the overlay there. But yes, good call out. I forgot about that. These all have that. The drivers are going to be trying to conserve it throughout the race and use it only when needed.
Have a difference in tire strength. Run the race awesome. That could definitely be. I was seeing some of these passes so early.
Yeah, that typically will happen, as we've got the different tire strats.
Yep.
Then we'll see the race unfold. They'll naturally kind of start to separate themselves. And then as we get towards the end of the race, everything will kind of start coming back together as the tire strats converge. So, let's see, PHG Stamps, followed by Leo. Leo up at P10. Not doing bad for just getting off work and coming in and wanting to put some laps down.
So what did I miss? Because whenever I left, Jorge was running fast. Thought he would qualify first. Did he request to be put in the back?
No.
No, we believe there was a hit ban out on the track that may have prevented him from achieving pole. He actually started dead last and has worked his way all the way up to P5 from dead last. So
in 2.5 laps. Okay, cool.
Or P4 now. So typical Jorge, doing Jorge things.
Again, what he doesn't know is when he gets up to the front, we got to reset him to the back one more time.
Here he is hunting Shaggy. I mean, I can hear the Jaws music from across the room.
Dun, 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 dun.
Well done. Right on cue. They've gotten into the technical section here again. Really careful. You can see Jorge just kind of being gentle with the throttle. If you end up slamming the throttle down, a lot of times you will lose the rear end, especially in those tight corners. Again, see how much speed he can get coming out of this final corner. Gets her down to the apex. Off we go. Shaggy actually got a better exit out of there. Has extended that lead. Not by much. Jorge is still barely just nipping at the slipstream, and Shaggy's just barely nipping at the slipstream of JK. But Jorge dives into the pits along with Moose, getting off those medium tires. Are they looking at running 16 laps on their soft tires? Papa, what do you think about that?
I don't think there's any way that's a lot. Maybe they're doing a 2-stop. I forgot.
Yeah, soft.
Yeah, maybe. What were I forgot what the tire was. All 3 compounds?
I don't remember. I don't recall. It is medium and soft requires tires at 3X.
Yeah, so softs, there's no way. You're not.
Well, I don't know. Look at Mist. Mist is running on the racing softs. He has finished 4 laps and is maybe 15-20% of the tires gone.
Right.
Or yeah, 5 laps down.
They might.
That might be right on track.
You're a tire whisperer? Maybe.
Yeah, me? No.
Right. That's what I'm saying. No way I would.
And it is really hard to not over steer the car, especially in those tight switchbacks.
Yeah.
Because that's where you can really eat up the tires, is when you've got way too much steering input than what the car can handle. And you just eat up those front tires.
See, I'd have probably done somewhere around 7 or 8 that thing coming. And I'd have probably felt it. Some of these guys, people like Shaggy, they love running on worn tires and are good at it.
To each their own?
Right.
You do you.
I mean, here you can see Shaggy 6 laps in. He'll easily double that to 12. Might get 16 laps out of it.
Okay.
Nick's down here running all by himself, it looks like.
Yep, 3.4 seconds ahead of JK, just putting in some quali laps really at this point. JK with a decent lead over Shaggy Doo.
Now look at JK's tires for being on the softs.
Yep, being on the soft, over 6 laps in. Also, only at like 15-20%.
Yeah,
I mean, JK is good with the tires. I mean, these guys that started on softs, they've got the advantage of they can just run them for however long they'll go. They don't have to try to predict it. They'll just go until they start to give out. But they're running them with a higher fuel load. Now, the fact that people like Jorge and Moose pitted so early, they don't really have a much lighter car. Oh, it looks like we may have lost Leo.
Did we?
I think I just saw Leo disconnect.
Did you guys see in chat that Boosa King is actually D-Rock? I don't know if you guys saw that or not. Or heard
I did not see that.
So,
really?
apologies, Boosa King. Yeah.
I'd have never got that either.
D-Rock. Well, it makes sense. I mean, D-Rock, Boosa King, you can see the similarity. Not at all. I'm with you. Yeah, no, I can't. It's funny. I cannot.
All right, so here we go. We got a battle between Stamps and Krulov. 5 and 6 with 7-8, very close behind. Whoa! Oh, and Diablo goes around. Commentator's curse. I was the last one talking, so I have to own that one again. People need to stop listening to me, or I just need to stop talking. It's one of the two.
Well, then we'd have to talk more. No, go ahead. You're doing great.
You're doing great, Sal.
You're doing a great job. Just keep it up. All right. Well, Jorge sitting in P8, but we know that he has his pit stop out of the way already.
So Leo's saying in
2
chat,
laps that's putting on those tires, and they look pretty good.
Leo said in chat that they got a big thunderstorm rolling through, and apparently it's affecting the Starlink. So hopefully we'll get Leo back here shortly if this system goes through.
I think we're hoping to get him into the commentary booth here. We know that Leo's a vet, so we definitely want to talk to him if at all possible. So hopefully he can get that straightened out. The fact that he's still in chat means it's probably just intermittent, and intermittent doesn't work for a racing game. But it does work if you want to just chat to someone.
Or he's on his phone. Stream chat.
Use that very well, so yes. Jorge working his way up to P7 now. With Stamps in tow. I think he just got around Stamps. Running a very defensive line here. Coming up on K-Dub.
Now, everybody behind him still has to pit, correct? Or, I mean, everybody in front of Jorge.
I believe so.
Nick's definitely.
Yep, definitely worn tires on Mist. Worn tires on JK. Worn tires on Shaggy. Worn tires on Josh. And some worn tires on Krulov.
Yeah, so he's only 26 seconds back. Might very well inherit the lead when they go into the pits.
Jorge looking to get around K-Dub. It looks like he made the move stick. They're now on the long straight, which is only kind of straight.
Yeah.
There's some turns that I don't recognize as turns. Jorge entering the heavy braking zone into this little lefty business. Another spot where it's really easy to lose the rear end, especially since the way to be faster there is to really eat up the curbs, but it can upset the cars.
I think
So proceed with caution.
Jorge and D-Rock could have gotten together and made a cool livery.
So they got 7-Up and D-Rod.
And his last, and not this race, his last race. Sorry.
Oh.
Another bad joke. Papa's about to boot me from the comps.
See Moose back here in P9, but we know Moose has a pit stop. He's already got out of the way. So with all those front runners still needing to pit, which we probably won't see pit for another, well, either somewhere between 3 to 5 laps. See how that ends up. PHG Hazy back in P10. Running on the mediums, I don't believe they have pitted yet. There's Stamps coming in along with Trulob. Man, halfway through, Stamps getting off the mediums. He may have waited too long to get off the mediums. And Trulob getting off the soft.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It would be a couple laps to it. Again, if you didn't practice, you don't know.
Right.
Especially starting on the mediums, you don't know how far you're supposed to go. Probably just playing it safe.
Yep. That's what's tricky. I mean, this event is really fun, but there are 8 races, so trying to practice and figure out the strategy for all of them, particularly the ones that have strategy, it just takes time. PHG Amarillo dash here in a bit of a bubble, 6 seconds behind Stamps, but 3 seconds ahead of Diablo. Diablo back in P13, just ahead of D. Rodriguez. D. Rodriguez had some fast laps, but is right now sitting in P14. But missed Covington up front. Kind of running away with this one so far. But those softs are starting to see some pretty serious wear. He is most decidedly feeling the effects of those worn tires at this point. This is where you have to start to make the call, is when does continuing to run the softs end up being slower than a set of fresh mediums?
Yeah, I think he's quickly approaching that. These things get really sloppy and slippery when they get worn on these super formulas.
Yeah, I mean, typically the fastest cars on track will have the most tire wear. Mist has decided to stay out for at least one more lap. I know I've totally seen that. I've been in races where I'm a very mid driver, and I end up, being able to extend the tires for a lot longer because I'm just not as fast. So you naturally just save them up, which can play to your advantage if it is a strategy race.
Yep. Shaggy's in, which should promote Jorge.
Up to P4. So we still have Miss, JK, and Josh Moment yet to pit. Otherwise, Jorge and Moose certainly have. Shaggy's going to slot in behind them.
Okay, now, really odd, if you look at Josh's tires, left front on that floor. There you go. Mixed. Right.
That is odd.
Yeah.
Different driving styles, obviously.
Yeah.
Different driving styles, probably just their comfort with the different corners here. If there's certain corners that you're just not comfortable with and you end up sliding the tires more, it might be that, with Mist, it's, left-hand corners, and with Josh, it might be a couple of the right-hand corners.
Sure. AK's pretty good.
Yeah, his tires are looking great. Same number of laps as both Mist and Josh, but much, much better on the tire wear. Josh is in. P3 coming in. That should promote Jorge. There was only a 5-second gap. Oh, the other thing that's pointed out in chat is Josh is on controller, whereas Miss Covington is not. So that may also be playing into why the tire wear is different.
Right. AK.
Forgot about that.
Just about out of his overtake. Got about an eighth of his overtake left.
he's been using it just to stay in this position. That may give Josh an advantage at the end to maybe take away that podium spot.
X still has 3/4 of his left.
Oof.
Yeah, this
And a
is
7-second lead. It's going to be very interesting once Mist decides to come in, where he comes out in relation to Jorge, who had the opposite tire strap.
Jorge has
Oh, Mist is in.
3/8 of his overtake left.
Mist getting off of those tires. JK staying out. Not a big surprise.
Oh,
his tires are looking good. Jorge approaching turn 1.
Next.
Yep, Mist is on the outs, but Jorge's going to have the speed and is going to be ahead, not by much. Oh, actually, it looks like that last corner of the pit exit was a lot slower. So he's got a 2.2 second lead with 6 laps to go. Yellow flag. Oh, somebody's off track up ahead.
Oh, no.
Who is that off to the left there?
Daisies.
Yep, there we are.
I'm familiar with that.
Yep, just parked on the side of the road. That is unfortunate. Equipment failure, it does happen. We hate to see it.
Happens in real life motorsports as well as in sim racing.
JK85 stays out for yet another lap. Going to complete 16.
Wouldn't surprise me if he goes another one after this.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
But again, like you said, it's where does that balance hit where you're just now slower on your corn sauce?
Right. I mean, Jorge right now has the fastest lap with a 1:15.978. Let's just call it 1:16. JK's last lap was a 1:18 flat. You can see a bunch of 1:17s in there as well. So he is definitely losing time to Jorge, 1 to 2 seconds per lap by the looks of it.
I mean, if you look at the delta, Jorge really not close on a minute. But also knows that JK he's not pushes save the tires that
he knows his position and he knows he can win it from right here. So why push?
Right. Just maintain your gap to Covington behind him.
Yep, and he's actually extended that just by a little bit. I think when they came out of the pits, it was about a 2.2 second gap. We are now up to a 3.0, and JK is in the pits now. So JK's probably going to come out behind Jorge and Miss Covington. I think we'll also be behind Moose, because Moose is only 6 seconds back from Mist, and JK was 7 seconds back from Mist when Mist came in. There we go.
You're sitting at 63 likes on this stream, so we appreciate all of y'all's support.
Thank you.
Awesome. There we go. JK coming out in P4 ahead of Shaggy. And it has an equal gap between Shaggy and Moose. But we'll have the freshest tires.
Yeah, he's on fresh mediums. The other guys, I think Moose, Jorge aren't they both on softs, and they're still in pretty good shape.
Yep. I mean, they're going to start wearing pretty quick as we get towards the end. I've always noticed that the tire wear is not linear. You know, if you get 10 laps, just as an example, if you get 10 laps on the first half, you're not going to get 10 laps on the second half of the tire.
Yep.
So they may still be down around a quarter, maybe a little less than a quarter by the time we get to the end of this race. They will be feeling the effects by then. JK is going to be full send from here on out. You know, fresh mediums, he can push it as hard as he wants to.
4 seconds is a lot. It's a big gap to overcome with 3 laps left to go. Yeah, Shaggy's applying the pressure to JK, only a second and a half back. JK makes one little bobble.
Bobby.
Makes a little
Ricky Bobby.
Little Bobby, little Ricky Bobby.
Dang it, Bobby. I'll tell you what. See, one little mistake and it just flubs you up.
Yeah. Then the gang attacks. That too is a very military-like thing to happen.
Better Dan having a quiet race back here in P7. Quite a ways back from Josh. You know, Josh was up in the top 3. The majority of the beginning of this race, now currently sitting in P6. Behind Shaggy. We got PHG Stamps back in P8. Not too far off from Better Dan. PHG K-Dub within 2 seconds as well. Or no, that's 3.7. Behind K-Dub, we got Crew Lob. That's the 3.8. Oh man, we've been here a while. PHG Diablo, back in P11. Kind of on an island. And we've got D. Rodriguez. Must have had some sort of issue. We know D. Rodriguez is fast. Sitting back in P12. Then we got Hitman, Amarillo Dash. Did what they could to maybe keep Jorge off the pole, but certainly doesn't look like it's going to keep him from the wind. We appreciate your efforts, sir. But Jorge's gap has dropped. Jorge had a 3-second lead over Mids, and now it's down to 2 seconds. Now he is about to start the final lap, making up 2 seconds in one. Now we do know though that Mist was holding on to an awful lot of overtake. So it could be that he's just pouring on the overtake right now to make up that gap, and he's making up even more time. It's now down to 1.7.
Yeah, Mix doesn't have much left. Jorge still has.
Okay.
So Jorge will be probably extending it back over. Mixed is purple though. Oh.
Yep.
Oh man.
I think he kept it on. Looks like it. This is still with a healthy lead over Moose.
Is out of overtake.
Moose has just a 3-second lead over JK, but I mean, on the final lap, JK's got Shaggy breathing down his neck, though. And there's only a couple of turns left to go. Jorge's on the straight and is going to be coming to the start-finish line here. And yeah, look at his tires, down to about a third. There we go, 2-second lead over Miss Covington. Jorge takes the victory in race number 6. Miss Covington in P2. Moose 21, the proprietor of MMR, Moose Mafia Racing, takes home P3. JK85 brings it home in P4, and Shaggy Doo in P5. Josh Moment back in P6. Better Dan, like we said, had a bit of a quiet race, is going to bring her home in P7. HG Stamps in P8. K-Dub, P9.
Yes, Shaggy, you gave it hell. Shaggy said he's tried. By the way, Boost is saying, Papa, your mic's a little low. That's what he's saying. If you could bump it just a touch. He tells us that 6.5 hours in. Just kidding, Boost.
All right, we had Krulov in P10, Diablo P11, D. Rodriguez in P12, and Amarillo Dash. Going to bring it home with a respectable P13. There we go. That concludes race number 6 in our 8-race series here today.
Leo.
Last to front.
Last to first.
Hello.
What a Jorge thing to do. And Leo has joined us in the lobby here. How you doing, Leo?
I'm all right.
How about we
Fine,
put you to
Pete.
work? You want to go through the results of what we just
Hold
saw?
on. Hold on. I'm not even watching the stream yet.
Is that not a military thing to do? Just put him to work right off the bat?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So instead, we'll have C-Dubs do it.
Got it. Got it. Got it. P1, Jorge, of course, from the back. P2, Miss Covington. P3, Moose 21. P4, JK85. P5, Shaggy Dude, gave it hell Shags. P6, Josh Moment. P7, Cape 5 to Vetter Dan. P8, PHG Stamps. P9, PHG Kada. Then we've got NVR Crew Lob. P11, RTR Diablo. P12, D Rodriguez. 13, PHG Amarillo Dash. P14 with our DNF and our disconnect, Leo. But and then of course P15, DGG G Hazy with equipment failure. So great job, guys. Great job. Good job, Jorge. An expected P1, whether you were in P1, P16, P47, doesn't matter. We'll talk about you being in P1 at the end.
Right. Good break. So what do we got coming up next?
Well, I think next we were going to talk to C-Dubs here and get some of his take on his time in the military before we take a quick break, and then we will do the third of the livery competition. So I'm going to work on getting that lobby set up while you guys talk to C-Dubs here.
Sweet.
All right.
Standing.
And this is where I take over here.
Yep,
C-Dubs.
Yeah.
How are you liking this stream, my friend?
It's cool. This is a great charity. And by the way, if you guys don't know, so like we have officers in PHG, and each of the officers has a specific thing that they are in charge of. So this 100%, VETMotorsports.org is Chuck's doing. Chuck reaches out to charities that he deems fit for what we do, and then talks to the team members and the officers about it. So you guys can thank Chuck. Thank you, Chuck, for hooking up with these guys and making this work. But yeah, awesome. It's an endurance stream for comms for sure.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, we've been behind the mic for how many hours? But we do
Going
this
on
as
7.
entertainment for all of you, and for your entertainment. So we're happy to do that. I also gotta give a shout out to Sal, because he really sets up all these graphics you're seeing across the stream and everything like that. He does a lot of that work for us. So I divert my, I divert all that kind of stuff to Sal. It is, he's one of the guys who really greases the wheels and makes things better. So C-Dubs, regarding yourself, we talked about it earlier. What branch of service did you serve, and what years did you serve?
United States Marine Corps, 1993 to late 1998.
Fair enough. All right. What was your MOS in the Marine Corps?
I'm going to be real specific. It was a 5953, which is radar electronics technician. So basically, I could either be in a deployable unit or a station unit, and I did see both. But my job was to keep the radar systems going that basically directed the aircraft into the airport or the made-up airport, wherever that may be. That was our unit. We could go anywhere and in 8 hours have a up and running airport, including laying the panels down for the runway, comms, nav aids, radar, command and control center. That's what my units did.
That's fair. You probably worked a lot with, I know the U.S. Army Rangers. One of the things that their specialities is airfield seizure. Did you do any kind of training with the Rangers?
No, never did any training with the Rangers. Worked with the Navy a lot, and I mentioned it earlier. We got to work with all the different branches. I think they all participated in what's called WTI, Weapons and Tactics Instructors Course, which is basically simulated warfare. Because in Yuma you've got all the mountain ranges to either side. So at that time, of course, you know, I don't need to tell you, the hot zones all very much replicated that terrain. So a lot of training, and so we got to be involved in that every year for the 3 years I was there, which was a lot of fun. Cool stories involving being out in the desert here coming up in the later part of this.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Huh. Can't wait to see that. So next question that I have is, why did you join the Marine Corps?
So, much like some others have said, I was on the wrong path in high school. I was hanging around with the wrong guys. My parents struggled to control my actions. Whippings didn't do it, groundings didn't do it, taking away my car didn't do it. Um, and so I had to make a decision somewhere. It's about the end of my junior year. I think a buddy of mine was going to join the Marine Corps and said, "Hey, why don't you come with me?" So I went. It was one of those, I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen this, where all of the armed services are sorted together in a strip mall kind of scenario. You know, they might all 4 or 5, whatever, be
Yeah,
right there together.
I remember my recruiters too. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, so I didn't necessarily, I didn't really, I didn't think I was going to do anything. I was just going to go to entertain my buddy and say that I did it. Um, and funny enough, I remember kind of walking up into this area, and I was probably going to go talk to a Navy recruiter or an Army recruiter, maybe. And as I was walking down through, there's Marine jumped out onto the sidewalk. Was like, "No, you don't. Come here right now." You know, it's just kind of a Marine recruiter kind of thing. And so I did. And this guy in particular had just come off the drill field. And drill instructors in the Marine Corps, probably in the Army as well, drill sergeants, they have a way of not looking at you, but looking through you. And I just
Yes,
remember this intense.
I can't agree. Once I commissioned, I having have had background as an enlisted man, even though I outrank these drill sergeants, I'd see the drill sergeant patch in the U.S. Army. The drill sergeants, they have their own special, patch or accoutrements on their uniform to signify that they've been a drill sergeant. And coming from the prior enlisted side, and as a newly minted U.S. Army officer, I would kind of be like, "Oh my God, is drill sergeant gonna kill me?"
Oh yeah. So, at the time I'd known nothing other than this dude is like squared away. Like, right. It didn't take me long to realize, okay, there's something different about this guy. Something different about the Marine Corps anyway, and I'm obviously biased. But you take a guy straight off the drill field, his voice is still raspy, right? It takes those guys, sometimes it takes them a couple years for their voice to go back to normal. They stress their yeah, they stress their vocal cords so hard. But nonetheless, that was just, I was like, and before I knew it, I was shaking his hand like, "Heck yeah, let's do this." And I remember walking out there going, what's going on? What just happened? The guy could sell ice to an Eskimo without question. So, funny enough, I'm still friends with that guy. We're still Facebook friends. Haven't seen him in a long time, but we
One of the
still,
men who made you a Marine.
yes, for sure, for sure. And I could tell you, you know, looking back, uh, I can point out some of those guys I was hanging out with, the ones that are still around, still on this earth, and know that, hey, that was the right way to go without question. So, yeah, great decision for me. I probably would have made a career out of it. I ended up hurting my back toward the end of my initial enlistment. I was just selected E6. We were on a what we call a MCRES, Marine Corps Readiness Evaluation. It's basically, I told you what our unit does. We have 8 hours to set up an airfield. And so we would go over to Yuma Proving Ground, which, Chuck, I'm surprised if you haven't been there. But Yuma Proving Ground, of course, what's the Army specialty airborne unit? The Golden, what was it?
Golden
something.
Knights.
Golden Knights. I think they practiced there at Yuma Proving Ground. But anyway, so we go out there, we were close enough. We 5-tonned all of our equipment out there. And then they basically, there's a general there and they blow a whistle, and now in 8 hours, you better be up and functioning. And we had a piece of equipment that went out that basically a Humvee had this crane-like gizmo that come off the back, grab these spools, which are full of coax, very heavy. I don't know what they weigh, probably 600, 700, 800 pounds. and we had one of those Humvees go down in the middle of all this. And of course, everybody's fighting over the one Humvee, all the different nav aids, comms, radar. All of us have to get signals to the command and control center. So I'm young, I'm strong, you can't hurt me. And we back an empty Humvee up to the spool, and I reached down and deadlifted this thing up onto the back of a Humvee. And when I did, I felt all kind of craziness occur in my back, and I didn't get up. So I will skip all the fun stuff and tell you that I did 5.5 years of a 5-year contract because of back injuries and surgeries, and that also made me non-promotable. So those of you in the military have been in that spot. If once you're placed in that medical situation, you are not promotable. So I was scared to death I was going to get stuck there for 1.5 years, and finally learned the quickest way to get out and then move on to the VA for more medical care. So that's what I did. That's why 5.5 years. And so, you know, one part of me says, man, I could have been retired at 38, but the reality is I'm one of these, everything happens for a reason. Wouldn't have met my wife, wouldn't have the child that I have, wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. I think everything happens for a reason. So
Sure.
it was the best thing that could have happened in hindsight.
Yeah, I can agree too. Y'all heard my story earlier, and once again, everything happens for a reason, right? Things happen. You get some minor injuries. I'm lucky that I don't have any disability rating from the VA aside from not even really a rating. Got a boutonniere deformation on my pinky. The short version is that I don't know if it's a Marine Corps thing. Is officer PT a Marine Corps thing?
You, what do you mean, officer PT?
So on the Army side, occasionally the officers would all get together, right? So is that like a thing in the Marine Corps?
You cut out right whenever you was explaining what that was. I lost you just for that second. The officers would get together and do what again?
The officers would get together and do PT.
Okay. I don't recall that being the case. I mean, our commanders always PT'd with us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's usually the same thing on the Army side, but occasionally on the Army side, we would get together as officers and do PT together. And we were playing dodgeball one day, and my thought was, I'm going to slide across the mat and flip a ball up into somebody's face. Well, that didn't happen, and my hand got caught up under my body, and now I've got a little boutonniere deformation, but that is the bare minimum of my veteran issues or whatever. I'm
Sure
not even
sure
flexing on that. It's very minor, and I admit that. So what are your some of your favorite memories from being in the Corps?
Oh my gosh. So just the camaraderie in the Marine Corps, right? Like I'm sure that exists everywhere, but again, I'm biased. The friends you make in the Marine Corps, it's different than any friend you will have in the civilian world. Very difficult to explain. Yes, there's the whole, caveat of, oh, well, you got to trust them to be in a foxhole together. Of course, that's true, but that's not what I mean. There's a deep-seated understanding and trust. Even amongst maybe the guys you don't normally get along with, you would pick that guy over anybody else you knew outside of the military, right? So, um, the places I got to go, I loved it. I got to go to Japan. I spent time in Iwakuni. I spent time in Okinawa. I did go to, the real Marine Corps recruit depot, which is Parris Island. For all of you,
Yeah,
you Hollywood.
I've heard about that on the Marine
Oh
Corps
yeah,
side. You
so
got your Hollywood
the-
Marines, and then you've got your air
yep,
fingers quote real
yep,
Marines.
yep. There's only 2 boot camps for the Marine Corps. One's in San Diego, one's in Parris Island, South Carolina, right outside of Beaufort. Of course, Parris Island's where the real Marines are made. So it's funny, when you pulling in, uh, when you're pulling in, your head's ducked down. You're on this white bus, and they're saying up front that the only way off this island is this road coming in. You can't. They like to tell stories about how shark infested all the waters are there, and you hear that multiple times while you're there.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
just
We,
for
we, we
whatever
had our
reason,
own,
yeah,
we had our own theories and things that they said in Army basic training. Not necessarily that intense, but yeah, this is a family-friendly stream, so we're not gonna
Oh
go
yeah,
into what was told for us, but yeah,
yeah,
I can
yes,
appreciate
certainly,
that.
certainly. So funny desert story. In Yuma, we were in the Chocolate Mountains, and we just got there, got all of our gear there. We're not even set up ready to go, and do a school circle, right? Like the CO comes out, and he's hey, welcome guys, here's our mission, blah blah blah, and everybody's in the sand, and I'm sitting there, digging my boots into the ground like you would, just whatever. Next thing you know, I get this crazy sharp pain in the back of my calf. Well, I happen to dig my leg down into to a nice little scorpion. And so
Ooh,
protocol for that was like, of course, depending on what kind of scorpion it was, and do you have allergies? The next thing you know, I'm like within 10 minutes, there's a CH-46 landing, taking me back to Yuma to the hospital. Turns out I had no reaction. It was no more than basically a long bee sting that I got to spend the night in the hospital for, but which sucked because then I'm behind, right? Like somebody else had to cover my job that night. So that wasn't good, but that's awesome. Had a great time in Japan. Iwakuni was a lot of fun. Okinawa, I did the PMEs there where you learn about all the holes in that the Japanese were buried in and the reason it was so difficult to get to them. We got to visit a lot of those that still are in existence. So great time. Loved the Marine Corps. Like I said, still in contact with a lot of those guys, and it's a special group of guys and gals.
yeah, I had my own incident with a lot of medical stuff, and we'll have to, as I see, we're getting ready to do the next livery competition. We'll have to get through quicker, but I had my own run in with medical issues, even in basic training. But I can definitely appreciate that. What got you into sim racing?
So I'll be quick. When I was younger, I was always outside, but my dad, of all people, had got a PlayStation and played Gran Turismo, and he was like showing us. He's like, "You got to check it out." So then me and my brother would play a little bit. That was like one or two. I don't remember. It was like the first one, and then that was it. Years go by. High school, Marine Corps, blah blah blah, and about probably 3 years ago, it was guys in my office, some guys that work with me. They were like talking about getting on the Gran Turismo and they've got a wheel and pedals. And I'm like, what are you guys talking about? It's like, oh man, the new grass. Like, that's still a game. Like, I remember that. Like, yeah, we're on our seventh rendition, whatever. And so I actually ended up going to one of their houses, checking them out, racing, so on and so forth. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I think I'm going to do that. So I bought, like everybody else, I bought the $150 wheel and pedals. And I don't need to tell you guys the rest of what happened. That just got way out of control. And here we are. And many of my hobbies are I'll do it for a little while and I'll kind of try to have the nicest thing of that and then move on. But I think, as somebody else said, Chuck, you may have said this. If it weren't for PHG, I'd have probably moved on from this already, right? I mean, it probably would be the sim rig was probably already on marketplace or whatever the case is. But I look forward to popping in Discord, several times a day and seeing what people have got going on and seeing what's going on and so on. And then the last thing I will say, and I know we need to move on, something we talked about
Oh,
earlier.
no, 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 no! You're not moving on just yet, Marine. I got
Oh,
two
I don't get to
bonus
Marine.
questions to ask
Oh,
you.
okay, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, no, go ahead and say what you got to say.
No, it was just said about PTSD, right? What a lot of military veterans go through, and everybody tends to think that PTSD is always derived from having been in a rough situation overseas, having been in combat, watching your buddies die, having taken an injury, and of course that can also be true. But one of the other things that happens, and it was mentioned, I think Mr. Klein mentioned it at the beginning of the broadcast, is, and most of us were in this spot. The only thing we knew out of high school was military. And so you do that for 4 or 5 years. And I can specifically remember this class. It was separations class. It was a day. It was 1 8-hour day to teach you how to be a civilian. Well, I got news for you. You're not going to learn it in a day. And so the first thing I did was come back, work for my dad. And as I mentioned earlier in the stream, everything's different. I mean, they don't
Yeah.
care what you got an appointment at 8:15, but 8:20 is okay. You know, that kind of stuff, or people not doing what they said they were going to do. I mean, I literally stressed and struggled with that for the better part of 2 years. It just drove me crazy on trying to figure out how to become a civilian again. That was a very, very stressful time.
Yeah. Well, if anything, we are, brother veterans, same team, same blood, same mud. We all talk a lot of crap amongst each other, but it's same team, sibling rivalry, and all that stuff. So to facilitate moving things on, I will put my two bonus questions into one question. I was looking at your chats after the oval race at Daytona earlier, and you seem to really like the oval tracks,
Oh yeah,
right?
for sure. Yeah, that's my thing. Obviously, huge NASCAR fan. In case you didn't know, no, absolutely sarcastic about that. I do not understand it. Do
Yeah.
not get the enjoyment from it. As you saw, I was 3/10 off everybody else in qualifying, but that could have been a technical thing. I don't know. But yeah, it is what it is.
And on this, this is once again leaning into the ribbing we give each other as brother veterans from different branches. Is remind me again this day, June 6th. What branch of the military completed the largest amphibious invasion in the history of warfare?
Might have been a Marine Corps. Just maybe. June 6th. Everybody knows what that is, right?
D-Day.
D-Day. Today is D-Day, which is coincidental. I don't think it was planned around that, but yeah.
No, it wasn't, but it just so fortuitously happened. But no, I say that in all, good reference and, good love. It's all in good fun, my friend.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you guys. And by the way, I'm going to stick around for about another 10 minutes, which is, Sal, I know you're going to be in race 7 and 8. Leo, are you going to be around a little bit?
With the storms coming through, probably not.
Okay.
I've
just popped in.
I'm still
How you
here.
doing, guys?
Oh, JK's back. But JK, it's late. I mean, it's coming up on like 1 o'clock in the morning there, or 2 o'clock.
Nearly 1 o'clock now, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted from that race as well.
Hey, you did great though.
Did well, yeah.
Cheers, guys.
That save you
Enjoyed
had, that save you had at the beginning of the race was like, holy smokes.
Do you know that really upset me, all right? Because I worked hard to get past Shaggy and then Josh, and I was just like, just don't mess it up, and I hit that accelerator just too early, and the rear tires spun up, and the catch. I'm going to say it's skill, but it was luck. I just was lucky. But
it's happened 1,000 times before, and you just happen to be getting a little bit better at catching it.
Yeah, and I went in deep because I was in the inside corner. I went quite deep, so my turn was a bit more. And that car doesn't like dirty tires. It's an awkward car to drive actually. But I really enjoyed that, guys. So yeah, good track combination that is.
Yep. So I will need to jump off here shortly. My daughter, or my wife, I'm sorry, has happened to decide she's gone out and having time with her buddies. So my 10-year-old daughter is entertaining herself for now, but I do need to get back to her before too awfully long. So that being said, I'll probably check out here shortly, if that's okay with everybody.
Of course it is. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Okay, Sal.
Yes.
I do have a livery, and I'm trying to figure out where to go here. I got too many things on my screen. Any chance you'll just... Oh, wait. Is it on your screen? No.
So the room ID is pasted in the Discord chat. Okay. You can go find that there. We've got 8 of us in here. All right, if you're going to join, I've got the poll queued up. I'll just go ahead.
Sorry.
As the 9th person. But Papa, go ahead and start showing these liveries off. The one caveat I will say is that the car I am in is a Sugar Shuffles livery. I am simply modeling it for him because he is not anywhere near an internet connection right now. So I am showing off his livery for him.
All right, we'll try going right down the line here. We're going to start with Mr. PHG Rodriguez. His Charged Trans Am Corvette.
Very nice. Gold and black. Very much the Smokey and the Bandit colors.
Facts. Good.
I do like that.
Got the Bandit back window.
There you go.
Got S to C.
The Sprite Ferrari. Very bright. quite colorful. Bright Sprite. I like it.
Indeed.
You have Sal, RJ's
Yep, and
livery.
RJ, which RJ just popped into the chat. How suspicious. But yeah, this is his livery. U.S. Army one. It looks like it's somewhat of a replica from one he did for Mustang Chuck on a GT40. At least it looks an awful lot like it. But well done.
Yeah, it was the newer Ford GT, I think. That's the one he did. Very similar in design, but I really like it.
Yep, U.S. Army, black and
right.
gold, yellow. What is that?
We have Sal going off RJ's.
Yep.
Now we have Leo. I believe, Sal, you did this one.
I did. So Leo's showing off the one I made for him last season. So
Yes.
This one has been around forever. I love this.
Oh yeah, it's really great. You know, I do love Mazda is one of my favorite Japanese manufacturers, and I just really like how this one looks.
Why I haven't changed it.
Right.
Well, and Leo had recommended specifically those rims because what was it? Those are the same rims on your truck or something?
Yes, the same rims that I have on my 93 pickup that I have had forever, and they have them in the game.
There we go. So next to him, we've got T-Rex Arms in a very T-Rex Arms livery.
Yes, it is.
The Jurassic Park. We have seen that over and over. Great looking livery on that Ferrari.
Have the VETMotorsports bells on it.
Awesome. All right, and then next we got, I believe, Josh in a Lowe's number 48 Corvette. I'm assuming that's a tribute to Jimmy Johnson. Very nice. Red, white, and blue.
Clean.
I will also mention that Josh won the livery contest number 2. He had the most votes.
Oh, nice. Congrats, Josh.
Hey, Sal, I've tried to park 6 times and it always kicks me back out on the track. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm also on controller. I'm at a certain disadvantage.
Well, so just drive in straight and we'll look at you backwards.
Oh, okay, fine.
Or something like that. Okay, so we got Diablo in the BMW number 12. Is that Fatal Garage? I think that's what that's supposed to say. Well, that's a cool looking livery.
I don't think it's cool. I don't know what. It'll something.
And also a red, white, and blue kind of color scheme. Then we got BK2 Johnny Boy and his Dr. Pepper Genesis. I think he might have ran that earlier today. Very nice. And then after that, we have Austin Powers trying to figure out how to park. Where'd Mr. Austin Powers go? There he is. Oh, whoop.
Okay, I figured it out. I had placed my car back on the track, and so it just kept booting me back out. I don't know what's going on.
All right, so a payback, gray livery. Him and his ADHD can't stay still.
I am struggling.
You are, and it's so funny. This is great.
Whatever.
But there we go. The gray Ferrari. Nice bright white rims, liking it. And
So,
it
yeah,
was good
this,
that Diablo made the space for you there, so
Hey,
that you didn't
he
run into
made
it.
it.
Hey, this account was originally the Carmageddon account, which is why it says what it says on the car.
Gotcha. All right, so I posted the poll in the chat. I'll let you guys go through the liveries maybe one more time with a quick spin-a-rooney around each car, and you guys can go into Discord and cast your votes. Let the donuts begin.
Mr. D. Rodriguez. Rex. Nuts.
which I think, unless somebody has, oh shit, yeah, take it off mute. Am I off mute?
We hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So, for Leo, we have reached our $1,000 milestone.
Hey, there we go.
1,000 milestone number 1 reached. Nice
Awesome.
job. Thank you, everybody.
That is great to see. We still got 2 more races to go. So everybody go cast your votes for this one. I know we need to kind of keep moving this along. Originally, we were going to have this wrapped up at 7, and we still got 2 races to put on. So I am going to go ahead and close this lobby down and get myself ready for
way too much fun.
Race number 7. And
yeah, it's clear.
So I will go on mute. I will probably come back after the last race, but I'll talk to you guys later.
Good luck,
Awesome.
Sal.
Thanks, Sal.
Go get him, man.
Good luck.
Thanks.
It's devolved into just running into each other.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what we do. Like big children. That's it.
Yes, exactly.
Well, that's all we are is basically big children.
Right. I give you that.
Just our toys get more expensive.
Hey, Chuck, while we have Leo in here, would you like to go with him?
Yeah, sure. Leo, you cool with that?
Yeah, let's go for it.
And real quick,
Okay.
I'm certainly going to listen in. Thank you guys for letting me be a part of this. I'm going to get out of here. Leo, thank you for popping in. Thank you for your service in advance. And I will listen into your interview here in just a second.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, and thank you, C-Dubs, for enduring my little gentle ribbing as brothers in arms.
No worries.
We're having fun. All right. So, Leo, how was your day?
Yes. Lots of deliveries made. Lots of bills put in mailboxes.
I can understand, you working for the post office and everything like that. You do a valuable thing for all of us, not just obviously here in the community, but for everybody. So we do appreciate what you do. So,
Ain't nothing.
first question, as per usual, is what branch of the military did you serve in, and what years did you serve?
So
lost
I
sound?
was in the Army. Not that I know of.
No, I'm still here. Hello? Everybody copy?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. All right, so let's start over. What branch of the military and what years did you serve?
United States Army from 2012 to 2015.
All right. What was your MOS?
My MOS was a 91 Alpha, which is an Abrams tank system maintainer, and Hotel 8 certified, which is track vehicle recovery.
All right, so tell us more about the vehicle recovery stuff.
Well, good thing that's what you asked me about, because that's mainly what I did. So I was the person when the track vehicles got stuck. I would go out and get them unstuck from whatever, if they were blown up or the track came off or whatever, or they flipped, which terrible if it did happen. I would have to go out there in my M88 Hercules A2, which is a beast. Exactly. It's pretty much a gigantic tow truck for tanks and track vehicles. It had pretty much the same power plant as a modern train would have. Made like 1,000 horsepower, and you sat 10 feet up in the air while driving it, and you only went 35.
Wow.
Yeah, I definitely remember a few times doing some driver training when I was in the reserve before I commissioned. Doing stuff like that, and somehow we got an M113 armored personnel carrier stuck in like a mud puddle, and we're just like, how are we gonna get this out of here?
Well, that's what we call the recovery guys.
Right. I don't think we had access to that when I was on reserve duty. It was
Oh.
Camp Atterbury or something like that. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, you guys kind of would help us out if it was on the active duty side. So next question is, why did you join the military?
It's kind of two reasons really. One, and I don't think I've ever really fully explained this. I was a teenager working at Kroger, sacking groceries and cleaning up messes and stuff like that. Um, was really into somebody, and their dad was a lieutenant colonel, ranger, all that stuff, and it went down that path.
Mhm.
Also, the one time during high school, they took us to Texas A&M to see how it would be in college, and I sat there and I'm like, this is dumb. Just listen to a guy yap about something, and yeah, no, that was not for me. So um I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna go through the military because that's my only other option really besides work my life away. Um, but that was those two main reasons is why. Um, since I was a kid, I was really into it. Both my uncles have served before, and they were both prior army, and I was like, well, I could go that route and see how it goes from there. I originally wanted to go in as a 91 Bravo, um, which is a wheeled mechanic, because I've always been into cars, and we'll get into that with your other question that you got at some point. But they did not have that available, and I was like, well, all right, I still want to do something mechanically. And what's cooler than a Humvee? Frickin' Abrams tank.
Hell
Sadly,
yeah.
sadly, there's no jobs when you get out to work on an Abrams tank in the civilian world.
Who'd have thought,
So,
right?
yeah, there's no random Abrams just rolling down the road, and if it is, we got problems.
All right.
So that's
Yeah,
the
I
main.
can.
Oh,
You know,
sorry.
I can definitely appreciate your story because it increases to amaze me how much I really interact and talk with you guys and do more and more how different we are and what brought us to the military and what brought us to um, PHG. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Um,
So, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
oh, I didn't have a thought. The
Okay.
tiredness is kicking in.
I hear you, man. I've been there. Some of your favorite memories of
Oh
being in the
gosh.
military.
All right. So one, don't ever in basic training tell people it's your birthday.
All right.
I made that mistake. Um, I distinctly remember telling somebody it was my birthday. Next thing I know, the whole platoon has duct taped me to a wall, and the
And
drill
that's
sergeant walked by.
and
Say
that's
what?
one of your favorite memories?
Yeah, it was funny.
Fair enough.
Drill sergeant walked by, asked us what the hell we're doing. They said what it was, and he just said, "Carry on," and just walked away with his head down. And then there's two from Korea. One, because that was my first duty station, was Camp Casey, Korea. Spent a whole year over there. Um, one was a really good snow day that we had, and we took a bunch of MRE boxes, cut them up, and there was a gigantic hill behind our barracks,
Mhm.
and just sledded down the hill like 15 different times. The other one was we were at FTX, which is like field training, pretty much. They were testing the
Yeah, it's
MRAPs out
basically,
there.
for those who don't know, it's when military people, uh, they call it FTX on the Army side, is out to the field and training for various things.
Yeah. So they were testing out the MRAPs and the MATVs, which are like, I don't know, beefed up versions of the Humvee. The MRAP not so much because it's like just a up armored gigantic vehicle. So we were out there while they were testing them, and me and this other NCO were getting ready to bed down for the night. It's like negative whatever it is because it's Korea and it was so cold. Went to go start up the main engine on the M88 that we had, and it backfired and lit up the whole area. And it was like, whoa, I want to do that again. And the NCO was like, no, don't. I was like, oh,
Do not do.
yeah.
All right. Well, the last question I have for you is, what got you into sim racing?
Oh boy. How much time we got? Got a few minutes? All right, cool. So pretty much like C-Dub's story, my dad had bought a PlayStation 1 and he's always been into racing. That's pretty much where I get my love for dirt track racing because he did do it at one point in time. So he got that. And I started playing Gran Turismo 1. Then I got into it, got Gran Turismo 2. Then Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec came out on PlayStation 2. And that's kind of where I really spent a lot of time in it. Enough to do a couple 24-hour races on my own. Didn't have a clue what I was doing because I was 7. Fast forward through the military stuff and just typical life stuff. Got into actual sim racing, I'll say, because I do GT7 and iRacing pretty heavily once I figured out that Gran Turismo 7 was more akin to what I liked and not whatever sport was, where I could actually own cars and modify them. And pretty much that's what's led down the path of where I'm at now. I couldn't afford to go real racing, so I chose sim racing. Now that I have adult money, we're going to go for real racing here shortly.
We look forward to seeing that and hopefully doing the PHG crew proud, and maybe one of these days, I can join you on the real life track or even on iRacing, and we can be bump drafting buddies.
Well, this is going to be dirt track racing, so there's no bump drafting. You bump somebody, they're going into a wall.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, may the odds ever be in your favor, my friend.
Now, I'm looking and just going with life. I mean, the last week I actually had a couple of days off, so before that I was working 80 plus hours a week, so, or not a week, but every 2 weeks. So that's where I've been at, and where I have disappeared is because I'm working my tail off.
Oh no, we appreciate it, man. All of the American people, we really appreciate all the work that the postal service does for us. So yeah, we appreciate everything you've done.
Yeah. Good news. I'm more than likely going to have my own route here soon. I'm waiting for the confirmation, and I will actually have a set schedule. So, yay. Yeah.
Very nice.
There you go.
Yup.
And looks like we got another $50 donation.
Nuts, $50.
Appreciate you, dude.
Wonder who that could have been.
Thank you. Yeah, who knows? All right, let's get into race 7 here, guys. Thank you, Leo. Thank you for your service, man. Love having you around.
Appreciate
Very
yours.
good friend and confidant, man. Family. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to get out of here as well because it looks like it's going to get worse before it gets any better. So
Stay safe, man.
unfortunately, I've got a dip.
Fair enough.
Thanks for your service, Leo.
I'll appreciate the.
Thanks, Leo.
Oh, it's Carl.
That is Carl. It's just Carl.
It's just Carl and friends.
Yeah, but no, real talk. Thanks for sitting next to us, dude.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All righty.
All right, y'all. Take care.
Later, Leos. All right, race number 7, y'all. 2 races to go. Let's get those donations in for VETMotorsports. Click those links. Scan that QR code there. If we can't push this here in the next 2 minutes, make that final ditch effort to hit that second goal. But we are at Lake Louise, Canadian Rockies. 12-lap race in the snow, y'all. Snow tires, of course, are required. Fuel is off and tire wear is off. 3 cars to choose from. We have the Group B Lancer Evo, Ford Focus, through WRX. 12 laps in the snow, you guys. What do you think of this?
Oh man, it's just really wild. The snow track is one of the things that I need to learn how to drift to be good at this track. All right,
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, it's technical and it's something completely antithetical. I feel like as to we're compared to what we are used to.
Are you in?
I think this really says a lot. It says a lot about Gran Turismo, the capability to play in this realm. When you come into like a rally game that's dedicated to nothing but rally, and you get on here and you drive in either the dirt or the snow, you can really feel the texture. Something I can't say for other games I've played.
I would agree with that. And again, I'm with Chuck. I'm not good at it, but definitely feel the difference, even in the car physics. But yeah, you can feel every little bump, almost every rock that you run on, every pothole. I agree.
Yeah, especially with the wheel, but even with the PS5 controller, I mean, you can really feel it if your settings are correct.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these guys are in qualifying mode, right? I think that's qualifying's already started. Like it. Everybody seems to be running the same laps. Got Diablo that's up here on pole right now. 55.9. And some people are just naturally good at this. I'm just not one of those.
I'm not either. Yeah, it amazes me, Papa, the dedication some of these guys driving all day long.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
On a good day in my 40s, I'm like, yeah, I'll get on for a half an hour, and I'm just drained.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not quite in the same boat Leo is. This last month I've had to put in so much work that my actual live streaming has, I don't want to say completely stopped, but I haven't streamed since last Saturday. So it's been a week since I've done enough. I gotta.
Yeah, I hear you.
Get back.
Same way with me. Just kind of, just enjoying life and doing other things. But I'll get back to it. Maybe around Monday, if on my end, I'll jump back on getting live and doing some time trials until Nations Cup comes out, because I've historically, personally, been better at Nations Cup than I am at Manufacturers Cup.
I have not done a live stream for a month. I don't know. Just not really feeling it lately.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you and I both, Carl, we were pretty heavy daily, if not twice a day, doing this. Every now and then.
I remember those days.
Take a break. Yeah.
I mean, streaming goes back for me. It goes back to the very beginning of Grand Theft Auto 5. And, totally different platform, obviously, but 90% of my subscribers, I hit that 500-600 subscriber mark off of GTA 5 stuff. So to come over to a game like this and completely flip the channel, you really almost have to start a second channel if you're going to flip your platform.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
And that's you see, okay, I might have, 1,800 subs or whatever, but you only see 3 or 4 people, and it's generally you guys. No knock on that at all. It's just when you build your platform on one game and then play something else, it's a flop.
Yeah.
And now iRacing, iRacing is incredibly tough to get viewers. It's not as appealing to the viewer as it is to the driver.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see that. I mean, it's much more of a very niche thing. I've said time and time again that
At the end of the
iRacing
quality there.
and
Sorry
racing
to
in
interrupt you.
general is very niche.
All right, real quick, we got Shaggy Doo sitting on pole running a 55.60 in his WRX. Diablo in his Lancer. Josh in a Ford Focus. We have all 3 manufacturers. 1, 2, right there. Gregor in his WRX. 4. 5 was PHG Nasty in Focus. DK2 Johnny Boy WRX and P6. 7, we have NVR Crew Lob in Focus. Right behind him, he's got a teammate, Never NVR Slow K, his WRX. 9, Mr. Cole Trickle, his WRX. 10, PHG Salamander. Spent almost 7 hours on the comms. Now he's in here for a couple races. But he's in his Lancer, P10. P11 is PHG Ecstasy, his Focus. P12, PHG Stamps in the Lancer Evo. 13 is Turtle Shell WRX. 14, PHG K-Dub in his Focus. And rounding out the field, Camarillo Dash in his WRX. This is going to be entertaining, y'all.
Oh yeah, you can definitely understand from my name who I'm going to be cheering for regarding manufacturers.
All the Fords, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Impressive run there from Nasty in the VR. I bet you that's a blast.
Yeah, right? And even when you're not in VR, you can do like in the cockpit view, but it's still not the same. You get the same look, but you don't get the same feel. Because in VR,
Yeah, you can't turn your head and look into the corner.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't get that tilt or the side to side. Yeah. It's close, but it's still not VR.
Yeah, I just noticed with an 11-year-old in my house running VR was almost like not really going to happen. He threw pillows at me every time I get on,
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Sneak attack's the only time he could when you weren't watching.
Yeah.
I remember strapping some friends and family that I have into VR, and some of them, they just have the like, I can't do this. It's weird. It gives me motion sickness, and some of them were just kind of like locked in and like, wow, this is wild.
Getting a standing start, and we're off. Go. Oh no, it's a rolling start. I'm sorry.
I think Shaggy's going to have his hands full here.
Yeah, I think so too. Gonna get crazy. Turn 1. Woo! Everybody, 40 different lines coming through the corner. Got people bouncing off the walls back here.
Shaggy holding on to P1 there.
Initial D. If you know, you know.
You say initial D?
Yes, I did.
You're right. If you know, you know.
I can't do that. They make it look so damn easy.
Yeah, it's one of those moments when you pick up your controller and say, screw the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. I've heard that a lot. Top three have kind of broken away here.
Yeah, I got a 4-second gap. Has to see there. Ooh.
Got the ghost.
Yeah, these cars, you really don't see a big advantage in one car or the other.
No. All these groupies, they're pretty. The only difference in this one is the tuning. It was full tuning on it.
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah.
I'm not great at tuning, so it wouldn't matter. I'd have probably just left it rock anyway.
Right.
4-car battle right here. Go back to our fellow commentator, Mr. Sal. Oh, he grabbed a couple spots.
Yeah. Had some tandem drifting going on there for a second. Wow. Don't worry, those pylons will get replaced next lap.
Yeah. Like Diablo and Josh have both gotten by Shaggy. Already got the fastest lap. Up to Josh over a second behind him. Pardon me.
Sorry, that's my connection. Kind of just switching things around, checking some things. Swinging out nice and wide there, flipping all the outside markers.
Bob on the gate.
Booty sweat. Oh, big wide line by Nasty. I need a wall there.
Like you totally missed breaking.
I think he might have just gone a little bit wider than he thought he wanted to.
Oh, hard hit.
Yeah.
Pins. Instant.
Caught that front left on the wall there. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
second. Gotta assume that was another ball pit. Oh, got it into. Yep. Too sharp.
Yeah, he tried to really cut that apex and, you know, just misjudged and ended up in the wall.
That'll do. Salamander with him. Go right behind Sal. Tons of pressure.
Already over halfway done.
Yep. Oh, turtle.
Ooh.
Ooh. Just that wall.
Yellow flag up here somewhere. Something.
Trying to latch on to him, you know, whatever draft you can have at a track like this.
Or maybe he just. But Josh now taking over the lead from Pablo. 30.5 seconds. That do.
Wonder what happened to Shaggy here.
Yeah, I don't know. He was in the lead the first 2 laps, then he fell back to third. Looks like something happened to Diablo. He gained second. His 3.5 seconds on Josh. About 3.5 laps to go. So.
I think we got one more race after this, right, guys?
We do. Nice to see strong P4. Got back to 5.
Oh, picking up a wall pen there.
Ooh, Diablo. That'll knock him off podium.
Yeah. Those penalties are hefty. 1.5s.
Or little bumps. Yeah, that's good take over. Passing up down. Oh no. Okay. Running up the top 5 for us.
So is this what it's like driving to work in December in Colorado?
At times it definitely can be. Yes.
I remember Chicago area, you know, in the mid 90s, man, we get a couple foot of snow, you know, overnight or whatever. But still had school the next day. It's not like Mississippi. They cancel school here for an inch.
There's got to be at least 6 inches with no chance of melting.
Right.
Other than that,
Yeah, last year was the first time in, as far back as I know, Shaggy could probably tell me the last time it snowed before that. But Mississippi, we got 6 inches of snow on the beach. And school was closed for a whole week.
A whole
I mean,
week?
it's a whole week. Yeah, it was shut down for the whole week. For 6 inches. Now, it didn't melt. You know, it wasn't melting. And they don't have plows here.
Good point.
But I was down there in my 2-wheel drive Ford Ranger, having fun on the beach doing donuts.
Not really any close battles. Got one kind of nasty. I think he was been battling here with Johnny Boy, yep.
Get a little loose.
Yep. Like he went for early apex and
door to door there.
Johnny with a later apex, yeah. Josh on the final lap. Half lap to go to the finish. 2.7-second lead. Maggie just kind of rolling.
Oh yeah, letting it all hang out but not losing control.
Yep. Go, Josh. Crossing the finish line. In. Mission sure.
It's not his first time out there.
Diablo. Held on, got back by Estes. Old Trickle. Oh, he's crossed the line with 1.5-second pin. May cost him. Yep. Locate's gonna 5. 6. Johnny Boy 7. K-Dub rounding out 8. Come on, Krager's coming. On the outside. Lines. Oh my god, that's gonna be close. 10th of a second. Nasty coming across P10. Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not.
Oh.
Nope, Stamps got him at the line. Nasty P11. South P12. Go with Nasty. I don't know if you just must go. I tried getting it in. Snow racing, y'all. I'll never understand that.
My goodness.
PHG Josh Moment, congrats on your win from 3rd to 1st. Well done. Jack, you want to walk us through the finals?
Yes, I will do so. So we've got PHG Josh Moment in the Focus in first place. We've got Shags in the WRX in P2. RTR Diablo in the Lancer in P3. In P4, we have another Focus via PHG S2C. In P5, we've got MVR Slow K67 in the WRX, as well as Cole Trickle in the same vehicle. P7 is BK2 Johnny Boy in the WRX. P8 is PHG K-Dub in the Focus. In P9, we've got Krager in the WRX P9 WRX with Krager. PHG Stamps in the Lancer Evolution. P11 is PHG Nasty in the Focus. P12 is Sal in the Lancer. P13 is NVR Crew Lob in the Focus. P14 is Amarillo Dash in the WRX, and P15 is Turtle Shell in the WRX.
Standing stuff. Yeah, the snow races, they look fun. I'm just not good at it. I find them very irritating.
Yeah, it's just you got to know how to drift and how to kick the car sideways, so.
Well done to everybody there. Well done, you guys. Let's see.
Like if you look at the track, the top right there, it looks so simple, but it's not because well, no.
Yep. Just not. All right, you guys. While we're waiting for the last and final race to get started, I do want to thank everybody for being here. I do encourage everybody to go to VETMotorsports.org, check out their website, and please, 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 if you can, make a donation to their cause using the link provided either in chat or in the stream's description. I do appreciate every one of you. It hit our first milestone. Congratulations to everybody, and thank you for helping us out on that aspect. You guys are amazing, and it's for an amazing cause. Chuck, you couldn't have found a better charity for us to support this time.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Pops. With all the donations we've had, it will be a full track day between 4 and 6 veterans, obviously depending on the track that they go to, and their various fees and all of that stuff. So it's definitely a good cause to go towards. And we're very happy and appreciative to be a part of this team so that we can help support charities like this.
Yeah, you never know when it could pull someone, even just one person out of a rut, maybe give them some hope.
Yes. I mean, yeah, one of these track days, I mean, it could completely 180 somebody's life for the experience. Get them going on a different path in life. And yeah, it's so important. It's such a, and I'll be honest, I've never even heard of VETMotorsports. Just a few months ago, starting to put on. I've learned quite a lot about what they do, how they do it.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
The research I was doing, they really made a huge impact in Ohio. In fact, the guy that runs it, I believe is the guy that runs it, got an award, some kind of an award from like the governor of Ohio, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, I something about that too. It's just
Pretty freaking amazing when you're recognized at the political stage, and it sounds like they're doing things in California and whatnot, so they'll be national.
All right. Let's see. What do we got for our last race? That's not what I want. Brand info. Last race, we've got 13-lap race at Willow Springs. Shaggy must have set this up. We are in 13 laps on sports soft tires, where tire wear is only at 1. Fuel is only at 1. So pits probably won't be required. Just another 13-lap sprint. And they are in specified cars. And I got to be honest, I don't remember what the specified cars are, but looking at the lobby here, we've got Lancers, RX-7s, Fairlady Zs, a TTS Coupe, a Genesis Coupe, Lancer Evo, Final Edition. Second Fairladies. Shaggy must have gave him choice of like 4 or 5 cars or so. We got
That's what it looks like.
Yep. We got room for 4 more racers if you guys want to get in there. Last race.
Yeah, PHG D Rodriguez, #not last. Indeed, sir. Indeed.
Josh says there's 8 different cars that you take a look at some of these out here practicing. Except for this guy holding up. Amarillo Dash here. Johnny Boy. PHG. Salamander. Whoa.
Oh.
Okay. Shaggy Dude. I want to do a huge shout out to Shaggy Dude too, putting all this together.
Oh yeah,
it's
definitely. He's the guy who really, puts these combos together and makes things interesting for the community. So, 100% shout out to Shags.
Yeah, it's not. You can't just sit down in a half an hour and put 8 races together or a full season league. You got to do a lot of testing on what's good with each other, time-wise, combo-wise. A lot of work. Mr. S to C.
Really using a lot of that track there
Tell you
too.
what.
That's
Nasty. Pete Rodriguez. Got 10 drivers. We got room for about 5 more. Come on, guys. It's the last race. Fill this thing out. Shaggy is a huge fan of this track. His time is short. He likes to torment me with it.
well, he is one of the resident aliens, anyway. So.
How about you, Carl? Are you a fan of Willow Springs?
Well, I can tell you when it shows up in the dailies, I don't generally even try.
That's what I meant. Good answer.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the desert for some reason. I never could get along with the desert.
Yeah, I mean, then again, the same with any track, but you have those people at some tracks just click with.
Yeah.
I think I'm
Yeah,
fairly. I'm fairly well.
I think
at
I
Watkins
remember a while
Glen.
back. Go ahead, Pops. I'm sorry.
I'd say I think I'm fairly well at Watkins Glen, and that's been since day one.
Yeah, I thought I was good at Watkins Glen until I see some of these other guys. I'm like, oh, well, okay. I'll just go back down here to where I belong.
I say I'm not the best, but I do feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think a while back, Pops, I was kind of being critical about, for instance, Le Mans, and I was just like, I don't like the track or whatever. And you're better at Le Mans than me, so yeah, it goes to show how things can be different to different driving styles.
Circuit de la Sarthe, Le Mans, whatever. That's a very love-hate relationship I have with that circuit. You just start talking about Group 1, GT1 LMP cars versus GT4, GT3. It's a totally different track, depending on what you're in.
True.
It's a good way to grind money on Gran Turismo 7, though, is that Circuit de la Sarthe competitions at the longer races. Really good money grind when the game first came out.
And we're up to 11 drivers. Early, there's 4 more out there. Quickly jump on in. You even have to know which car to use. Jump in. Match one of the other cars that are being used.
I would get on, but my 11-year-old has commandeered my gaming room.
Oh, the children have precedence.
Well, whatever keeps them quiet.
But see, I would get into, except like I said, this driving, racing this track, not how I want it.
No.
I'll watch everybody else main castles.
Oof. Off into the dirt.
Dirt track in it. See you, Johnny. Delivery. Effort. Push. Sure. That was a rock.
Oh my God, man. It's been a hell of a year.
That year.
Yep.
I hope. Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
up on two.
Val's not liking that last turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Well,
wasn't
it's
even
those
the last
sport
turn.
softs, man. The sport tires.
I was jumping. Go.
Oh,
Oh.
blocking.
I like it. All right, here we go. Qualifying is officially underway. The last place. Please hit the like and subscribe button on the channel. Please donate to our cause today. Our charity of benefiting. Check them out on their website, VETMotorsports.org. Let's do.
Yeah, good luck, drivers. Watch out for those sandy cold tires. You see Shaggy up here representing in his favorite color, hot pink.
Yep. See how he just itches it.
Yeah.
That's probably a benefit with. I know you can.
Oh, it's half the work, not even half the work with a controller. You know, I'm not saying it doesn't take skill, because it does. I suck on controller, but the amount of physical exertion that goes into throwing a direct drive wheel into a turn, totally different dynamic. We've been there with this conversation over and over and over again, but it's about what you enjoy, and you know, obviously what you're limited to, you know, whatever, but.
All coming into their hot laps. Let's just be. Gosh. Amarillo Dash. Nasty. Love. Bill. Johnny boy.
Go, Johnny, go.
Now, I'm going to be a little selfish. Looking at the top 8 right now, I like it.
Right?
I don't get to see that very often. Top 8 all PHG. Love it.
Heck yes. Love to see it myself.
Jackie's going to be pretty hard to beat here. Yeah, really good here, like I said. Likes his. I might have saved this for last. His own. I may be fine. Darren, or Shaggy 124. Darren coming across. 26. Oh. Jumping ahead of. Hey, Doug. It's SC taking over. Gosh, over time. Just barely thousands of a second. Right.
Josh Moment in a very plain livery here.
Yeah, very plain.
It's a weight reduction.
It doesn't have all the stickers. Not too far back up there. Top two. Hit them. Woo! Every bit. Fact that
I think Estacy's seen quite a bit of a transformation since we started. I think is it last season to now. Like the improvement on Estacy is just
huge improvement. I would totally agree. Talking about that a couple races ago during PHG World Series. Yeah, I agree. Like Josh increased his time, but so did Shaggy.
down into the 23s.
This is all on their final laps.
Right.
Gonna get their final moments here.
Does it say Octane Car Rental?
Yes, it does.
Is that a Texas thing?
I have no idea. Never heard of it. All right, let's see if Shaggy can improve. He has not.
Tough.
Pissed off, yeah. Got Josh coming up.
I'm pretty sure now that the car that Shaggy's in, that Lancer, that's an all-wheel drive, isn't it?
I don't. Honestly, bro, I have no idea.
I don't think they have the two-wheel drive yet. I'm not sure, but I know there's a front-wheel drive Lancer in real life, but the Evos are all-wheel drive. Pretty sure that's supposed to be like an Evo 10. Yeah, Evo. Yeah, Evo 10. Yeah, Evo Final. Yeah, it's a. Just looking at the leaderboard here.
All right, we got PHG Josh Moment, best lap setting for pole 123.7. Shaggy Doos start S to C P. Salamander P4. Qualifying there for having no. Nasty P5, Mr. D Rodriguez P6. K2 Johnny Boy P7. HG Amarillo Dash running out the top 8. And we have NVR Crew Lob P9. Turtle Show 10. And rounding it out, PHG K-Dub. Rounding out P11. This is it, y'all. Ready?
I think they made a song. Are we ready? Yeah.
Oh. Oh, you made one? Is that what you said?
No.
Oh.
It's a rock song. What's that?
ACD.
Mm-mm.
Ready.
I think it might be a Godsmack tune. I could be wrong there, but Corn maybe. Corn. Yeah. Anyway. Anywho.
Actually, I think ACD. Are you ready? Not are.
Yeah.
For us to come.
13 laps. It's going to go fairly quick. 8 seconds to start. Getting ready to hit the grid. All right, here we go, y'all. Get in the time to get those final donations in. Like, subscribes, that good stuff. Probably do the race or good stuff. Josh moment, flashing his lights for those SC back behind him. Rolling starts. Off. Boogity boogity.
Let's go racing, boys.
One final time, one final race. Josh, pretty
Good to
well
see
made.
Nasty. Top 5, second race in a row called top 5 there, Kevin. Nasty.
Yeah. That booty sweat going. Getting on some good pressure on Sal already. Coming up on his Sal's right side. Ooh. I'll definitely have the preferred line there.
Oh, yeah.
But Nasty definitely is not giving up. And he's got Darren on his butt. Johnny Boy's on his butt. Amarillo Dash is on his butt. Back at the front. I mean, nobody really got away. Everybody's holding right about 0.5, 0.6 seconds between each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Josh definitely did his practice for this one. You look at the interval, he's definitely starting to, gap everybody. I say that as Shags closes.
Yeah. Just bad timing.
Yeah.
But it was the late turn in. Shaggy had an earlier turn in and gained, I think, 2/10 off of it. On that crazy final turn there.
It almost looks like that WRX is, that Lancer. So, other than the straights, Josh seemed to pull away and SC catch him. Shaggy seemed better in the corners.
Yeah, but he's able to chew up more of that apex, getting in and out of the dirt in that car. That all-wheel drive is paying off, I think. But
yeah, probably right.
he's kicking up dust every turn, so.
Yes, he is. Now just sitting back here watching it all. Nasty. Now he's got the better line through here. Sal's got to hopefully stay close and split going into turn 1.
Oh, Nasty sideways. Nice save.
Ooh.
Definitely going to lose the advantage here on this entry here. Oop.
Oh, southbound stick, yep. These guys. Gap to Darren, little gap to Johnny. Got on the tennis bumper here. 1 second gap back to go.
Time for safety.
A-Dub right behind there. On. Gosh, still only a half second. That purple over Shaggy.
Oof.
Yeah, I just think Josh has got definitely more straight lines.
Yeah, if you look at the intervals once again as they come around this right-hander towards the front stretch, he's really stretching the lead out with Shags. So
Salamander goes off track, we may not see. Very camouflaging in the same color as his hand. Him and Nasty are just going back and forth. Of course, Sal got back by Nasty. Nasty is applying all kinds of pressure. If those two keep fighting too long, that's going to bring Darren and Johnny and Amarillo Dash right back up. Starting to see a little spreading. To see.
Oh, struck out wide a little bit there, as to see.
Close, yeah. Trying to stay on track there. Lap 5, he's still under a second. First a second, under half a second, third. 2.5 second gap back to Mr. Salamander here. At a 1.3, he's starting to put a gap on Nasty. I may have with him suddenly. Can't close the pen on that.
Oh no, somebody's off.
That was Nasty on track.
Trying to get back on track too. And I'll tell you, it's such a struggle. You know, you make a mistake like that, and you're trying to fight to stay back on track and not ruin everybody else's race. It's a struggle.
It is. That'll break Salamander free from any pressure behind him. I would say, actually, still losing time. Pressure on Shaggy. Just still, within a second, Josh himself. One slip from Josh. That's all it's going to take. Shaggy Ness.
Yeah,
right by him.
You know, and I've been watching the intervals slowly, you know, increase between Josh and Shags. It's, you know, unless Josh makes a mistake, I don't know, man. We'll have to see.
Right? Turtles get pretty heavy pressure from Amarillo Dash. The 8th position. And honestly, K-Dub's right behind them. Oh, Krulov.
Oh, no.
Here, this is why I don't like this track. Go off track, just keep on going.
It's sand, man.
And he lost 9-10 seconds that slide. By going off the slide and then getting that hurt. Josh is starting to put some distance. He getting by Shaggy on the straight. Shaggy getting in there. Oh no. Saw Shaggy a little earlier on the brakes. Oh, set himself up perfectly. Coming out of that corner to get back by. That was good stuff.
This track is, my goodness, it's such a tough track to try to tame.
But yeah, you have to be perfect. One
It's
issue
just
like that push you down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it has to sit there. Lightly. Go off track. See how close he is to Shaggy. Watch how much time he's far behind with this. That little slide. But Gone. Double the distance. That's going to put Sal.
You really need to be on your on the top of your game to do well at Big Willow.
Rodriguez holding top 5 here. Kind of in his no man's land. Estes all the way back to 6. Off Johnny Boy. Open that left front. Oh. Oh. Nasty. We're off the back.
Oof.
Version. I think he just cooked it. Overheated that left front. Couldn't make the turn. And definitely a little late on the brake there.
Yeah.
Good to going in. Lost 3 spots.
Yeah, I gotta definitely take all that and clean off all the sand off the tires.
Yep. Still got a battle up here for win, man. Got 3 cars within 1 second leading us. Josh, Shaggy, and Estes.
If it was me and Ecstasy or Shags, I would say work together and do a little bump draft to catch up to Josh. I really don't know if there's going to be an opportunity for that. Got another dono from Krusty Orchard 0 for $50. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Krusty. Supporting VETMotorsports. Good. Gulag, where I would be. I'd be back here. All right, here we go. 4 laps to go. Gosh, struggling to pick from these. Now it's slowly been following back though. Go back last couple of laps, which Rodriguez goes right in on pass he would done. They probably the next lap. Probably get maybe not. Dal is pretty tenacious.
That he is.
Got Amarillo Dash and caught Johnny Boy. For 2. Lead Trio. Similar. That's just got that run, went to the outside. Baggy having the preferred line is going to slide Joe right back up in front of Estes. Into this big left-hand turn, right-hand turn. Baggy went to the line. side by side though. They're now starting to lose time to Josh. With 2.5 laps to go, they're really gonna have to push to gain that.
Josh really stretching that that lead out too. Boy out there in the sand, definitely getting the tires dirty.
Back down. Definitely loses on the straights. Vanessa definitely gains on the straights. Laps to go. Think he's got a chance, Carl? Think he can catch him?
I don't know if Carl's still around. I think he might be doing some other things. I really don't know, but like a second and almost a second and a half, that's kind of, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I would say. You know, if it was me, I'd just tuck into the draft. Well, the draft is closed at that point, but just try to follow their draft and, you know, try to maintain my position. That's what
happened to Sal, but all the way back to was fourth, is it? Rodriguez with pressure on. See what happened there. Fortunate luck for Salamanders. Final lap. Got a 1.2 second lead over Shaggy's across the line. SSD, 2.5 tenths. Oh, this is the race. Good. Shaggy's pushing. Saw that understeer there. Pretty good. The Delta's coming down.
Well, we'll see.
7.8.
It's about the half a second intervals when slipstream actually becomes active. I think Josh has got this, actually.
I think so. 3. Nope. Go. It's going to start putting some pressure on Shaggy. Shaggy keep the inside. Still going to have enough of a run. Going to have to stay wide. Shaggy's definitely going in deep. SC with the run. With the run. At the line.
Oh, no.
Oh, he got him.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, what a run.
That was a great run. I mean, that was just throwing caution to the wind to stick to the outside on that final turn. Darren coming up P4, Turtle Shell rounded out in P5. Right behind him is Johnny Boy. Then we have Amarillo Dash and Nasty. A couple bad luck moments for him. Sal coming in P9. He did get back around P-Dub. K-Dub finishes in. True Love having Deep Pop that type of race, I think. Rounding out the field back here.
Oh my God.
But congratulations, Mr. Josh Moment. Winning another race. SC Shaggy at the line. That was a pretty entertaining finish. Mr. Sal, welcome back, sir.
Oh boy, what a couple of races.
Right? I was going to say, you picked a couple crazy races to go racing. Finish your night off.
I didn't realize that the snow race was full tuning, so I was at very much a disadvantage.
Gotcha.
And then the last one, I just I went off all on my own on the final turn,
that what it was?
Just enough that it unsettled the car, and I spun around. I almost went into pit road. So came to a complete stop, had to turn around. I was like, oh, I was having a good run in that last one.
We're going to be a good battle between. Because
yeah, he ran me down twice. He got to my bumper, and then he fell back, but he was probably going to get me anyway.
Jack, you want to run us through the final order of the final race?
Yes, I will. So in P1, PHG, our very own Josh Moment, followed by, once again, PHG Ecstasy, PHG Shaggy Doo in P3, PHG D Rodriguez in the RX-7. Do like my RX-7s and my Mazdas. P5 is Turtle Shell. P6 is Johnny Boy. P7 is PHG Amarillo Dash. P8 is PHG Nasty.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. P9 is Sal. And P10 is PHG K-Dub. And P11 is NVR Crew Lob.
Yeah, those were a couple tough races you decided to go join in on.
Well, I was really looking forward to the snow race. I didn't realize that Bop was off. If Bop was on, I think I could have been up there. I love the snow race. I felt like I got flow in it right away. It was a really fun one. I just had no power. I checked the stats afterwards. The guys up front all had 700 horse. I had the 589 that it starts with. So
right.
Yeah, it happens. And as Turtle Shell just said down in the game chat, R.I.P. Kyle Busch. I wasn't his biggest fan, but I didn't dislike him. But R.I.P. Kyle Busch.
R.I.P. Kyle Busch. Yeah, it was
Definitely
that was a cool livery. Job, Turtles. I can respect that. All right, you guys. What a long day.
My goodness.
We're coming up on 8 hours.
Yeah, it's been a day, guys.
That's a long day. All right. Final thoughts from anybody that's left in the broadcast booth. We got Chuck, Carl, Sal. Before we end this and ask for final donations and everything, final thoughts, final words.
Well, I will say that where we're at right now, and this is dependent on where it is. If you look earlier in the broadcast, and this is speaking in generalities or whatever, but the amount of donations we've had could provide 4 to 6 disabled veterans with complete track access. So it's, once again, thank you everyone for the donations. It can definitely provide an outlet for veterans who need an outlet. So thank you for changing the lives of 4 to 6 veterans potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. Everybody. How about you?
Yeah,
Sal?
what a great day. I mean, long day, but holy cow, did it fly by.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, thank you to everybody who came out. To those that donated, thank you to Peter for coming in and chatting with us and let us know what VETMotorsports is all about. Thanks to all the drivers that helped put on the show. Thanks to everybody who is up here in the commentary booth helping keep this moving along and keep it entertaining. Chuck, Papa, C-Dubs, Carl, JK, all you guys. So really, really fun day. Really looking forward to seeing if we get some of those last second donations come in.
Yes,
and it'll feel good to hand that over to VETMotorsports, and hopefully they'll be able to get back to us and kind of show us what they do with it. I'd love to see that.
Oh yeah, follow up. That would be awesome. And as for me, I just, again, kind of duplicating what these two said. Thank you to everybody for just being here, supporting the cause, the stream. It means a lot. If you can donate, please. Can't, please don't worry. I'm not here to break anybody or take food. Try and help and if we can. I'm honored to do this. Thank you, Chuck, for finding Vet Motorsports. Thank you, Sal, for putting the behind the scenes stuff together. Shaggy for the combos together. Total respect for every single one of you gentlemen, and the few others. Had Peter, Leo, Carl, T. Dutch, Chuck, interviews. Amazing stuff. I enjoy doing this stuff. There will definitely be more on the way. Stay tuned
Oh
to the
yeah, we definitely have some things waiting in the wings.
Absolutely.
I'm the charity guys group, so I get to have a little bit of fun doing my research and finding out how we can help out people less fortunate than ourselves.
All right, everybody. It has been a long day. I'm ready to call it a night. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Again, you guys are amazing. But until the next time I see you all, please stay safe. Go get those wins. And to all of the PHG race team, all of the paparazzi, everybody at Vet Motorsports, please remember, great racers, but better people because of you all. Till next time, guys, have a great night.
Good night.
Pulled up in the light, sun on the chrome, name tag swinging, everybody at home. Hot dogs running, raffle tickets in the air, big smiles, big numbers, love everywhere. Hear that roar outside, hear that engine wake. We came here to give, we came here to play. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Raise it up high, let the whole place know that motorsports, that's the heart of the show. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Kids buy the trophies, leaning on the rails. Dads telling stories, spinning victory tales. A sign hood gleaming under the tent. Every bit of blessing, every dollar well spent. Hear that roar outside, hear that engine wake. We came here to give, we came here to play. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Raise it up high, let the whole place know that motorsports, that's the heart of the show. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Hands in the air for the ones who serve, for the ones who drive, for the ones who work. One more cheer, one more round. Put that good back in the ground. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. PHG All-Star and Charity Event. Raise it up high, let the whole place know that motorsports, that's the heart of the show.